I apologize, but it's sacrifice. You should try and, I say this jokingly, but also serious, you should try and live with like 8 friends. Or stay at home longer. Or just roommates. Like,
what advice do you have for people who are trying to move out and like trying to make their own way?
this is not funny here, and I apologize, but it's sacrifice. You should try and, I say this jokingly, but also serious, you should try and live with like 8 friends. Or stay at home longer. Or just roommates. Like,
Gen G versus Wolves.
And here we go. It is the last stand for VCT China, going up against the juggernauts from the Pacific in Gen G. Who comes out on top with this one? You have 2 great teams that could very well go all the way, but it's all about who wants it more right now.
Gen G looking for another run to a trophy. For Wolves, looking for their first opportunity, already the deepest run of any Chinese team but EDG, and trying to keep that miracle going.
And they said it themselves, the story for them from now on is just everything is a gift from this point on. And as we take a look at the Omen map select, split is going to be the first one. We were just speaking about that, Tejo, that maybe for Gen G was not the call, maybe what took them that brink into losing to Fnatic. Maybe we see some changes bringing in the fade, but Wolves definitely spotted something that made them want to go into this map. For all of the matches that I think in this tournament, the split has been an option, which has been
Hey, what's up, Lena?
and decided to go there. So it should not come as a surprise for Gen G in the slightest.
Yeah, Sunset, it's map 2 is going to be interesting. Have not seen Wolves play that map yet, so it's going to be a surprise no matter what they pick into there.
See the fans, everyone's all ready to go for this one. The energy in this arena is unbelievable. The electricity is just truly off the charts as the fans are getting ready. They want to see who's going to come out on top with this one. Both teams, fan favorites here. We talk about Wolves being the main characters, but it does feel like Gen G might just be the antagonist that ends their run here today. Question is, though, whether or not Wolves can actually stand tall here, and you see Texture as he gets ready to go, Kukuka. This is going to be the guy on the server that I'm looking out for through and through. How can he not be?
We've been speaking wonders of both Texture and Juicy. At some point, someone has to be above Texture, otherwise he will be the king of this tournament. For Juicy, one of the biggest opportunities, if he can keep up the performance that we've seen so far, the chance could be his.
So much of what I'm looking at on this game, across all of the maps, is how Gen G can flush the lurks from Spring. Wolves is almost always going to play slow, attack side default with double smoke comps, focusing on getting Spring into lurk positions on that Viper. I think the win condition against this team is not giving first picks to that guy, denying him space, and clearing that back away when you're on your defense.
So much that they're going to have to worry about here, right? There's just so many layers. But I like what we saw earlier, though, Kukuka, what you were showing us with that deadlock. It just goes to show that this team, this Wolves squad, when you think that they could be a little transparent, no, they have so much complexity with them.
I think that, of course, we expect another stellar performance for the side of Scream. I'm looking at YU. I think that he was very good in the last match, and I think that he could also be the difference. Looking at this split, expecting the double controller plus the Cypher is what we can see, and Gen G has locked it in. They have no doubts, and they're repeating the same composition that they played against Fnatic. The Tejo is in. They will be starting on the defense, and they better start strong.
Yeah, this is a weird one. Gen G on defense. This is where they faltered against Fnatic. Their biggest problem was struggling to re-clear with a lack of information.
They're not scared.
Utility. They had to push into Fnatic a lot. Fnatic held for that aggressive aggression and punish them, and got to play those man advantages on their attack side mid-round. I think Wolves is going to try and go for a very similar thing, so it's a question of what Gen G changes up off of their learnings in the Fnatic game.
Yeah, and I want to see how Wolves, being a team that has experience with that deadlock, and of course, we're peeking this map and knowing that that possibility of Foxy being in it was very, very real, how they're going to deal with it.
A little interesting to see both the Viper and Cypher picked up for Wolves. Normally teams are only going into one of those agents. They fill a pretty similar role, but there's a lot of utility to stall on defense, a lot of opportunity for lurks on attack.
Toronto, let's get this show on the road and send it over to your casters. And I hope Pansy's got a gift because it's Hot Pog's birthday today, baby.
Welcome back, Michael. Happy birthday. Hopefully, this is going to be a bit of a treat because we also have that as well.
Well, I was going to say if we did anything on the show today, but thank you, it's not even lit. So no fire zone, I guess. But thank you very much. Yeah, an absolute gift, hopefully, today with this matchup. I mean, there's many a talking point here.
Okay. Let's start with Gen G, right? Kind of the gatekeepers of greatness here, right? This could be where the fun stops for Wolves. This could be Dream Run.
Yeah, although it's not do or die for Wolves, this is certainly,
it's
again, there's a very short list of teams from SEN that have made it this far, so certainly here with potentially a lifeline, no elimination, still a chance to make it work, but Gen G, who they have to overcome. And
oh man, it's go time.
In terms of new kids on the block, making a dream run, we're really going to tap into sort of the preparation coming into this. Almost a benefit, actually, to come to Split and see the same composition for Gen G.
Because this puzzle has been solved. We've seen it before, the desk going through it. Mimi highlighting that, you know, the cycling of the utility was a profound problem in the game up against Fnatic previously. And now we ask the question, can Wolves find that same sort of look here? Already though, Texture, who has been probably one of the highlight players thus far, off to a belting start.
Certainly slow things down here in the pistol, as well as this utility in mid. Wolves probably happy to sit behind this, wait for anything further if Gen G do show anything. So the Viper util goes back up, now stacked up reinforcements here in mid.
These deadlocks look good, Mike. I've liked seeing it here. Foxy 9 looking solid on this, and we've expected this sort of pace from Wolves, right? Slow, cautious, methodical, very clear-cut, very precise in approach. But the timing from Foxy 9 will hinder this. It's going to slow them down. Paranoia's going to come through, but a quick slip towards the site means safety is secured. Texture still unaffected. They've given up a lot of space though, and there's not that many rotations. Mike, where's the support here? Texture left on his island, still going to get 2 so far. Looking to make it a 3rd. He's done it! 13 seconds! This guy is just out of his mind.
10 seconds left.
Looking for more! Come on! Almost an ace off the rip, and look at the time. Spring.
Uh-oh, Wolves. I don't like it.
Looking more like summer and autumn at this point. It's done for Gen G. Round 1.
Can't ask for much more from Texture to kick things off here. Certainly discussing an MVP level performance already so far here in Toronto. Only really the reload that prevents the ace from coming through here. Just a lack of pressure really out of the corner, lack of coordination, but the swings here you can see in the replay. Happy to sit back, dig his heels in and deliver here for Gen G. As well, just coming back to that discussion on the deadlock. Talk about how, you don't really want to say all in on this first wave of utility with Teo, but certainly deadlock, a tool to slow things down beyond that. Not necessarily removing the risk, I guess, of a lack of utility. Wolves kicking off slowly here.
And if we're talking bigger picture, look, Gen G's pistols have been really solid. I mean, statistically, it's been the case.
Well,
so
yeah. The numbers show that for sure.
Yeah, so this, I don't want to say an expected result, but you know, you kind of know that Gen G is going to get a good start here. For Wolves, they need to build back in now, though. This round, obviously just with the classics, not going to find too much. Obviously, the extremity dealt with by Texture and Caron. I mean, not going to leave it all to Texture. He's a name in the mix here. Obviously, Gen G, it's a bit of a highlight reel. Hard to avoid many of them. Caron's still going farming. And now he's got...
It's crazy watching a pro play deadlock.
One kind of hearts and minds out here. See if that baby...
Hello, Really Pork Chop. Welcome to the channel.
Squad, but slow starts here, and Gen G clean as anything.
I think as well, Wolves probably need to find a way to deal with this utility in mid.
Watching some Valorant.
Genji's ability
Eating
to
some breakfast.
yes,
Let's go.
close the shutter. Texture able
Hit
to
me.
farm up, but that's probably pretty close to goal. Just one away.
To give you some background, I'm a financial advisor. I'm a certified financial planner professional.
From around like this,
I worked at Vanguard for 13 years,
to navigate
and I
through
quit my
that
job
SEN
to
pressure across the map.
help people with their finances.
They want to weaken Foxy9's ability. As they're locking it down. 2-0 the start here. First buy round here for Wolves. Spread evenly in this default.
But I like this deeper push towards B. Even that audio cue kind of planting their flag in this map very early on. I like this from Genji. Not afraid to make moves, and even on towards that A side as well, pushing up a little bit deeper. You saw only in that second round, Texture willing to take that fight.
Two presence shown on both sides of the map for Genji. So, Trip dealt with early in B main, so we'll force Let's count on a little deeper here with the Guardian.
Toxins going up.
Late use of the drone as well to re-clear actually.
Missile deployed.
Outside A. So Genji with a pretty good idea now. Where the focal point is, Munchkin going to be first on the chopping block, potentially.
There's a lot of pressure on middle, but Foxy9 is up to the test. Takes away Juicy, and that's a big player gone, right?
Man.
That's a lot of that springboard into the site, now lost. This is starting to worry me. When we're looking at the time, 35 seconds, they haven't had a huge success anywhere. They didn't get the steps towards middle.
Oh
They're
my
not
goodness.
getting towards B. Genji looking so refined.
I got randomly banned on our stream team Discord
Mid on the back of the Prowler.
by, according to Frost U.
To perfection. Wolves almost
I certainly did not ban you, Pork Chop.
now in the buy round. Probably thing is if you want to hold on to these rifles here. you
When
wanna
did
see
this happen?
On the mini-map, Spike
Like-
not committed anywhere. I'm going to look for a kill.
Just now?
Big win for
10
GNG
seconds left.
with the bonus.
Toxins going up.
Apply further pressure here onto Wolves. Like I said, really, I mean, the big positive would be
In the morning
to
for
go
you?
even in this trade for mid in this first buy round for them. Whether or not
Yeah, I apologize, brother.
layers
That was not me. I did not ban you.
be able to get something back. Two players that did struggle financially, but Guardian between them, perfect timing here for Cowan as well to pick up that kill.
This hasn't felt difficult yet.
No, I mean, coming into this, we were talking about what is very kind of hard-hitting, simple
That was good, man.
right? It's
Sorry for the trouble.
slow default, wait out some of this utility, but
Got kicked and then
the
banned.
real concern
What'd you do?
there was,
Why'd you get kicked? Why'd you get banned? What was going on?
Wave, right? Or some of the other things that we saw Tejo do very
I'll be back.
effectively. Here, it's not even really an issue. Wolves aren't getting over the first hurdle almost.
Yeah, I need to see them come up with a little bit more here, because we know the potential is there, but off the start, Spring and Lysa are the only ones who've been able to get even a kill thus far. It's been quiet. The map feels like it's not even a 50-50. A lot of, the extremities are under Genji's control.
Yeah, and you don't want to see Wolves coin flipping on some of these scenarios. You want to see them come in, reinforced, and kind of hit these kind of pressure points for Genji, but they haven't really figured out where they are just yet.
No, it feels like they couldn't quite get that grip on how they want to approach middle. I mean, we saw Juicy kind of go in there almost solo through the smoke and gets dealt with, and that felt like it fizzled around. So then does this become almost indicative of a very direct approach from Wolves? That's kind of how you're going to imagine it, right? These kind of slower defaults, working through middle and those extremities quite passively, didn't really reward them much. And now if they're going to go for a direct site approach, that's going to, if anything, now reward the operator.
And actually a much deeper setup here from Foxy9 in terms of the util, so
Toxins going up.
see whether or not actually
Poison
Wolves
orb emitting.
will find something to exploit here towards A. Still two members for Genji, Munchkin and
All
Karen.
right, Pork Chop's gone. Pork Chop's gone.
Big contact found here.
Let's see what they do with this, though. Do they... okay, so right now Genji are re-clearing middle as
I
well.
was going to say, right on the back of this, there's a re-clearance through mid. No confirmation just yet, but
Look how deep they're holding this default,
Yeah.
right? Because Texture's temptation will be to maybe fact-find further. Or do you assume they're all there? Texture, you don't, no. Ooh, he's a lucky boy, 5 HP, and he's still breathing. But it shows that there's still a default in play, right? That's pretty intense.
Well, it was just-
pressure elsewhere. Maybe there's still
It was
pressure
just some
middle, but there's
random.
still
I
more
was just in
going on
VC with some other people, including a mod called Tyler.
say if Texture had
Once
taken
he got
damage,
kicked, I
that's
joined
the
back and joined
almost
VC
with
again.
this
And a
trip
few
up
seconds
towards
later, I
B7.
got banned. Wait, so you weren't saying anything or doing anything? You were just sitting there, or what?
Genji, obviously, with where this trap placement is, have given up mid. Got to be aware of vents now.
Yeah, there is a chance that that vent player could be a problem, but it's already being watched. And with Texture on that deep line, they're safe. Caron, how are you hitting that? But finally, Wolves breaking.
He's gonna get 2 here.
They
Yeah.
don't know about it. Gen G simply having numbers. Spring still fighting forward. Wolves in the 2v2. Rotation on the way. But it's Caron. Looks right. Takes down one. Looks for the follow-up. Caron is
Oh my goodness.
kills. And Gen G reading Wolves like a book.
You can even see here.
That feels weird, Porkchop. I've never really known anybody in the server to ban anybody for nothing. So I am very confused. I'm very confused. I need to know more about this story.
When it comes down to just two not able to sync up, get a unified swing onto site here.
Nice.
Fantastic play from Gen G. Wolves now back down to all but one sheriffs across the board.
As 1-1-3 approaches, they're tough. Those late retakings of space coming out from the likes of Texture, or that almost awareness of the, okay, we've left vents open, that's fine, we'll kind of catch that from heaven.
Thanks, Porkchop. Have a good one, sir.
Here. I need to see if Wolves can be disruptive. I want to see them try and get in
It's
there.
literally like the same thing as last time.
It feels like rinse and repeat, right? But there's no flying juicy towards the site.
Yeah, on the back of actually the paranoia invested in there. There's not really going to be much behind that. So a big win out for Gen G on a lesser purchase.
I mean, the one
Obviously,
benefit...
1 HP, by the way.
I guess there is that small benefit in the fact that they are figuring out that maybe they can draw that utility out of Ash, and it's incredibly hard then for Gen G to re-clear some of these spaces. But this isn't the round to make the most of it. This might be another moment for the man here. 5 and 1, make it 6. Count them up as you go. Juicy's gone down, and he doesn't look under pressure. But oh my goodness! Oh my god! Texture! This is unthinkable!
Oh!
Man army. And
let's go, Spring.
Still a chance, but 20 seconds. Someone's got to go above and beyond for their side if they want a chance in this one. Spike's knocked down. And this slow creeping death with the judge is coming in from Munchkin.
Slow creeping death.
To make their move. Munchkin now knows the player nearby. That judge is lethal.
Yo, if he clutches this, that'd be so...
It ain't happening.
Never mind.
Mike, these guys look so controlled.
Yeah. So drilled today. We got Texture and Caron delivering on opposite sides of the map here. Not much for Wolves to do. A lack of inventory in this round. I mean, he's just happy to stand his ground here. Actually, a miracle almost that he shut down what he was. A well-placed headshot by Spring, but not many positives for Wolves to build upon here. Back into a bye round. Really, now you're asking something to step up the pace a little bit. They've got to find some sort of victory in the early round in terms of util drawn out or a trade somewhere across the map, because Gen G are just winning everything.
And it feels like Gen G have got all the right kind of solutions so far. They know their strengths and weaknesses. Maybe learning from that game up against Fnatic, but a big opportunity here for Wolves to try and put together all of the pieces they've learned thus far. But as it stands, the big man himself, Texture, is over here. This guy, again, absolutely miraculous performance. Gen G re-clearing towards ramp. We know the pace coming out from Wolves is slow, but they are still here, and now here comes the fight. Already Texture can't support here, denied by the cross.
He saw him throw the...
It feels like these kills are untradeable. How many times we've seen
the
Juice
sensor
go down?
still just push forward.
Spring is there to take away Ash, but there's still time being purchased.
So hesitant to swing onto that. A window of opportunity passing them by almost. Luckily now, will equalize. It's level pegging now with a 4v4, but 45 seconds, you're looking for another win for Wolves, really, but it doesn't come. Texture finds one. Munchkin now with a judge shut down. Lysor potentially opening up this round.
But the spikes here towards A, if their temptation is to rotate through towards B, which isn't a bad shout, they still need to get this spike through vents, through middle, over towards B, and you can see that maybe Texture's going to try and mirror that. If it goes silent towards A, that inkling is it's going to be this B hit. But look who's waiting here, Caron. No slats by any means. Hello. No. What? Oh dear. Oh dear, we need another timeout. We need to get this one right, because that should never have happened. Caron just given the gifts of the kingdom. Look at this guy, just the keys left out on the table. There's the support from Texture. 8 seconds, and it's confidence confidence from Texture. He's playing with him, he's toying with him, and maybe you should respect him. But look at the HP, it's long. And actually, a gift, a chance.
No!
There was a second it became possible, Mike, but this slate remains clean. Gen G, unfazed so far.
The Lysor TP leans towards maybe being a little rattled here, the nerves getting to Wolves. Obviously, we're talking about elimination, but the stakes much higher versus Gen G here. Almost a jump scare for Lysor. Again, the difference being, look how quickly Texture's happy to swing onto this to try and bail Karen out.
Yo, what's up, Soft?
Pulled here before round 7. Like I said, is feeling a little rattled here. Maybe looking towards a desperation play to get something on the board. Well, stop the rot, basically.
When we're looking at the entry power, right, Juicy is 0 to 6 right now, and there hasn't been many trades even off his deaths. The spacing feels like it's being punished.
Yeah, actually, there are many other times you talk about duelists actually numerically not looking, but if you're getting bodies onto a site,
that's fine.
Yeah,
as long as, you know, if it's serving a purpose,
basically, yeah.
But right now there isn't that next layer to it. It feels like there's hesitance here from Wolves, which is
the ramp
surprising.
situation, we can see on the X-ray two players ready, stacked up, ready to re-swing onto that, but nobody wanted to commit. I'm curious what the comms are there, of whether or not somebody's not stepping up to the plate, but again, it's across the board right now for a team that has come to Toronto and almost become a fan favorite off the rip.
And rightly so, the way they were.
It's all because of Sufat Baby.
Watching them, right? You started to believe in it a bit, right? It was that like, okay, we've got another great team coming out of this region. Cool. Let's see how far they can go. And it has been a bit of a miracle so far. That dream run, right? And now it feels like they've met one of the giants. Now they've taken down some big teams on the way, but Gen G, you're looking at these guys, honestly, throughout Swiss, they were one of the best.
Yeah, especially with the form we're talking about.
Yeah. But a timeout, Mike. Maybe it'll help.
Well, but again, it's now a concern to have to pull the trigger on that in round 7. Let's talk about both timeouts being done in one half. Again, just who's behind that?
What's the utility? Where's the layering?
What's the value of this peak?
And that's hard for Juicy as well. Like, I'm not expecting him to be able to just like clean swing middle and be able to, you know, do what he needs to. It needs everything to set it up in motion, but it's just not there. And Texture, not enough this time. Gets taken down by Spring.
Able to actually deny info off that trap. Texture caught completely off guard here. Lysor considering a bold move, actually.
Oh no, but
he whiffed.
Munchkin caught sleeping at the wheel. Lysor wants this one.
Hey, let's go, Lysor.
2 big kills.
We're not staying at 0. The Wolves win the tournament. Everybody has to add Fat Baby to their username.
Really dangerous though.
You know what? I feel like that's fair.
Spike planted.
Missile going, double swing. Nice from Wolves, much better. Karen falls, there we go.
All right, Wolves on the board. Let's go.
Thank God for that. A little more proactive, but Gen G caught sleeping on 3 separate occasions in this round. Credit where it's due to Wolves for dissecting this B site hold, but that started with Juicy falling for free in mid. A bold maneuver from Lysor. That's reflected in Munchkin's reaction to the situation, or lack thereof.
Enemy remaining.
The Wolves able to drag this one across the line.
He's up.
You can see on the other side of the stage still smiles.
Are you gonna do it, Soft?
It's one of those, it felt like overconfidence, right? Some of those peaks, good to see it being punished. This could maybe curb some of that, I guess, confidence coming.
It's also like the player act. When Juicy falls, you can see it's almost like, oh god, not again.
There we go, yep. Oh dear, right. Texture's been just about everywhere.
Mega Fat Baby. That's actually kind of a banger name.
That does
No?
give him the angle now to...
He'll take the space back though.
Look, he's been doing well at these deeper lines too. He's, you know, we saw it over towards that B main early on. Oh my god, they're coming this way. Texture has no idea how many people are about to come out of those sewers. Do they clear it with the Prowler? I think that might be in hand. The timing.
The temptation to almost sit on that rope there and just hold it.
This Prowler's good though. It's really good. Nice work there. Have to invest it early though. This is, you know, look how deep that has. Just clear Texture away from this, and they're not even heading this way. Thinking that's enough of a fake, but it's not. There's still 3 players for Gen G on this side of the map. Yeah, they're trying to get through heaven, but look who's waiting. Foxy9 buys them time. Take a seat. They have to try and flee the
What a
site.
play.
Gen G still holding numbers.
Didn't
still
get anything, but still.
35 seconds.
Yo, why are they not double swinging? Oh, okay, Foxy9. Okay.
One after the other, we've seen Karen do it, we've seen Texture. Now Foxy9 puts his name up in lights. It's just Spring. Has to take the walk. It's 15 seconds. The spike is in Narnia. Another one back here for Gen G.
10 seconds left.
You can see the amount of stall invested to this setup. We'll get a chance to look at it once again, but Wolves figure out where the operator is in this round, and just the obstacle course laid out by Gen G. So many things for Wolves to deal with.
Yeah, you can stand up for that one. Yeah, that one's good. That's solid. I mean, this does feel like we've got kind of the two fronts of Gen G working here. Individually, yeah, they're hitting like a truck, right? This again, beautiful control, but look at spacing.
I mean, yeah, this is the first time to actually see
someone trying to swing
in a position, stacked up, ready to try and deal with somebody. It's got to be frustrating.
Well, you feel like you're hitting a literal brick wall.
Yeah.
Like, you're like, okay, cool, we're going to try and trade in, get that spacing right. Oh, okay.
In a game of numbers, you still want to put yourself in those positions, so...
Trying to speed up on this, but Munchkin joined by Ash with just a shot in the dark.
Gen G just kind of looks at another level here, huh?
That's the first step here. Can they get this building from this point, though? An untraded kill back, that's perfect. Ash, though. Filling the gap towards middle. And if they take their eyes off the ball for a moment, Foxy9 pulls their attention here, and they're so confident. Look at the swing, they're getting punished on this confidence. Karen is still holding the site, no. Okay, the paranoid didn't land.
Well, actually, it comes down to a 2v2, but a lot of time to work with here. Pit actually will expire over towards A, so now Munchkin in a pretty rough spot. Potential here for Wolves to pinch him.
Lovely, lovely. What?
That's bold. That is very bold to leave somebody behind them now. Karen, a lot of ground to cover to regroup here, but looking as if they might actually stack up towards main. Looking for a safe plant from Wolves.
Yep.
And a very comfortable post plant here. Plenty of time to set
Omega, fat baby.
Look at the pace though, look at the pace coming in. Munchkin wants in on this fast. Both ults pretty much sent towards CT, but Munchkin's already controlling the site. The other side of this. I'm not going to get that one done, a little too far. But Karen now closing in as well.
Kind of like this ult here. It's a
Other
Bangadore.
side of the pillar. What can he do here? A couple of smokes, but that's about it.
There's no way Viper is your bro.
So does the Pit, and now Karen's got a real chance at this. See if Fat Baby's gotta clutch up here for a chance here. The nerves now starting to show here. What are you gonna do? No way, no way. Nicely handled. Took the
Fat Baby!
Job done. Second round for Wolves.
Everyone will fall with a second on the board, nonetheless. Not necessarily a sigh of relief in terms of the finances, but certainly in terms of this scoreline. Another example here where the trades come through quick enough. Like I said, comes down to a 2v2, but Wolves able to stabilize a little bit.
That damn smile. 7-2. Come on, can they recover this? This feels like there's still something here, right? Maybe a bit of that confidence starting to building, maybe a bit of that back in yourself. Maybe Wolves aren't done yet. They've kept the buy humble. Look at Munchkin. Look at Ash. Bulldog, Stingers. They've given themselves. They've carved out a little bit of room here for Wolves. Gonna have the ult ready for Juicy. One away from YU.
Bring them down.
Couple of options now.
To slow down the early rounds, much like the start of Split. 4 over towards B main here. Munchkin and Karen tasked with controlling this.
Karen had to give away the game. These horses have been really nice. Genuinely, really nice. The ult.
Yo, Juicy.
I don't understand what happened there. I hope we catch it on a replay, but oh god, no. This
Do I want to know?
I'm actually left back with the not again. 59 swings in, gets 2, and Ash is there. What's happened there to Wolves, Mike?
Well, the showstopper's gone somewhere. Certainly not the intended placement, I'd hope.
I'm watching for this replay. I just don't understand how it happened.
Karen dealt with here. I mean, that's rough. I mean, down to 1 HP because of decay taking effect.
Does anybody know how to use Deadlock's ult accurately? Like they know for certain what it's gonna do this round.
Really heavy on a duelist player who's used to be able to take in that space, being
He's looked fantastic here as well.
Yes, and to have a downturn in performance like this feels really harsh. 8-2. Can he pick himself back up? Big question here. That judge could be lethal in the middle. Munchkin.
We can see on the X-ray.
Brave boy. Oh dear.
To regroup back towards sewers. Munchkin will give up the space temporarily, but tucks into Mayo now. Texture will be foaming at the mouth here. Oh, but actually, swing and a miss on the first, but Wolves not able to springboard on the back of that and look to overwhelm the operator. Obviously with a Neon, it's tough to really pin him down after the first shot regardless if he hits or not. But 50 seconds now. Still Ash here able to slow down any progress towards A side. And even further now, the utility causing lots of problems for Wolves.
Wide eye field texture might be on for one here. Here they come, that's the first.
30 seconds left.
Foxy9 gets the second. Foxy9 is just cruising through this game. Sadly, the purchase obviously in this round was far from perfect for Wolves. Trying to make it work with what they had, just Sheriffs, maybe a little bit of hope. But Texture still just controlling the site, making it difficult here. He's feeling that pressure, getting closer. 10 seconds, they're gonna work for a block. The spike gets dropped. BB goes down, and now it's all too easy for Texture.
Yikes.
Good lord, can anyone stop him?
Texture again delivering for Genji. Foxy9 as well. Crucial kills for him to kind of keep that pressure away from Texture on site with the operator. Staring down the barrel, at least a purchase here in round 12 for Wolves. But potentially looking at the best scenario being a 9-3.
Not an impossible score if they get that third, but you've got to add into the equation. Genji good on the pistol.
Certainly not feeling good about that one, but
but Wolves need to keep some hope.
Yeah, that would definitely be
when you take him out.
All things considered. So he's starting what 6-0 in this half. Both timeouts used. A long road back ahead of them in the second half.
Okay.
I want to try and clear ramp control again. We've seen that kind of different tempo from Texture, aggressive, now sitting very, very passive.
Almost now playing with the idea of where is the operator, right?
Yep. They're making
testing,
it hard.
testing this default. Now they know. Juicy again, another first death for him.
Feels sacrificial at this point, but there's no benefit for it. Spring trying to slip ahead here. It's actually done really well. Completely unexpected. Spring finds a bit of timing. Munchkin now a little bit worried. He's got pressure. Great work from Wolves, making some space on this B site. You can potentially get a plant here as well. You do have mid being controlled by YU. This is good. Plants in play.
30 seconds
and
left.
Player advantage.
That's it, make that an even further advantage. Now just a 1v4 for Ash. Revealed. Not even getting that first.
All right, we got a 9-3.
A 9-3 half here for Genji. You could argue a slight recovery towards the end for Wolves, but like I said, a tall order here in the second half.
All right, time to do my first push-ups of the day. Dude, I can't believe I did 700 push-ups in one day. Seeing how long this takes to build up, it's like, wow.
For the 2
Gen G to win? Let me hear you! Oh, I feel there's a little bit of Wolves fan here. If you are a fan of Wolves, I want to hear you howl with me on a count of 3. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3. Oh! One more time, if you want Gen G to win, let me hear you! And for the Wolves!
Frostfat, baby! 0-9? That's a crazy stat. Man, so you guys ended up hanging out for another, I mean, I saw messages going until 3 a.m., but yo.
Let's be realistic here. A 9-3 half, but let's kind of look at how we got to this. It felt
Oh
like
man, my
Wolves
favorite
found
song's
a
back.
couple of ways
It
to
won't be
too
long.
late in the day.
Certainly did. I mean, a couple of opportunities outside B, for example. That
My man
hold
wanted to hang out.
Caught off guard a little bit. Obviously, see here with the econ report from Coinbase. Again, with a scoreline like this, tough to really take away many positives, Lauren.
Yeah, and I think the one, even in a negative light, that I feel bad saying it, but I want to see more from Juicy. He's had a really brutal first half.
Certainly the anomaly that stands out here for the negative reasons, but again, not really riding on his shoulders. Like I said, there's, I mean, we discussed this, right? It's fine if your duelist goes 1 and 12, but if he's dying on site and you're following through, absolutely fine by that. That's not the case for Wolves here in the first half.
But those 3 rounds give a couple of opportunities. The issues begin though with the pistol, Mike, because we've talked about this. I mean, everyone knows it. Gen G statistically are nuts at pistol rounds.
And also when you can take into consideration converting the bonus and then 3 rounds behind that in the first half, you've got to beg that Wolves able to find success here if there's any hope of recovering split.
Gotta go.
Just making it harder for him.
6th man for Wolves right now, slowing down that progress towards site.
But again, it's an
I'm gonna be a deadlock main.
And they actually make it out pretty.
Oh yeah, that's right. I need to.
Drawn an extra body.
I need to go into Boomer Zoomers.
Mid firmly in control of Wolves, and it's almost actually I mean, the timing there was actually perfect on the minimap. You see when Spring decided to head back over towards B.
Oh, this is going to be hard as Juicy on this side of the map too.
Yeah.
Right. This is a time for him to. If he gets
She's got time. Man, I thought Sentinels were the first game today.
Lovely, and that's so indicative. Finding texture there feels like there's got to be more, right? There's got to be more players behind this. See Spring slowly coming back over as well. Gen G trying to work in the dark almost.
Oh, they switched it?
You'd almost hope that even though texture falls there,
Why do they switch it? They want to ensure people are watching the late game or what?
And Juicy still able to play into this, and the cross is being watched. That's fantastic from Wolves. A 2v3 though. Numbers still looking good for Wolves here. Denied the springboard straight through heaven, but still. Plant's going to be in for Gen G. Prowler goes through close, doesn't find too much. It's Paranoia, if it's well placed, could be perfect. And maybe a trade out here. Yeah, it is. Lysor going to send him back. Foxy9 wanted to get involved. Lysor takes him down. Maybe a chance here to build this game back. Carrot can't do it all.
I like it.
Giving themselves exactly.
They said they didn't switch it. I swear it said 9 a.m. It won't be long.
It's the pistol round for Wolves. Like I said, well navigated initially here. Well, the fact we saw that on the screen.
Maybe not. I don't know.
Gen G able to
Yeah, I was like very confident when I went to bed last night that I needed to be up early for this.
As soon as Wolves see that in the kill feed,
Nice, boys!
they know to try and get ahead of this hit. And
They need that. You can see it. Look at it. Look at the difference in them already.
One of the few examples where actually, even though it's a 1 for 1, a 2 for 2 as well, Juicy and YU able to kind of stop that from developing into any further threat.
Texture's got armor and a stinger as well. He's given away, it's here. Quick Paranoia and a quick pace. They want to try and pressure this problem early, straight up towards heaven.
Yeah, not looking phased.
Oh, they're committing. Texture's down. Oh, Lysor, brilliant hold from him. No support there though, could maybe make the most of this. See if that BB is in a really good position though. Yeah, lovely catch, easy. Now he's kind of left in a bit of trouble here. Karen gonna pick up the stinger. Wait, Munchkin just brought out the classic on Juicy. It's a 2v2. We're still at a minute. This has been far fast and furious. The plant gonna put the time on Gen.G's side. And Munchkin, careful, these corners contain problems. Spring trying to pick up the pieces. Sprays, and he can't break it. Spring lands it, and Wolves stay in this.
Gen.G looking to get a little fruity here, catch Wolves off guard. Almost did to go.
Well.
I saw, again, you can't ask for much more when you go for
You never know.
commitment there to the stinger, but
God, it was this that played was that 2v2
I wouldn't blame you guys. I wouldn't blame you guys.
Phoebe doesn't actually swing against the Bulldogs. It's a little awkward there.
I'm gonna be here just in case the miraculous happens. All right, I'm getting kind of tired of Twitch. Twitch keeps doing this. Wait. I am super confused.
Active clearance towards mid here.
All right.
Take a risk
Time
here.
to smoke.
I have the spike.
This is fabulous timing. This could free up the additional player to hit the rotate. Depends on Ash. I mean, still, full kit of util could clear this. Timing then becomes everything. Still about a minute to play with here.
Waits for the util to drop and actually then sends the drone through. And I guess, yeah, confirmation of 2 players.
No Viper wall.
YU now will be called upon.
A lot of pressure on him here. TP taken. They're already through. This is going to be a plant. Unless... Why are you trying to spray in here, hoping maybe catching someone trying to get up towards that heaven side? But this is still a bonus for Wolves, but of course that scoreline is such a heavy weighing factor. The plant's now in for Gen.G.
Juicy down to 5 HP. Does have the regen, but
It won't be
really
long.
going to keep him in a comfortable position here if he does decide to commit.
But if the util goes right, Mike, they've got Pain Shell, they've got Haunts, they've got Paranoias. They just they need to disrupt the back line one. And that's how you do it for Gen.G. It's back-to-back damage. Gen.G making it look almost too easy. Lysor can't even make it through CT. There's so much utility in his way. Gen.G suddenly stop the tracks.
And Atsi will keep 4 alive here. So much cleaner in their victory in the second half. Sorry. Again, the purchase not quite there for Wolves. Going to come back in now, and ultimately it's going to burn up pretty much everything in the bank. Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Don't need to see him.
I mean, again, see kills come through like that, and it's really rough for Wolves, and frustrating as well.
If you're looking at it traditionally, that's not the worst thing in the world to lose out on. This, though, cannot go the same way.
No,
Then it becomes 11.
And nothing in the bank.
Yeah.
Juicy, at least for, other than the disaster in the first half, building towards the showstopper. Not going to get it in this round. But a chance maybe to build towards it for the next if the purchase is lacking. Gen.G firmly in control of mid this time. Maybe want to actually dip their toes to see what was going on early on in the previous round.
This kind of rolls back to that discussion on the desk as well. There's none of that real cyclable utility, and Juicy dominating over towards A again.
Yeah, Munchkin once again. Maybe showing a lack of respect, but
this could be huge. See that BB, if he's read this right, if they've got this right, he's in trouble though. They're coming.
All right, he got one. He got one.
Shot, he's still been taken, but he takes one down with him from the grave near on. And now Lysor watching that cross. This is a good position. Commits, catches, punishes.
Nice. Let's go, Lysor.
He's done his job here. The rest of the team now in support. Karen has no opportunity to play in from here.
30 seconds
1v4
left.
Spike
It won't
over
be
towards
long.
Hill. No chance of him having a say in this round. And you touched on that from the desk as well. Almost feels like, yes, the concern being there's no second wave almost. Wolves maybe reading into that perfectly in this
Welcome to the chat room. What has my thing been doing? Did I miss
Gen.G
chat?
had to almost commit behind
10
that.
seconds left.
And I do want to see when Gen.G decide on a timeout, if they feel like they need it, right? Because so far, I feel like Wolves have
Man,
a grip on this.
dude, Yeah, I missed all this stuff. I might go with some breakfast. Frost saying that at 10 p.m. That's my usual dinner. If not later, that's normal. I don't know what's going on with Streamlabs, man.
Over towards 8. How much more is he going to keep doing that?
Do Gen G now decide to
I
maybe
really
try
don't get
and
it.
feed into that a little bit? Just in the nick of time there to find Foxy 9.
It's adjustment from Lysor. I really like the fact he just dips down, catches the cross, knows that pressure's coming from heaven. He takes a gamble that's not going to come through main at the time. I like that. Starting to see a bit more decisive, confident plays. You're not leaving Munchkin out there on his own again, are you?
Well, don't expect a peak win this time around.
Oh, pace. Okay, pace. Name of the game. At least to look to kind of imply pace.
You see actually almost anticipating somebody slipping ahead of that utility spring. Not spammed out though. Gen G very curious about this mid hold. Once more.
You look at those salvos have now been burnt by Ash. Still has the drone, but once that's gone, you've got to be really committing that where you need it, right? It can't just be used lackadaisically at this point. Again, I like this from Wolves. Good control towards middle here. And the time's starting to be burnt.
Question mark on both sides, to be honest with you. Ash now clearing through with the drone.
I'd like them to bring an extra body back towards B, though, because it feels like this is the right read from Gen G.
Paranoia. Potential here to send it through. Actually, the re-clearance here has been made perfectly timed.
Really, really nice. The Paranoia just going to skim past, doesn't quite catch it, but they're in trouble. They're under pressure. Frost gets made this time. Spring going to fall. And now you're going to see Texture trying to take towards the side. Karen's managed to find Lysor. See Bad Baby spinning around. Got to do damage. Still holding on. Buying time. A 3v2. And look at Texture's HP. It's low. But the plant's coming in. The paint shell gets thrown through. Denies that quick springboard in. And now let's look at the post plant. Where do they decide to hold?
Cage triggered.
One backside, 2 towards pillar. YU needs a bit of impact off this. Doesn't get what he wants, but Juicy slowly stepping forward. Nice from YU. Crying out Ash from the corner. But a complimentary post plant now. Texture spotted. YU misses. And Karen finds Juicy.
Dang, why you needed
YU,
that.
this is a difficult situation. And Texture wins. Is that YU will not relent? He wants this.
Oh, YU, that was awesome.
Karen stands his ground.
Except for the whiff. Except for the whiff. That was not.
Again.
Rough turn of events here, because I think the paint shell maybe bouncing off the wrong wall here from Juicy, because should have all but sealed the deal on a kill here on the plant. I see Fat BB stands his ground for as long as you could hope for in this situation. That's the fact that why you even corrects on that one. Because Karen, safe pair of hands, still standing for Gen G. Will deliver the 11th.
And now this is the round that if you're looking at Juicy, you're hoping he's not going over their peak. But you can see where they're approaching. That's the ult now online. A bit of a different look coming out from Gen G.
Now, whether or not they're going to try and actually react on the back of this trip in mid, to wait for that re-clearance from Wolves and know that there's potentially 1 or 2 bodies invested over there.
This is a really nice approach from Gen G. I like what they're doing here. And it's going to have to pick up the pace a bit now that they've broken this. But they've been given the red carpet rollout, right? YU was good last round, but this is asking a lot. Great. Isolated fight on towards Karen. And takes a second. Oh! Spring! Suddenly appears out of nowhere.
Spikes up on rafters.
Oh, that could be done for. Foxy 9 and Ash. How are they going to get back to it? Ram's guarded, it's controlled. You've got Spring waiting here. Bucky in, and he gets the shin, but that's not enough. Foxy 9 powers forward, Juicy and Lysor.
Let's go, let's go.
Gen G are a little quicker to get to site here, but YU finding 2 is an absolute miracle here. Texture looking to break the crosshair placement.
Spike down A.
But actually, it's Spring to actually pick up the backside of this execution. Like I said, Spike falling on rafters, a disaster for Gen G. And finally, we'll force the timeout here. 11-7 the scoreline, and Gen G have to take a breather, take stock of the situation, because Wolves certainly putting up a fight here in the second half, Lauren.
They really are. I can considering the amount of rounds they had to come in with. They had to go against the odds, literally, of picking up just a pistol against Gen G. And now they've built on this. We're starting to see Juicy starting to fire up a bit. We're starting to see the Wolves players looking a bit more confident, getting a good read, and maybe starting to exploit some of those problems that Gen G were having up against Fnatic. This utility cycle is still an issue.
Yeah, I mean, you made that comparison to the first wave and how Gen G almost you'd lean towards if Ash isn't the lurker, right? The one to kind of sell something elsewhere. Wolves know to expect something behind that util. Certainly one of the positives for them. You don't necessarily want to see them sit back and rely on that, because you can get a little dicey there with, you know, 3, potentially 4 members of Gen G looking to follow through in it. But adjustment here from Munchkin over towards A, who's not found any value up against Juicy. See if that does, yeah, see if that does continue. See, actually, Gen G may be toying with the idea of a quicker all-in piece here with pistols.
And 1-1-3, maybe looking to try and catch or punish any of those information plays down middle or towards B main, but we haven't really seen Wolves having to go to that yet, really. At least not early. Again, good reactive play off the back of the utility investment. And this is quick, though, from Ash. Already the drone going to come through. That's going to instantaneously spot the player up towards Vents, that being Spring. Foxy9's got to be a bit careful there. Yeah, does manage to back away towards Sewers, but gives away position. Now, there's a lot of additional support here.
Yeah, that was so close.
Very lucky not to get caught there on the readjustment.
Cam got a lot of info, though. That's a lot of players now noted. Surprised we don't see an additional body, but Fat Baby doesn't seem to be fussed. Doesn't seem to be upset about it. He holds the ground well, readjusts up towards Heaven. Still has full kit here, keep in mind.
Extra trying to find something, but Wolves not really giving anything away just yet. Rightfully so against this purchase. So 40 seconds now, and Gen G will re-explore mid.
Still being shouldered by Juicy, who's got his ult. If it's panic stations, right, he can best that. Still got one over towards site as well. There's the player noted. Spring can't do much to deny this. Going to get a good chip on the cross, and there's Juicy now being rewarded. That's probably going to be a 1, but it's done. Juicy doing well. Good control, good confidence builders here. He needs this. And Gen G not finding steps forward. Faltering almost on the way. Looking to thread the needle and find those timings. Punishing maybe rotations and support towards that A side, but it's not to be. And out texture, you're damn good. But I think this might be a little out of your means.
Frost gone. He went to have dinner. He went to have dinner.
A flawless round, Mike.
Frost is
this
out.
This could be the key steps to this game now actually being back on.
Back in on the purchase here for Gen G, so towards what they've discussed here. Said the Snakebite just catching. Was the paint shell to good use as well against the reset, actually. Slow down, maybe separate the remaining members of Gen G. But yeah, certainly looking towards the value of that timeout now. That gap all but closed. The hard work's already done in terms of the comeback.
Look at the switch up as well from all. We've got, what, 3 players playing middle. You've got the switch up of the Cypher util 2 over towards that B site, leaving just 1. That's going to be what, Lysol over towards A. So a really big read into maybe how Gen G want to approach this.
I think Wolves almost anticipating something off this drone early, or Ash's utility.
My God, are they just going for a shootout in middle? Oh, this is so bold. Ridiculous, and it works! Wolves igniting their confidence after a disastrous first half. Gen G, they're going to be on the ropes.
Going to be kicking themselves because they've been allowed to sit behind these smokes time and time again. Then
they're playing slow. They are playing into Wolves' hands.
This time around, the grand reveal, heartbreak for Gen G. Left to hold on to these 2 rifles and what feels like an eternity left on the clock.
And this scoreline, Mike, on the half, what was it, 9-3? It felt like I don't want to say impossible, it's just improbable, right? You talk about percentage chance. Now, even after the first couple of rounds, you're probably not that worried yet, right?
I hate to say it, but it was a 9-3 half versus Fnatic as well.
Oh, no.
Here on Split.
Bloody hell, that went, what, OT? Fnatic got
Feels
across
like
the line.
A bitter dream repeating itself here, potentially.
Yeah, this suddenly does feel like we've got a game. Like, the scoreline, as I said, suddenly becomes such a different looking beast. You're now held on 11, right? You haven't been able to break through that. You've been kind of
I think actually where Gen G, wasn't it like 11-7 or something? Where then
I'm like, oh. And Wolves are looking more and more confident. It's not just the fact that the scoreline is getting closer, but Wolves look good doing it.
What breakfast you gonna get, Soft?
Catching it there. Like I said, this is so heads up from Wolves, reading the situation, but it's on the back of, I don't want to say a gamble, but I want to say guess to what Gen G are doing early on here. It's only really been the drone that's been shown. There's no set piece towards mid that Gen G have displayed. Here with the Stingers.
Look at the ults though.
Yeah, looking towards a pace change here, and Lysol going to have his hands full if Gen G fully commit here off rip.
And it looks like a jump spot in middle reveals nothing, so I'm waiting to see how much Lysol can do. This is so much for him. I don't know how much he can even live in this situation. He's going to stick on site though, going to try and play towards pillar and hope the support comes in through heaven, and it is. Slowly but surely. Ult going to be invested coming out from Zufat BB, but it's still going to be Lysol.
They have to find him.
Lysol is so slippery about this! Threading the needle! So perfectly, and he's still alive. 15 HP, still breathing while he goes down. Munchkin giving them a bit of life here. Down to him and Karen to make this one work. It ain't happening. Karen now has to back away. What more is there to be done? Look where the spike is.
11 to 10 is crazy.
Basically on that side of the map, held that down.
Another situation, 45 on the clock. Karen has to hold on to this rifle. I mean, what are Gen G doing there?
They look like they're smacking into a brick wall. They don't know.
They're
what
able
they're doing.
to deny all the sight lines into sight. Again, I didn't actually track Foxy9's util, but I've been using that to stop the peak coming out from heaven, to isolate a sight player. Pit goes up towards screen. Lysol able to just exist for way too long.
These are frustrating rounds as well. If you're Gen G, right, you are great at this. You're not very clinical about it. Thanks, observers, for the switch. You're normally very clinical about these site takes. You know your protocol list very well.
10 seconds left.
They are not getting that right now. They are making some misses here, which is surprising to me.
We talked about Wolves being rattled in the first half. Now seeing something very similar of Gen G here in the second.
Cage
One away now. Look at that scoreline, 11 to 10. Wolves are at the door now. How is Lysol allowed to live that long? As you said.
Oh, wow, well, Juicy finding this kill as well. Certainly doesn't make things better, but unfortunately Munchkin put in a really, really tough position to try and potentially pass the spike off, but Karen's so disconnected, waiting for somebody to drop down and then pressure into their own pit, but it just doesn't happen. It almost looks like he's just watched this one passing by from main, to be honest.
Oh yeah, 11-10.
Now the second timeout used by Gen G.
And the crowd,
they love it,
starting to build behind them now.
Eggs and oatmeal.
It's a dangerous thing, and Wolves are
I like the eggs part.
igniting it here. As said, winning hearts and minds throughout this. The underdogs, the whole way through. Through Swiss, they look lethal. Here, they've kept that up. Now, it's one thing to have a close game against Gen G. It's another to beat
close
them.
out. Yeah,
exactly.
Absolutely. Certainly done the hard work, but they have to get this across the line now.
There's ult still here for Gen G as well.
With the comeback, oh yeah.
Actually pretty impactful ults as well. Foxy9's, Textures, and Ashes.
We did see Spring actually collect the orb as well, so the pit available here for Wolves, so they could close off a section of the map. Kick things off in round 22.
Here we go.
Actually going to put
like
YU
oh my God.
into a spot. Actually, they might even play into this. He's also got a one-way set up ahead of this.
The only thing that can really reveal it is what? Going to be the drone? And Ash is using that middle. They won't be able to clear this. This is still going to be a very uncomfortable position. So Ash pressuring towards heaven early.
Man, he just had to burn his drone and his nade.
He keeps his cool and he delivers Lysol again.
Dude.
In unison. The dream is
And are they saving? Are they saving again?
It's over for Gen G.
Look at the time. 1 minute 13. The outcome is determined here.
Karen's still holding.
This is a wild ride, baby.
Rifle for what, 4 rounds now.
Back to spawn we go. Again, this composition falling short. The drone invested towards middle.
All right,
Nothing
I'm doing
else to
push-ups.
reveal that. And why you great call from Wolves to do
this is exactly the recipe of a
Yep.
sort of setup that would cause problems for this composition. If the drone's not well invested, They've got to put a body on to find out where Wolves are playing.
They've done their homework today, haven't they, Wolves? Figuring it out. They had recent tape. They looked into it. They found ways to make it hurt. And these two final players of Gen G, I mean, you got to imagine the comms can't be feeling good right now. It's got to be tense as hell. You've just had your timeouts burnt. It is all down to that IGL, the boys on the stage itself. And they have watched this game slip away. They were at the door, now they're inside the building, Mike. It's 11-11.
How the tables have turned as well. Ash and Munchkin having a similar struggle that Juicy did in the first half. Unable to really have a say, have any input, to be honest with you. As Wolves now will tie things up. 11-11 here on Split.
Oh my God, as if they could take the lead in almost the final hour, right? In the final round near on. Now we're down to the real lower end of the purchase. That was the start, and then the round it felt like, as said, this was beautifully handled. Lights were working in brilliant unison with him as well. Not just leaving him out on his own. It was perfect.
I mean, you can see on the
man, they burned Tejo ult thinking we got this.
Gen G can't really do anything, but because they're so invested, the casualty's too great to recover.
Yeah, solo Tejo's kind of rough.
Have they learned their lesson? How do they approach it now? Try and deny maybe late space being explored on towards B main.
Especially when he's not as oppressive.
A test of their metal.
When he was oppressive, maybe.
Wolves' confidence will be sky high. Can they quell it? Can they break their hearts in the final moments? Wolves need to react correctly.
I don't like this. It's pushing too hard.
It's all been scary.
What am I talking about?
We're living
Do your thing, fat baby.
Right now for Gen G. Unable to really get themselves over the first hurdles of some of these rounds. It's just audacious approach.
I can get behind that maniac.
Towards this mid-hold, which has suited Wolves down to a T. We've seen them once just clean sweep behind this smoke.
Got these ults still. So much to bank on, but they're going back for this B split, this 3-2. 3 players from Wolves.
Yeah, that's true.
At least this time Texas is not going to be sliding into the trip.
Nice stall. Spring going to slow it down. Time now becoming a factor.
30 seconds.
The tension is literally palpable here. Here comes the hit.
Uh-oh,
do they survive
baby.
this? Texture goes in, gets the job done. Spring holds the line, takes down from C9. Spring in the backline.
Yo!
Takes down Texture. It's on Munchkin and Karon with 10 seconds really to play with. And look where the spike is, Mike.
10 seconds
It's up in heaven. 8 seconds. The time.
There is no way, dude!
The unthinkable is happening. Wolves taking the lead in the final hour.
Just the gift that keeps on giving.
The crowd are out of their seat with him.
And they clean up the round.
Woo! And they're all standing up.
Gen G to take away from round
Yo!
3.
Ults were burnt as well. They've got nothing left to bank on.
It's just
My burn!
fantastic to see Wolves step up to the plate once more.
How many heroes?
Him hitting that shot on Neon was big.
Those 2 up in heaven felt like it was a gift. Catching them on the way down. Unreal stuff.
Fade looking like he's born again in the coaching booth.
Hold on. It could still be OT. They have not got across the line yet. Gen G with one chance to just try and keep up in this Wolves, snatching away that 12th vote.
Gen G just looks so shook right now from how this second half has panned out.
Yeah, it's true. Getting the Materna flash is still valuable.
YU once more firmly in control of B site.
And sometimes it gets them, you know?
Not necessarily painting a clear picture, but Power sent down mid. So Wolves still aware of the potential here, and the drone again, almost now becoming Gen G's downfall in terms of telling Wolves what their intentions are. Haven't really seen
Very
it
true.
as misdirection too often.
No charges.
At least this time favourable in terms of numbers here. Only 2 members of Wolves. So in fact, maybe he has to respect this and... Oh no!
How's he? He's dead and buried. Texture looking to do it all himself. He has to. Spring can't save him this time. That B site now looking vulnerable. Can he hold on to this? YU's been good. This is a lot of pressure good paranoia. He takes the space off the back, and now here they go. Lights off. Ryu! Oh, back to back! Still holding on! Munchkin and Karen once again left with 10 seconds, and not much more, as this is a dream!
No way! Oh, dude! I said, ah! Super baby! Yo! That's crazy. Yo! Soft the Rizzler. I like that. I like that.
Juicy, it doesn't matter.
Juicy was 0-10 at one point. You hear? Juicy, it doesn't matter. You want to get right to the Sentinels. All right, push-up time. Push-up time. If you're not doing push-ups, you're weak. Let's go. Don't judge me for my number.
Let me show you how to fuck stuff. Oh man, I was just getting warmed up.
Spike defused.
I need to get a push-ups tracker.
Red Bull gives
I'm doing pull-ups. I'm doing one pull-up every time I go and do push-ups. If I do 10 sets of 10 and 1, I get there. But then at the end of the day, I get to a couple more. Or try to do more in a row. Exactly. There's now a real chance of Omega, 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 Fat Baby. It'll be the greatest name of all time.
day here, Master Toronto. I'm now joined by the coach of Wolves, Fade. Now, so much of this tournament has been defined by the double controller players. How much credit do you give to Spring and Lysor to be the ones to give you that chance to make a comeback in the second half?
Free advice guy, fat baby.
Like the timing
That's
we
fitting.
had against their comp, like how we choked them, denying them from entering the bomb site, and how we try to stall on site a lot of the rounds. So I think they get most of the credit for this comeback.
Thank you very much, Fade, and best of luck in map 2.
Folks, the plot armor is strong with the pack as they manage to come back and pick up a massive win on Split. The Wolves are up 1-0 over the world beaters of Gen G, and Kukugai genuinely could not believe my eyes.
It's so surprising because that first half with how Texture was playing with the operator, how Juicy could not find anything, just got completely pushed to the side. They get revitalized, renewed, and that second half, they
Maniac Wolf, fat baby, I like it.
Oh yeah, we'll break down the entire map, but first let's actually start with the first half because that's going to bring us to our HyperX Reflex moment of the day. And Mimi, you're going to break this down because Karen, we pulled off some incredible plays.
Yeah, I want to talk about Gen G's improvements on defense from the first time they played this map to this time. And the solution is operator on your Neon plus Deadlock equals you win on defense. Let's take a look at the map and how they play the macro here. They're set up early on with both the Neon, who has the operator this round, and the Deadlock over towards B. But look where Foxy9's
It's a gentleman's agreement, you know?
Sonic Sensor on A, Sonic Sensor in mid. That is kind of the variety you have with this agent. There's no range on those sensors, so you can be helping all over the map. As I let this one start to play now, you see how early on, despite not having a ton of initiator utility, they're using that grab net to get into B main. And I'm gonna pause it again here. Look at where he's posting on this line. He's gonna be all the way up in B main, and that allows Foxy to go back into mid, set up over there with his teammate on the Teo. And as you speed through this one, you see how aggressive Texture is. Wolves is putting a lot of pressure over towards A. They're defaulting to take A ramp. And now you see this first engagement coming through. Texture on the op, stays around, gets knocked down to 1 HP, but he does not leave. And that's what's crucial, because Wolves thinks we saw this op. There is going to be players behind him. We do not want to go into that. So they are now committed to the idea of pivoting into this B site lane. But there's a ton of util here. A wall goes down. That's in about a minute. So they're forced to shoot it, give away the game a little bit. As you excel on through, still he's posted in B main. And Wolves, they have no choice but to hit into this site, execute out. Up comes a wall. In comes that Deadlock sensor that got posted at the beginning of the round. Foxy9 did not have to be on site to help his teammates win this one out. And credit to Wolves, they had some incredible trades. I'll just let the rest of this play because they almost won this round, but it was this 4K from Caron to close it out. And it was all about that great macro game on the first half for Gen G, which is why, GB, I am flabbergasted that Wolves have won this map.
Yeah, because
I didn't get to see a Maniac.
Second half of play, things changed dramatically. I mean, even just look at the track there. You were seeing utter domination from Gen G in that first half.
Yeah, I don't even know.
Then, as we flipped the sides, brought things over, you started to see the Wolves. Little by little, those boys were howling, and they were picking up those kills.
And the star player from that half, CU, Fad, and Spring, those pushes, the control that we were seeing over the side, it is so important. We're seeing Lysor here, but it could be Karen on the other side perfectly for the side of Gen G. Definitely, this Wolf roster has proved that they have what it takes. We also see it in the reactions on the first half. Even at some point, we saw CU just hitting the table, being like, I'm not enjoying this. And then standing up, come for us. We know exactly how we want to play that defense.
Yeah, he changed the way he spelled his name.
Yeah, actually not have the best of the shows, as we can see here.
I want to give so much credit in this win to Lysor. He had great moments individually, obviously, but I think one of his biggest piece of impact on that map was his anchor smokes across their defensive side. You look at the last round, he's double smoking for his teammates to hold on B. The rounds he's anchoring A and gets a 3K. He's smoking for himself to play around it. He was doing that practically every round. So the anchor players on Wolves were always staying alive long enough for the rest of the team to rotate in and win those flood retakes that they just kept winning.
Yeah, it did feel as if Gen G at a certain point in time were really struggling to figure out how to get through, how to crack the egg on some of these sites here. There's a lot of problems that we're seeing on the Gen G side, which is not something that you're used to hearing. But let's get a little bit more insight from Coach Solo, standing by with Yinsu.
we're heading to Gen G's map pick here. I'm joined by their coach Solo and Jen Lee to do some translations. Now, we haven't seen Wolves Sunset yet, and as you know,
I still lean
so
towards it.
much
I still lean towards
so much
it.
of this game is about the mental. So who out of your players can you rely on to make sure to keep
I'm
the
still
boys
thinking
calm
Gen G is
on
gonna
stage?
win. We're going maps. We're going 3 maps, but we'll see. We'll see.
맵이잖아요. 이럴 때 분위기를 다 잡는 게 무엇보다 중요할 텐데 좀 분위기적으로 해줘야 하는 선수가 있다면 누구일까요?
일단은 저희가 지금 역전당해서 좀 분노가 많이 차 있는 상태고, 네, 그리고 뭐 저희 뭐 팀 리더인 먼치킨 선수가 잘 이끌면은 네, 이길 수 있다고 생각합니다.
Well, we're pretty upset right now with the comeback happening on Split, so I think Munchkin has to take the lead, and I think he has to lead the team into feeling better and having the high energy.
Well, hopefully we'll get to see map 3. Thank you very much.
You heard there from Coach Solo, you're going to be looking for Munchkin to be the guy who kind of brings the team back together as the IGL for this team. And Sunset is going to be coming up next here. You got this Wolves team, guys, who feel really, really confident after that last one. The crowd losing their mind round after round, kill after kill.
Wouldn't you?
Yeah, how could you not, right? It was just so awesome to watch. But now you have...
Wait, Nightbot deleted.
They must be feeling like they're on top of the world here.
Exactly. When we were introducing
Soft
the team,
ban.
I was saying, since that loss to Sentinels, ever since they managed to
So I
bounce
can
back, they
do-
still have not lost a single map. And apparently, against Gen G, it was going to be no different.
I don't know how to
Now, thinking of Sunset,
unban
of this
your
next map that we're going to see,
messages.
I love the fact that Coach Solo speaks about Munchkin and how
Yeah, I was
he has
just
to
about to do
put
that.
the team in his back. We know that
All right, here we
individually
go.
they have what it takes. We have those moments of individual prowess and textures there and whatnot. I think that it has to be on the strategy because we still have not seen Wolves play this map in this tournament.
Yeah, well, we'll be getting the agent select here. Let's see what we end up getting and what the Wolves opt to pick up here.
Yeah, that was pretty
But
fire.
A double duelist comp with the Raze and the Yoru, but it's Yuka locking in the Raze on this
So,
one.
wow, that
As
went
a
from
reminder, this is
3v5.
the first time Wolves have played this map, so this will be a surprise for Gen G.
The 3v1.
I mean, I did not expect this double duelist coming for the side of YU. We've been seeing him in the more supportive roles, of course, in the Strongholder as well as a Sentinel. But on the Raze is something that I did not expect to see here. I wonder how much is going to affect Gen G and how much pressure that now puts in Foxy9, Maxine, and Karen in those stopping powers.
Wolves are going to need to play.
Yeah,
those
let's not
safe
forget, that was in a
taking
lower
Ray
run.
on the
That was
last
in a
round.
lower
You
run.
cannot let Gen G's deadlock get set up in a post. That's how Fnatic lost to them.
All right, well, Toronto, do you want a map 3? Because I know I do. Let's go ahead and send this one back over to your casters, Pansy and Hypod.
Thank you so much. And yeah, the desk leading us in perfectly to, I think, this one, Mike, because we don't know what Wolves look like on this, right? We have no idea, and neither do Gen G.
Yeah, and I think as well, you look at almost the heritage, the pedigree of this Gen G team.
Yep.
They're prep-oriented right there. They're kind of set, rehearsed, well-drilled in some of these things. So certainly a spanner in the works, but if Matt
Why
wants
you
anything
on
to go
Raze?
right, Wolves can ride that wave.
All right, so Gen G's got double controller here.
Sunset, even though it is a question mark for them. But it's a question mark for Gen G.
Yes, it certainly is. And if we are...
Yes, I'm down, Frost.
Map 1, but
Yeah, where were you?
Yeah, honestly. Gen G on the attack now, and of course Wolves on the defending side. I like this early claim of real estate towards B main coming out, and look how far they're willing to push this too.
Yeah, Juicy actually backfilling this after that initial showing of pressure. So certainly left wondering where Gen G have set up. So they might even actually consider a walk through top mid.
And I like the reaction from Wolves though, kind of pushing YU up towards that kind of top side of elbow. You also have CU Fat BB doing the same thing from the B side. But it does seem like...
See you, fat baby.
Juicy's continuing, yeah.
This should be able to allow for players like YU to keep a bit of control on this.
And I'm surprised to not actually see CU Fat BB
There it
rotating just yet, but the Paranoia will catch, slow things down further, and allow
look
Wolves
at the flank.
to set up.
30
Yeah.
seconds left.
Juicy, this could be the start of the end if he gets this right. If everything
It's out for a recon.
goes
Oh,
right
Ash
for
has turned.
Ash.
He's turned.
Read it so well. And now the crunch on the site for 15 seconds. It's late in the day. If one of these things goes wrong, one of these players lands a shot, it could have gone sideways. It doesn't. Gen G control and poise. Back to
Yeah,
business.
that's for sure. All right, Tough. I think it's for sure going 3 maps.
Left wanting here. Suvat BB can do very little from this. A 1v5. Barely a touch of damage even achieved. This is exactly what Gen.G would have wanted. Controlled in approach, reading maybe these flanks are going to be coming in. Pressure.
Texture shooting out the side of his head, almost.
What the hell was that, Texture? All right, yeah. A little bit more of that. But if we look at kind of the moving pieces of that, I liked how Wolves played around it. But again, this.
Yeah, just spidey sense, a tingling.
Welcome to live events.
Yeah.
And this is also, I don't want to say a negative impact, but you've got Gen.G who have experience in this. They're going to know to be able to feel out that tempo. Oh, Brennan, Joshua.
I also don't want it to go to 3 maps. I just want to watch Sentinels.
Yep, getting ready. Getting their prep done. But again, this is something you're going to start seeing. This experience does come into these moments. Now, as it stands, though, Texture straight into this one. See if that feet. Wow. Okay, all right, fair enough. You get one of those.
But this is the start you want to see from Gen.G on this map, looking confident.
Decisive.
Because Wolves refuse to kneel in map 1. Gen.G have to re-establish themselves now.
Right here.
Gen.G, this is nice. It is so decisive. Yeah, this is no holding back. I feel like there was a big chat after that last map.
Yeah.
You even saw it.
Is the world record for pro play?
This, right? Focus, be confident, be on point in what they're doing, get some good leadership going here. And they need that. But 1/2 apparently means nothing. Wolves will happily take it the distance. But for now, Gen.G, clean, concise, perfect.
And I guess as well, what you want to see is kind of Ash and Munchkin get themselves back online, because first half of the split, you can kind of write off, teams doing well, all good, but with the mistakes, we didn't even get the ping through, by the way. I thought there was maybe a ping, but
I was looking for this.
yeah, I was like, no, it's not there. But yeah, you certainly want to see Ash and Munchkin come online here early on Sunset.
I was in a oh wait, 45-47. That's crazy.
Spirits high, keep them in that right mindset. It can shake you to your core, those sort of losses, but this is a great team when you look at Gen.G. One of the highest pedigrees there is. Now let's see how they approach this. Their bonus in the first 5 for Wolves. And a very different beginning from Gen.G.
Texture up here pretty quickly as well. Just at the 1:30 mark, so able to establish himself in mid now. QC and Lysor also holding down that side, but again, these Guardians doing work for Gen.G.
There they are, they're shooting back now. Those jump spots not looking so safe. Juicy trying to be bold about it, be brave about it, but he can't get out of there. Texture. Oh, he's going to hear those steps for sure. Won't have the easiest way forward, but Lysor rolled away the trip. Oh, setting up his own downfall at that point. And Gen.G once again, this is looking like they've had a mean old talking to.
Yeah, the whip certainly has been cracked.
Perfect.
Texture will fall a consolation here for Wolves. Well, Gen.G going to give away a couple more here. We're trying to charge this down. Do have the funds to support it. Obviously, this will be a conversion of the bonus. Aaron shows his hand. Getting a little weird, but Munchkin to clean up. 2 rifles
Fat baby
in hand here for Gen.G, so finances continuing to build here early on.
That's really nice. That was a really nice shot, and just seeing it pop now, a really early timeout on Wolves.
Yeah, was it round 3 on split that we saw?
It was early. See,
The second was by round 7, but I think the first one might have been after the bonus conversion.
No pressure on him yet, though. This is still early days. But again, if you're facing up against Gen.G, you do need to kind of keep almost, touching on base here, really, if you're Wolves as well. Get that early conversation building, get it into their mind, see what coach has seen. Obviously, coming through Fade, they're going to be having the chat with them, get them kind of locked into this. Because right now, Gen.G have come in very confident, it looks like. Again, these kind of contact pieces up towards that A side.
Yeah, just as well, Gen.G's not a team you ever would expect to be so rattled by a map 1 loss, so they come in looking, not themselves almost. So it's certainly, this is Wolves now kind of saying, look, don't let things spiral out of control once again. Yep. Don't allow Gen.G to remain firmly in the driving seat for the first half here on Sunset.
So it'll only take a couple of cracks to show for those feelings of map 1 to return. For now, though, Gen.G have done exactly what they needed, right? Kept the Wolves away from the door, kept them at bay here. They've not been able to even get really feeling out the game. Yeah, see if it maybe had a couple of kills in the exit, but that was about it.
Yeah, not many positives for Wolves to build upon, but a Shiko here in round 4. We were close a couple of times on map 1, but a frenzy here and there to mess things up. Yep. Look at you, Foxy 9.
They're trying not to let it go crazy.
Standing ahead. Now,
Man, Aspas is only 22.
This isn't the round where you want to see too much
Wild.
going wrong for Gen G. You want to see structure again. Hello. Yeah, Foxy 9 is just farming. Texture is there with him. This isn't the round that we expect to see too much from.
And can't fault Wolves for kind of showing themselves as willing to still fight for this space outside A. It's not necessarily a disaster here to take 2 casualties, but certainly a fact finder for Wolves to maybe even just acts as a deterrent here, still in the buy rounds. But Gen G have just been winning out time and time again in that position.
Yeah, this is great though from Gen G. If we're talking bigger picture as well, this kind of steadies the ship after a very rough first map for them, and it just keeps them feeling concise about everything, feeling in control about stuff. A good beginning here. And as I said,
Dang, I didn't do push-ups on that last time out.
That last half of map 1, it's enough to shake you to your core. So for them, this is very, very good to reignite some of that confidence. Pressure towards Lysol.
now.
Not going to be seeing probably anything go too wild here.
Lysol desperate to try and get something behind that one way.
Texture creeping closer as well. Taking control of back pillar. Swing from the smoke handle. It is just methodical, Mike. There's not much going wrong here. Gen G
Flawless.
making up for the errors of map 1.
Doing push-ups again.
Round 4 conversion here. Almost repeating, what was it, 6 so? Maybe
it was
a big gap at the start of split. And looking like a repeat here on Sunset, potentially. Obviously, Wolves going to come back in with a purchase now, getting close to that first ult cycle here. Juicy, Fat BB, the ones closest here, just one away from the Sova, the Euro Ultimate. Why are you not too far away himself, but still some work to do. Texture actually caught with a stray bullet here. Slowed down initially.
Yeah, quick check of the TP2, so they kind of get to clear a fair amount of this early. And they do start their rotation towards this B side. They felt that pressure from the very word go. Lysol didn't manage to find too much impact from this position back pillar, but...
And actually burnt both of the cages already, so...
This is a nice kind of check off the list. If you're Gen G, you'll be happy with that.
Foxy 9 does actually get his ultimate online with the orb here. Just cutting sound behind this, leaving Wolves guessing a little bit. Like I said, actually removing that safety net almost with the cages, but the smokes will probably reveal Gen G's intentions now. Looking to try and tag somebody on the back of the drone here. Lysol actually ahead of the paranoia.
Yeah, I'm amazed he managed to catch that, but Lysol does get nabbed in the end, and it's Juicy going down, so the site pretty much under control. Karen going to try and control this, get that smoke back in towards market, make sure there's no threats from there, and a really good site take from Gen G.
A body to the good as well. Man advantage here.
The weirdest dreams. It's in the same mall every time I have one. What's happening in the mall?
Get to clear the corner that Foxy 9's playing in as well. This is really, really tough to get back in. Wolves going to try and make something, but Karen's still holding towards that smoke. Why are you going to find Foxy 9? Spring going to find Karen. Hold on. Wait. How the hell did Wolves just walk into this site like
wow, they just like walked in, kill, and we'll defuse now.
A little bit, and this felt so comfortable for Gen G.
They had a great site take, good uses of the ult.
How'd that first kill come through?
Oh,
I mean, this was just ahead of the execute, but...
Individual fights against Gen G like this in a retake feels...
Like that.
Yeah,
don't be like that.
What's the plan? Gen G, okay, that's going to kind of take the wind out of the sails a little bit.
Yeah, and it's not like Gen G to really show a lack of respect to a team like this. It's usually, you know, wrapped up, tied up with a little bow on top.
Yep.
In terms of these post plants.
Supposed to find a golden phone.
Working though, these A-takes have been good, but there are 3 players here.
Penguins of Madagascar are hiding it. Keep throwing buckets.
Hunter's Fury now layered in on top to try and really add that stress towards Gen G. Texas going to find Spring though. YU, good trade, but back and forth we go. Gen G trying to trailblaze their way
what's Fat Baby doing?
Rolling out towards A, they've won it. The plant next on the cards. This is a 2v4. This should be safe. There shouldn't be problems.
Portal closed.
But that's a way to start it. A lazy check on the top. Oh my
Not again.
God!
Not again.
A 1v2's doable. Juicy gonna try and make a big play on this one, but good positions from Gen G. Left side crossfire.
You know, you can kind of. He's having dreams.
And Wolves tried to get again in their faces under the skin, but Gen G in control.
You can sometimes hear the crowd reacting before we see it.
The panic, the confusion as this hit comes through. It was pacey from Gen G, back of Texture. But the Hunter's Fury just causing some real issues in terms of, you know, tucking themselves into sight, forced out into the open.
And again, the scaling from Gen G was so nice though, right? Like the trading there coming out from Foxy9, good spacing between the first pick from Texture. It felt like they were in such good positions just to, as said,
Masters agree in yapology.
Swing that was coming out from Wolves.
Juicy revealed here, trying to make his way out into mid. Texture once more tasked with making progress, but playing a little deeper here. You can see actually there's smoke.
Miners are gaslighting, I like it.
To sit inside it. See Spring and IU happy to do so for the time being. It's a bit of a question mark created.
Man, remember when the Sova drone was 4 seconds longer?
B site. I saw obviously a couple of checks here, and now once the smoke's
Pretty sure they moved it from 12 to 8.
Fairly telling that nobody's progressed through.
Are you talking about a miners and gaslighting?
It's Maniac. In a pretty tricky position here with 3 members of Gen G now making progress towards them.
And it's starting to see some of that versatility from Gen G and some of their comfort in this map, it feels like, right? Able to work this map really well, cause these uncomfortable rotations.
Oh, I asked about his dream.
You know, now we've got a bit of a lurk almost, or maybe a bit of a position for Foxy9. This is all very, very nicely done. Respect being given to an extent from Wolves, sitting a bit deeper towards that CT side, not willing to fight out just yet. Trying to stall off the util. Viper's pick gonna go in, and again, it is step by step. Here on mechanical at this point, 12 seconds. Yes, it's late, but faith in their scaling capability. What is going on here? Oh, it's worked! He takes away Ash!
That would have been so much better.
Sheriffs are not much more. I don't know if this was an intended approach, but Gen G still hold all of the cards here. A mistake made and a punish to be had.
Yeah, that was kind of a waste.
Sure they know.
I mean, the time wasn't low enough to burn that ult, but
comfortable on the way back in. Wolves, unfortunately, not finding any sort of safety in terms of playing these up-close positions on A site. I think leaning in towards maybe adopting some sort of retake approach here, although you can leave me on the desk touched on this. This was where Genji really stretched their legs previously. So certainly doesn't feel like a positive to have to rely on that, but already 6-1 the scoreline. Looking for something from Wolves to get them back on track, and a very proactive clearance through mid.
But I like this, you've kind of already set it out, right? The win cons, if they get into the post-plant Gen G, it gets quite strong. It gets very hard to handle with that deadlock in play. So get proactive, be willing to take a risk. Easier said than done though, as that side gets under scrutiny already. Karen going to take towards that backside pillar. Yes, we still know Lysor is here, but he's got problems galore. Players everywhere, but he makes it look simple. Takes away one, Spring going to find Foxy9, but the site's still theirs. Juicy going to try and get all that info he can here. Can he pressure this one well enough? Here come the next layers towards this one. Gen G trying to stabilize. Munchkin, Ash in unison doing well on 2v2.
Yo, the timing of that flash.
Ash has to clutch up here. Attack on the spike. Oh my god!
Woo! Juicy.
Wolves out of their seat as Gen G now feeling that pressure.
A second on the board and something to believe in now in this first half.
It's so funny. Your guys' minds melt on crashing out.
I was almost a little concerned there.
My version of crashing out is better than the new version of crashing out.
To wrap behind this execute. Gen G navigate their way in fairly comfortably. I mean, able to cut sight lines, kind of mitigate this risk of the one-way on main, which feels like
maybe nothing, Maniac.
Of this site hold. It's another situation where they can't quite stick the landing on a close plant on B.
Cutting through.
But this time they've got to note it. Maybe there was some aggression somewhere, information to be had. That retake felt too good.
Gen G know about that.
I don't
Wolves
know
can
yet.
sit back and maybe Make that the ace up their
Oh,
sleeve
man.
for the remainder
What kind
the
of
first
beef?
half.
Soft?
Rounds to play with, but
Ground? Shuck? Cross?
3 players this time towards A though for Wolves as Gen G start their build
Ribeye?
again.
T-bone?
Very complimentary
Sirloin?
on this, but this time playing a little bit more aggressive on towards this elbow side. Nice. Actually, you can already see
Yeah,
that
that looked
Zubat,
like-
he did back
Yo,
away, but there's
how
that
are they
swing
never-
from Foxy 9, but a good trade this time.
He's probably like, why aren't you holding that?
The difference.
yeah. Throw now to come through for Ash. 3v4 left through, but that's it. Juicy and Why you both find kills. Now putting Ash up against the ropes to try and recover here.
Huge whiff. Huge whiff.
Oh, okay, Wolves. I feel like once they get that little bit of confidence, that ability to start getting that read into Gen G, they get so dangerous, but Ash trying to make something out of this. See if that BB is just holding onto this corner, making him work for this one. 30 seconds. Oh! What? Even I'm turning around. I know he's out of his seat.
Show me that one.
See you, fat baby!
On the back of destroying the dart.
Jesus.
And that was what, maybe 2 or 3 bullets tapped through the box here.
Why does this make me a believer? I'm always such a cynic to this. But you're on board.
You know the answer to that. They just won a 9-3 comeback. That's why.
Trade in well here. But Wolves probably is How do you not love this guy? He's top of the board as well for Wolves. He's not just the personality player.
I feel like this is a troll to get me to go Candace. And you go Candace. I don't even know what you'd say, but that's what it feels like, to be honest.
But no, he's fine. Still wants more. Still exploring further. Texture right amongst the Wolves now.
Was I right? Are you about to get me?
Divide and conquer as they lean towards B. The rotation gets difficult.
69 unable to really confirm anybody's
Oh,
location
no.
here.
Oh, no.
It's gorgeous from him, though. Denying rotation. Oh, perfect from Texture. Absolutely outstanding play.
All right.
Just like that.
Yes.
Change.
Candies.
The 4K
Yeah.
King, Mike. Who cares about the ace? Just keep doing that.
Haymaker thrown from Gen G to round 10. Able to convert as well. Foxy 9 did actually find somebody. The ultimate just
Exactly. Although that's spelled Candace.
I love this. You've got such great personalities here.
3 out of 10. 3 out of 10. Would not repeat. Would not repeat.
Doing so well on the other side, but it's broken the money in such a curious way. Look at this. We've got the operator.
Yeah,
out,
we've got like a sheriff out and an operator.
But the pace though, again, Texture just keeps going. He wants to keep this kind of hand on the throat almost, right? Choke him out at this point if he can, but Ult's gonna get burnt. Lysor is revealed. That's not the first time, but they don't know about Spring until now. Great counter swing from Lysor. Bailing him out!
Lysor! Oh.
Synergy! Ash tries to do what he can, but he's down to 1 man. And
Heyo!
Spring bounding in!
Just when Gen G feel like they could build upon that pace change, Wolves dig their heels in. With his headshot angle not suiting Gen G whatsoever.
But I feel like the Wolves, you think you might have got a beat.
Impossible. I've been around since the beginning of time. I've heard all jokes.
They fight together.
I just forgot them.
So sick.
I just forgot them.
And where map 1
That's
looked a little
all.
disjointed at times for Wolves, now you're seeing players throwing their lives on the line to maintain these site holds. Again, though, Gen G. Quick pace here to kick things off. Karen 6 TP on the site.
Oh my God, Karen, you madman! Takes him on Spring and he gets him the sight. Does Juicy just take a shot on a timing? Surely not. They're trying to play retake with the operator. It's already a strength for Gen G in these moments. Bullet rattles through, doesn't find a thing.
Well, they got 4 this half.
Look at that litter of utility.
69, yeah, the utility just reduces so many options for Wolves on the way back in. Juicy looking for something, but it's a solo effort.
Gen G really having to grip hold of this one. Close, but not close enough. I mean, this is again the strength here. Gen G, a stark reminder, you don't let us get to those post plants, keeping a firm lead at 8-4.
Yeah, a little difference here from map 1, but still certainly gas left in the tank here for Wolves. We'll see how that pans out in the second half.
If they do come back, I hope they win the map. I hope they win the map.
So when Verizon announced
All
that
right,
everyone
I'm
gets
doing
a
more
free
push-ups.
phone on
I think we're
any
at 50
plan,
now
pain
after
free,
this.
Count me in. Try and beat it. I'll give you a sec.
And at 8-4, we come back with the tantalizing prospect of what this second half is going to look like. It was competitive, Gen G knowing their strengths here, but Wolves certainly making them work for that lead.
Absolutely. Again, not really able to establish momentum on either side. You look at the timeline, a stark contrast to Split, at least this halfway point.
We do start to see as well the viability of that double duelist coming into effect here on this attacking side.
I mean, certainly this is where we want to see it employed to its, I guess, best applications. We do have the econ report here from Coinbase. Not much.
Pretty even spread
here.
here.
To be honest, with how that went out. Again, nobody really establishing themselves and really stretching their legs.
I guess you could argue maybe texture, of course, leads
Sure.
the way, but that's nothing new. We know what this guy can do. We expect excellence from him. He's sitting at 16-7 as well, so very much.
Yeah, almost actually probably the anomaly, really, the scoreboard. It's 8-4.5, but everybody kind of pulling their weight on both sides. So he did get the pistol in the first half, so looking for a chance here. Wolves maybe to get back online. Still a comeback required on map 2. The Wolves, man, they've already shown us unbreakable mental. See Juicy being probably the prime candidate in that regard. They can make a go of things once more.
So let's see how Wolves approach this. Again, we're somewhat in the dark here ourselves. Not a map that we've seen them often go towards. Gen G on the other side, opting for the 3-play start towards the A side. Proxy 9.
I was going to say, just him here, but on the pistol round, he's able to basically control a choke point like this on the back of his utility. A trade-off for damage, actually. Let a headshot come through there.
No one else coming over just yet either. Quite a long rotation, so I think he needs to play safety here, Mike. Slip back towards CT.
I was going to say, with as many people chipping away at the util, you almost want to see an extra body, but Gen G will dot the I's, cross the T's elsewhere on the map, looking for maybe a lurk behind this.
Still got that Cypher util in place, so they've got some security towards B main, but that will be threatened soon. The Sheriffs are on the way, but YU finds Foxy 9, catching him sleeping towards CT. Oh, what a shot! Sensational from YU! And now, all the pressure from the choke point. All eyes can turn towards this. Yes, the paranoia goes in, does very well. Great connection, Spring better. Wolves clawing back into this game, leaving just Ash locked behind.
Clawing back.
Now almost looking like fools, really.
Yeah, see, did you hear the crowd? Did you hear the crowd before the round was actually over?
Wolves in a pistol round to kick off the second half.
Probably wins in quadruple OT, and the next thing goes 40 rounds.
Beautiful setup here, and Wolves absolutely making the right decision to dig a little deeper, continue exploring. Like I said, with a lack of contact on the back of Foxy 9 showing his hand. I think Wolves read the situation perfectly. It's going to be one Sheriff in the hands of Texture inside of Gen G. Actually, Juicy bringing the Sheriff to the party here for Wolves. Guardian and 3 Bulldogs elsewhere. Foxy 9 to retrieve the orb. Denial here. outside B.
He looked the wrong way.
Nobody from Wolves quite yet revealing themselves.
Oh, is it? Man, they're loud if that's the players.
Taking a gamble. I like the deeper search from Texture there. It's a little bit of a look. Free up some of the players potentially, but hard to have faith in this still. Looks very similar to the first. Again, have to be very aware of Foxy 9 and that utility. And this is when you're going to be looking to invest. Here it is. Lovely work, but forced off the angle here. So they're going to get the cross towards the side. They're looking for a punish on this, and they're not getting what they wanted. Wolves managed to stave it off long enough. Munchkin does well with the trade, but still, look at the weaponry here. But Gen G, Ash doesn't.
Uh-oh.
2 headshots are 2 headshots. Gives them back away into this round.
I also want to see if Wolves can actually try and isolate Munchkin and get away from this side, but Lightsaw double dipping.
It was so
GG's.
risky to go for that, and Gen G doing so well in that MasterCard 50 there. I can't believe they got away with that. The desperation to close down on back of Pillar felt too much.
So precarious on the way in here, but I mean, Munchkin finding one on the reveal. Ash swinging through the smoke, finding 2. The paranoia certainly landing here, paying dividends for Gen G. Like you said, converting this MasterCard thrifty.
Guys, wait!
Yeah.
You can't allow Gen G those opportunities. They are a team that will take them every day of the week.
And they will always continue to kind of toy with the rhythm of some of these rounds where Wolves feel as if, right, guys, we're over. First step in that foot in the door.
Nice, you know, Foxy 9's utility's not there to hold us back.
Maybe that's the downfall of Wolves potentially. We're talking about, you know, simplistic hard
Nice!
what they've shown us, and certainly the mid-round becomes the question there, and the, I guess the macro overall. But in these sort of situations where you've got to take a breath, be able to react to some of the things that Gen G are, you know, on the fly going to come up with.
Again, it's the diligence of Gen G. There's a reason they are seen as probably one of the teams to beat in this tournament. I think a lot of people have been, including me, thoroughly impressed with their capability. I think there was always that worry of how much does that Swiss stage take out of them? How much does that open up opportunities for others to punish them potentially? But they've come out and still looked exceptional, setting the standard near on throughout this. That was only 1 round dropped, but it was enough for that timeout to come in there for Wolves.
I think almost maybe not necessarily a panic button, but frustration.
Oh, you heard it, right?
Yeah.
Now to do it back to Gen G would be nothing short of a miracle at this point. A good stabilizing purchase here for Gen G. Don't need to do anything too out of their normal wheelhouse here. Let's see what Wolves get up to.
Space conceded, but Gen G very aware of the fact, which is why we're seeing commitment towards holding this, maybe mitigating some of this risk, but
yo, what's up, Rum?
Actually, it's a perfect setup for Gen G.
Yo, guns.
A big win out.
Yeah.
Weapon upgrades as well.
Plant's going to be in play here. Paranoia early, but it knows now that they've got some time to set up into this post plant. The final 3 players coming back in for Gen G. Texture, Ash, Caron. Still got that dart there here for Ash. Back cycled back up. Good util for Texture too. On the other side, limited amount. CFAB, yes, only has that drone. That's about it for now. Smoke in towards CT. The time's starting to tick. Texture closing in slightly. Smoke goes in towards main. Pressure starting to mount here. And Texture. Oh, he gets
that timing.
Spring with a trade, but a 1v2 now called upon. CFAB only has the classic. Oh my god. Wait, this is doable. This is so doable. Ash.
Ash is taking it. He's got a half.
But he's got the drone. CFAB.
Oh my god.
Fat baby!
Stay alive and somehow do the unthinkable.
A Red Bull clutch response here for Wolves. Absolute magic. And Gen G was set up for this, Lauren. They gave them this space.
I can't believe what I'm seeing.
The dart stuck to him.
Oh my god.
That is just ridiculous.
Your parents are like, what the heck?
Seen this happen.
Man, they flipped those rounds. That was crazy.
For a reason, but there is something in the water with this team. Wolves never down, never out. And Gen G sent back to basics. Look at the buy they're left to work with. Still in the lead at 9-6. The Wolves fight tooth and nail to get back in this game.
That rock solid mental starting to
The professional side rump is more enjoyable than the playing side.
Chance here with just a Guardian on the board. Three Sheriffs actually. Can they follow through?
Take flight.
Munchkin up close and personal here for the Guardian. Right, the snake bite pretty early on. We'll spot a second player as well. Big information. Big damage as well onto Munchkin.
Bro.
Lucky to be breathing. Forced away, has to respect it. Foxy9 going to take a touch of damage there.
And as Fade said, just wait. Wait this out now. And it feels like a big win in terms of the trade-off here and the tools drawn out from Gen G's arsenal.
Still dangerous though, a lot of players on this side for Gen G. Yeah, maybe one's down a little low, but that's bodies. Spring starts to clear house though, takes away Munchkin. Looking for the follow-ups, they get it. Wolves, step by step, you can see the adjustment, Mike, you noted it. It's a wild spray, Brave for it, for the Prez are answered. Plants now next, yes, Ash gets one back, but it's still a 4v2. Where's Texture in all this? He's got to get over here. He's got to do something, but Ash has fallen. It's all on Texture. The
I go to Sana.
to keep that crown on his head here if he wants this one. Spring down low, but 3 players up against.
I wake up, I go to sauna.
The timer.
I eat breakfast
Ticking
in the
away.
sauna.
Trying to make something of this.
I work from home in the sauna.
Zufat BB once again, the closer in this. Mike, that tempo change there was tangible, right? That pause, that slow, that wait,
30
that
seconds.
next ledge. I feel like Wolves have got a bit of a finger.
I tease, but I do actually love that a big part of Finnish life is
Sunset now.
sauna.
Edging closer
I
and
do
closer to
love
tying
that.
things up.
Huge purchase here now coming in for Gen G.
Yeah, I'm looking at an operator here and caused a lot of problems in the first half, but we did see Texture dealt with a few times. Able to mitigate that. But almost now resorts to Wolves maybe a change of disciplines in the early round.
It looks like they want to avoid this. They don't fancy it, right? They get that little bit of a reveal, noting its Texture on the side. I don't think they even know it's the operator.
I was going to say, did they spot? Certainly, we did see him very active on split in terms of repositioning, but here on the mini-map, almost played out of this if Wolves decide to follow through here.
Munchkin once again on the run here. Good counter paranoia, but a quick TP, and actually really considering it, but it's all a ruse, all a distraction as Foxy9's fallen, and now they're desperate. Munchkin gonna go down. Wolves methodically taken towards the site here, but look at where the spike is, still yet to go through. Nice pacing on this again. This discipline, Mike, it's once again in effect this slowdown.
Karen took a ton of damage there as well. He's isolated on backside now.
He could be screwed, 38 HP, he's got pressure left and right. Ash tries to help him, but there's no saving him. The sinking ship carries on forward.
Fat baby! See you, fat baby!
Absolutely ridiculous. Clawing their way back.
We saw snow in North Finland. It's global warming, Rump.
Over the top of the wall. Yeah, unfortunately, Gen G now, the ones left in recovery mode in a number of these rounds. God, Fade.
Yeah, don't laugh your lungs out. Here we go.
It's having to get medical down to the coaching booth.
Family is not here, Rump.
This is...
See you, fat baby!
I want to see now the depth of Gen G get brought out, right? They're a team that we've always...
If they were here...
I know, right? Like how
Oh, that's right, that's right.
conversation to have at this point.
That way, any weather that isn't what I want it to be is caused by you. Quit changing my weather, Rump. You know your saunas are wreaking havoc, bro. Havoc.
It's Wolves, right? It's Wolves, right? And then Sunset, sure. Where the hell are we?
Here we are at 8-9. And the way that they've gotten to this point has been fantastic. Again, that early timeout, I question marked it to an extent. The value was second to none.
I love See You, fat baby. I gotta do push-ups. I missed it. I'm supposed to do push-ups on timeouts. Let's go.
Which is just lunacy. Obviously, on the other side, Texture leading the charge for Gen G. No surprise there.
You can't say he's not trying, Mike.
He's had a phenomenal map too.
How much
great
can
map
one man
as
do?
well.
He's 21 to 11. Desperately trying to do what they have to, but this buy.
I must wait a moment.
It's only a Bulldog standing in the way of Wolves tying things up. This time we'll tuck a player into mid. Munchkin tasked now with maybe starting to control this chaos that Wolves been able to tap into. Contact found.
Go back.
And here comes the final boss, Texture. Oh my god. Oh my god. And a right target shot.
Oh, he got it. I didn't think he got it off.
Goes for the back line. Reward is there. Wolves making me a believer in this. Looking like 9-9 is about to be carved in that scoreboard as Foxy9 has 4.
Was this
players to
8-4?
take down.
Able to recover that Bulldog, but like you said, 4.
I mean, getting 2 with the ult's pretty massive there, Maniac.
Again, no pressure coming through from spawn here. Is
It was a
gonna allow
1v3
Wolves to set up
trade.
very comfortably. A consolation maybe, but as soon as he deals with this trip.
All eyes.
Throwing net.
Gonna make a go of it. The spring. Off angle.
Yo, somebody needs to pick up that Bulldog. Get rid of that Phantom.
And a reminder if you tuned in. A reminder if you're doubting what you're seeing. Wolves 1, map 1. Now Gen G are under pressure.
This is just
Wait, so, alright, Rump, this is a real question here. If climate change can literally mean
a fumble with a showstopper.
everything, how does it actually mean anything?
A double kill
For
here.
real.
That operator again, though, they were good at sniffing this one out.
Yo, I'm kind of chubby. I don't know that I would say I gun sling, and I rarely drink alcohol. Rarely.
Goes for that deep line here, but then 3
There we go. Check out my new, well, not my new, but it's kind of my my beard brush now. It can permanently stay in the office.
The Wolves relentless in the hunt here, pursuing the others in a quick evacuation, trying to back away here, but Foxy9 might get his man now. It's the space back here, but looking like he's running out of time, gonna send it. No, doesn't get it.
Nothing there. What a waste, bro. What a waste.
Stations almost for Wolves there, as they could be caught in this trap. Utility behind this now, so still obstacles. Wolves to overcome.
I don't own a single cowboy hat.
Towards this side,
No accent.
Position elsewhere.
No 300 pounds.
Dash to
I'm failing, oh, he got both of them.
actually buys Wolves some space as well.
That's 2 players now noted. They've got a good idea of this, and Juicy already so close towards it. The pressure coming in, and Foxy9 looking a little screwed here. He can't hold the whole site by himself. The floodgates open.
Flip-flops and no shirts. I can get behind that.
Again, avoiding Texture and that operator. Munchkin and Ash tasked with a near on impossible.
All right, 4v3. Man, Texture is just loving this hot, bro.
An operator here in the loadout.
Uh-oh.
We'll find the first. You've got to ask for more from him, though.
Yeah, needs another on that one. Not going to get in. Look at the position from Sufat BB. Keeps his head down, and then he strikes. Taken away by Munchkin, but to find
He's grabbing up and leaving, bro.
Impossible. Deep breaths here, Gen G. That scoreline is no longer yours. Wolves pushing up to 10.
Unprecedented might possibly be the most ridiculous thing ever, Rump.
Such fine margins.
Carbon levels have been significantly higher. They've been significantly lower.
Actually, almost on the hunt here. Munchkin did actually manage to nab the operator on the way out. Sticky fingers on the retreat.
The world has been way worse off and way better off. We're having very minimal impact. But where I will get you is other pollution that has nothing to do with the air.
That utility.
And you can imagine how frustrating this must be for Texture too.
Like
Almost
dumping and all that stuff.
22 kills and he feels iced out.
That's right. We talk about that on Wednesday, Rump.
And that's got to be so hard for him. This is now, what, 5 rounds back-to-back for Wolves, compounding the problem.
5 rounds back-to-back for Wolves. That's the MotoGP voice.
They've also got a plan in mind.
Oh, whiff!
The shot doesn't land this time, but he still stands his ground. He wants value. He has to eventually respect it. Juicy gonna carve the way in. Oh my god, Juicy!
Thank God for that cage.
Bloody hell, that was on a knife's edge.
Now he's almost separated here. Can kind of keep Gen G interested.
He's selling him just down the river. Oh, and a lazy clear.
Oh, he gets 2!
Juicy, you should not be doing this. You're meant to be the bait. But they're coming back. But Texture still stands. He's still on the site. Doesn't fall for it. Texture, calm under pressure. Has to find a moment here, but the smoke gonna deny vision. Looks for a second line. Doing the dance now. Wolves thinking maybe they've got some safety. 2 players close by. The dart not gonna do what they want really. Texture takes another step closer. Finds a man, drops him. Juicy down, needs more. Gotta find more value. Gotta keep being the man to make the difference. Finds a second follow-up here. Banking on his teammates to bail him out. He's doing the dance. Brilliant from Texture. Still more needed, and you won't believe what we're seeing on the flank here. The heroes are both sides for the bounding Ryu, puts it all down to Karen. And the eventuality of Siufat BB getting here is the ace up the sleeve. He should be the final player. As Wolves again taking steps.
Leaps and bounds, Lauren, towards closing out map 2. And closing out a 2-0 series.
Maniac.
Juicy. I mean, the hero behind enemy.
I switched to I uninstalled my hybrid engine and installed a diesel engine to show the environment what was up.
Stark contrast here.
Are Wolves the best team in the world? Is that what we're seeing now?
6 in a row for
No, I did not. Were they good?
Nothing behind this purchase either, Lauren.
All right, when you say biomass, what do you mean there, Rum?
Bonus to take into account, but Karen and Munchkin
Let's see
ultimates
here.
Available.
Biomass.
Operator still in hand for Texture.
Because isn't the Earth greener than it's ever been?
Wolves are the
Non-fossil material, biological origin.
On the brink of a huge statement, another statement to be made here in Toronto. If they can top.
Oh, watch it between matches. The bees are dying, Rump. The bees.
Okay, need to keep myself steady here because I feel like we're about to watch something.
Yeah, we're talking about obviously map 2 being uncharted territory. The scoreline now. I mean, the prospect of this outcome. Uncharted itself.
Biomass was the largest source of total annual U.S. energy consumption until the mid-1800s. In 2023, biomass accounted for about 5% of U.S. total primary energy consumption.
To get 12.
All right, we'll get back into this.
Is truly something that will be forever in my mind. Gen G stop. You can see that there's been too many times recently. Too many
It's
times.
funny how much the clone has to be respected now.
Gen G, this is your chance to stop it. Stop their fairy tale from coming true, but the plant's in play. They've not gone for that same fight here, Mike. It's different this time. Karen in that 10 spot, doing well to take down Juicy. Oh, but the disrespect! Spring doesn't care! Flies in, takes him down, and we're in a 3v2.
That was insane.
Foxy9 gives away position as well. Spring's got him dead. Texture called upon to be the man again, and Lysol.
Wolves. Woo! See you, fat baby! All right, here we go. Human activity has significantly reduced Earth's biomass. Notable decline in wild mammal populations and a decrease in overall plant
You see
biomass.
toying with the expectations, getting a little unorthodox, disrespecting these site holds that time and time again look fantastic for Gen G. Wolves, the disruptors here on Sunset.
By roughly half.
Down to this, Gen G suffering through this as Wolves coming alive on the stage. Taking space now. Texture, right place. 2 players, Spring on the other side. Shoulder shown, Texture Under pressure down to 61, but he doesn't stick around too long.
Yeah, coming out way worse off in that trade as well. Now, Wolves able to reassess the situation. And a pace change in the opposite direction now, slowing things down. Making Gen G sweat a little. Which not many teams have the opportunity to do as they play through this cage.
It's all on this, and YU takes away texture. Down to 4 now. Gen G suffering in numbers. Foxy9 trying to hold, secure this site. We saw the pressure he was under before. Doesn't want to fall foul to it. A quick dive in as well from Munchkin, trying to secure this site with that pit. Look at the passing though, Mike.
They're like, yeah, cool, we'll run mid.
Looking to swing this smoke, pop flash in. You know, Ash is on the other side. YU takes down Munchkin, drop the pit. Back we go. YU's doing wonders here.
20 seconds left, they have to make a move.
Paranoid is good. He flies in. YU has done miracles for this squad. Leaving it down to 3v2.
3v2, 3v2.
Try and dig deep tag, but the plant's in. Given down to the
Losable.
2v2.
Losable.
And they're playing together. CUFAT BB on the verge of the truly unthinkable. Ash has to ace to save Gen G here. The pressure mounting. He's seen him. I think he's seen him. I think he knows, but only 7 bullets. CUFAT BB barely breathing. They're both so low. 6 HP, 5 bullets, that's it. Time ticking. Ash has to find this.
See you, fat baby!
Make that space a possibility. They make it real. They fight for that what if, and they take.
Woo! He's like, sorry to elbow you in the face.
Absolutely sensational for Wolves today. They've certainly made a believer of me now, Lauren. That is a statement. They said this is the test you talk about with a dream run to come up against a titan, an international titan in VALORANT. And like I said, just
superstar.
Yeah.
Absolute superstar on the screen there. CUFAT BB has been the man to lead this squad, to make everyone believe in what they are doing.
Insane.
This has been miraculous. The fans on their feet, everyone watching. Something you may never see again. This caliber. Oh my word. I can't wait for this Verizon post-match interview. As soon as it's ready, I can't wait to hear from them. This has to mean the world to them, Mike.
Absolutely is. Like I said, you come into this again as an underdog, performance aside, and they absolutely shine. Rock hard mental to come back on both maps. Absolutely fantastic stuff.
Oh my God, my hands are still shaking. I don't know how they look so calm, Mike, but this was an absolute treat to be remembered. We're going to pass it over to Yinzu, standing by down on set.
Frost.
Post-match interview.
Oh, we have just witnessed an
Rumpa
incredible
hater.
series. I gotta get the thoughts from some of these Wolves players. Juicy. I'm a big fan. Right in here with them as well. I'll let you finish, take this selfie and calm down for a little moment. But Juicy, I got a couple of questions for you real quick for a quick chat. Don't worry, I'm just borrowing him. I'm just gonna borrow him, okay? Now, I know top 6 was already a big dream for you. You are 1 game away from the grand final. Talk me through your thoughts. What are you feeling right now?
I think
Uh-oh.
I'm very, very happy. Like, we surpassed everyone, and I'm very grateful to my team because today wasn't like the best performance from me, but everyone else stepped up and everyone was encouraging me.
You gotta just DM me on
we
Discord.
got the double duelist, and I thought maybe Spring would be in the front with you on the double duelist comp, but why was it you and YU today, Juicy?
YU is a very good race, and the way Spring plays, what is it, smoke? The smoke role fits him very well.
All right, Juicy, I'm gonna let you get on with this because Sufat
Man,
is next to me.
I wish I was
can't
there.
ignore this guy. Sufat, I don't think it matters what question I ask you. Everyone here loves you. They love you so much. I'm gonna just let you say whatever you want.
Whatever I want.
Whatever you want.
Now I'm gonna say I want Masters champion.
Of course he does.
Hey, see you, fat baby.
Every single round, there's an army behind you screaming your name.
I feel so good because when I crush, I heard you guys loud. Come on, one more again. Okay, thanks for coming. Enjoy the master stage, and I love you guys.
We love you, we love you. Actually, one more question. Your friend, Zelsis, is gonna be playing next. Go on, send him a message.
Okay, Celsius is the gold. I'm waiting for you. I'm your baby. I'm coming. Then I'm waiting for you. Upper bracket. Okay, Celsius.
You heard it from him. One more time, everybody. Super, baby.
Okay, Celsius. Thank you. I'm waiting for you.
Man, I'm searching, Rump. Where are you getting this information, Rump?
Let's go, Toronto!
That we've killed off 40% of the biomass. Where are you getting that? Alright, I'm going to mute this so I don't get in trouble. Doing comms video. Oh, alright, that was so loud. Let's go. I mean, I think right now he's the face of China, no? Who's ahead of him? Who's ahead of him? Still Kang Kang, huh? I don't know. Kang Kang was pretty popular, but this guy's got, like, the love of the people. I'm calling it. See you, fat baby. New face of China. It might only be for the next week, but face of China. Champs winner. EDG hard carry. Okay. Alright. I'll give it up. I take it back. It's Kang Kang. Celsius is a baby, yes. I'm going Viper. That's not fun. That's what I play. Why do they want you to lock in at 30 seconds? The pro scene in Valorant is crazy, man. Seeing what these guys do at the highest levels is insane. What? Who would have thought Zelsis and Fat Baby would be each other's spirit animals? I remember this. I told him to take his pistol out and right-click him. Ooh. Oh, yeah. That Spectre prop is fire. I forgot what that's called. Prism? Is that the Prism skin? LFG and stand up. Let's go! Dang, narrate just coming hard at Bang. I think Bang's feelings are kind of hurt there. That brother's out of there. Oh, man, we're going to have to wait like 30 minutes, huh, for this game. In the pit. The pit. Either Narrate and Bang are like incredible friends. Wait, who's Sean? Zelsis? No. That's Jordan. Sean's got to be Bang, yeah. Narrate's just coming after him, bro. That's true. I just don't know if it goes that hard. Alright, I don't know if Rump's here, but The Guardian, not necessarily known as the most objective paper ever. I don't know that. Nah, you can make. Come on, you know this about statistics, bro. You can make statistics say anything you want. It absolutely matters. It's not a scientific journal. It's the Guardian. It's not a scientific journal that's just like, here's some information you need to know. Like, if it were that true, why isn't it everywhere? Why do I have to have you send me a obscure 2018 article? Nah. But I think one of the things that gets lost, Rump, and I'm sure we could find some equilibrium in this, but most people aren't willing to give up their comfortable lives to make changes. Right? They're not willing to go back to the third world. All right, I'll keep looking. The history of biomass. This is now my 4th or 5th article. Like we've... All right, we got 3 minutes left in this. Yeah, we're mad that the world is burning, Wiz. Everyone's about to die. Everyone's about to die of everything. And you don't care, Wiz. You don't care, you filthy American. All right, Rump, I'll make you a bet. 20 years from now, on June 16th, 2045, nothing will be different. And when I mean nothing, as I mean nothing will be... I'm trying to think of a way to phrase this so that it makes sense. All right, I'm going to turn off this SEN video. Oh, this was sick. All right, I'm watching the final round. Hold on. What's crazy is they don't check him here. Nice, boys! All right, let's see here. What else is Rump sending me? Rump, what caused the first 5? Hold on, so there's definitely something we can agree to, Rump. Like, I don't like our fishing practices. I don't like our dumping practices, things like that. It may impact prices for decades. The true impact of climate change won't be felt until your grandchildren is the same as your age. All right, but Rump, at some point, right? Can you at least admit they've been wrong up to this point? Maybe they're right now moving forward, but they've literally been talking about this stuff for 60 years. How in the next 10 years, if we don't change, we're all dead. Can you at least admit they've been wrong previously? Problematic, which is probably more difficult than it should be. Yes, I definitely think there's things we could do better as a population, 100%, or as I don't know what you want to call it. So for skeptics, it's tough because, oh man, I'm connecting to chat. Hold on. It disconnected me. I don't know if I'm back. It says connected to chat, but we'll be here. Yeah, that's a good point, Soft. See, that's part of the issue, Rump. I can't take you seriously if you won't at least look back at the previous 60 years of predictions and say they got it wrong. Because for everything that the Western world has made better, the Eastern world has made up for and then some. Oh, man. I like Wiz's input in these conversations. I need to turn my audio back on. And unmute it. Hey, is the volume good on the game? PRX.
And here we go. It doesn't get any better than this, people. Sentinels facing off against PRX, two of the best teams to take the stage, prolific rosters in the VCT, Mimi, and now an opportunity to fight for an upper final.
Last time they played, it was a lower final in Madrid a little over a year ago.
Watch Party Channel, let's go.
To lift a trophy in Spain. But for PRX, this is now number
hold on, Frost. I feel like we should go on Boomer Zoomers. I feel like we're asking for trouble unless we go into Boomer Zoomers.
That they can make another upper final, that they can go the distance yet again, Bea.
What do we think?
Yeah, and
what do we
as
think?
Take a look at the Omen map select. Split is going to be the first one. Sunset.
Deja vu?
Yeah, literally. We just saw this in the first match. And actually, Deja Vu, because PRX has also picked this map already. Same goes for Sentinel. They go for the comfort that they've already found in the tournament. And we're speaking
All right, Boomer Zoomers. Let's go.
looking flawless.
Frost.
Sunset will be an interesting one. Sentinels thus
I'm
far, they have
gonna do
played
some push-ups.
all 3 Chinese teams. They have beaten all 3 of them.
Sorry, what?
And in that last match against XLG, it was all about Zek.
I'm gonna do some push-ups.
Absolutely monstrous
Okay.
performance, running over with the Neon on Sunset. But PRX is a team that they are hard to match bar for bar with that kind of aggression.
It's going to be real tough. But you know that energy is going to be on that stage. Both of these teams, fan favorites. You ask anyone in this venue, it's a 50-50 who they're going to pick, PRX or Sentinels. And I'll tell you what, Mimi, being from America, I'm not used to that.
Yeah, it is close. It is close for sure. For Sen, you know they're going to want to try and get in PRX's head. Zelfs is especially so comfortable on this kind of stage. Probably thinking back to that near PRX choke in the Team Liquid game. They would have denied them being here.
I would love to see the same performance that we saw the other day coming in from Zekken. He was having a blast with the Neon, just running left, right, and center. Yep. Of course, this time around, he's going to find maybe more opposition, or things are not going to be as easy.
It's going to be a challenge with
all right.
No matter how you shake it. But you can see these players, they know the moment that they're in right now and how intense this game is going to be once we're all in the server. Of course, we'll get a look and see what this agent select is going to be looking like in a moment. But Mimi, there is so many questions, right? You know, how disciplined is PRX going to play? And also in
man, I lost my train of thought, Rump.
Side, how disciplined are Sentinels going to play? Because they have looked
but if like
they have indeed.
If
this
you're
so
correct, the world is doomed. It does not matter what we do. The Eastern world does more every year. It literally doesn't matter what we do. If what you're saying is correct, the world is doomed.
Back to what just happened on the first one, right? When we think about Split, we saw that crazy comeback. It was all about the defense, all about those anchors, and Sentinels has decided to be started on that defensive side. So I think we can, think about the composition, then running that double initiator, double controller, the Sky. That is something that we barely see anymore.
All right, here's your agent select coming up in a moment. And here we go. Let's see.
Did you start? Got
a couple already confirmed. Of course, Jing's going to be on
messaging Yuli. The game's starting. Wake up.
Some Sky from John Cutie before.
I should.
We haven't seen Sky in a hot minute,
but she's sleeping.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that
you guys are up so late.
Direct control is going to be very important again as the hard anchor sells it and Bang have to put up that performance. And when we look at the head-to-head between the
So Rump, what's your greatest fear then? We have enough. We kill off a. Sorry, I'm arguing with somebody in chat. We're having a lovely conversation. So I'll mute so you don't have to hear the whole argument. Yeah. So the Earth will be just fine. So hold on. Humans are gonna do enough to kill ourselves, but not everything else, Rump? Is that where we're at? Is that what your final conclusion is?
You can think you're ready for PRX, but you don't really know until you're in the server against these guys.
Yep, ain't that the truth? G2 learned that lesson the hard way.
Yep.
We're doing enough damage to the Earth that we will die, but not all other mammals or animals, and the Earth will end up being just fine. I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
We've already seen today what Wolves is capable of, and they actually, even though they started on the defense, they had a very rough half, only getting 4 rounds there, losing the bonus.
Wow, so this is PRX's comp on this map, huh?
But for today, I hope that has been a learning experience since it's been a while.
Indeed it has. Indeed it has. But here we go, folks. Fans around.
Well, yeah, that's kind of silly to say, Rump. What, we're gonna like blow apart as a planet?
And Sideshow, take it away, fellas.
If the Earth will be fine, that means it's thriving and living.
Absolutely explosive matchup that we got here. The crowd is ready. We've been talking to them all morning long as well. They're raring to go with this one because there's between these two teams. And not just that, it's a question of momentum. Can anything stop this freight train that is PRX when they've been absolutely tearing through every single opponent?
And the last time we saw PRX get
Man, and you have such a the problem with these arguments too, Rump, is you are making a statement that you can neither prove nor I can deny. You're saying when my grandkids are my age is when there will be a problem. Well, how does somebody argue against that? How do I prove you wrong?
On the other side, but I think this game's incredibly tough to call.
Both teams
Yeah,
played really well.
just like in Valorant, got mine, grandkids. Got mine.
Really get on board with feeling like Sentinels have beaten a team that they respect.
actually
Now, I
funny.
think that's wrong. I think that people aren't putting enough credit on Sentinels and what they've been able to do because they're underrating the Chinese team still. But when you look at what Wolves
I feel like
in
from
our
whatever
upper
I've heard
bracket,
about
Swiss
Rumpy,
stage,
he's
it's
a
tough not to
contrarian.
look back at
He is. Rump's a troll. That's why I don't even put my full into arguing with Rump, because I'm never sure if he's being serious with me or if he's just messing with me.
Split, whether we're able to come out with the victory. That's the time that we've seen Sentinels with this new composition that they're running here. And I think there's a lot of history even between these two teams on this map. If you think back to all of the maps where we've seen Sen,
Troll,
this
Rump.
is
Troll.
one of them that expresses their style the best.
I'm not watching Life on Our Planet. It's going to be narrated and talk about how we're destroying everything, man.
And I think you couldn't get a more perfect way
You literally have children in anxiety because of what they're learning in school. When in reality, there's really no difference from when we were kids. But I'm sorry. I won't know anything until my grandkids are my age.
This PRX team, I think, have inserted quite a bit of nuance into their play, genuinely. Even before this event, the evolution of PRX, no longer just the completely run it down, run it gun together, pack mentality.
Nah, dog, we have had the greatest reduction in the world.
Alex has been trying for years to get the discipline into this.
But again, it doesn't matter what we do. Eastern nations are more than making up for everything Western, and specifically China, are more than making up for any reductions that we have.
Discipline in every moment, and they found the right balance with that. They've been running away with it here. Everybody's expecting this train to slow down and stop at any moment.
It almost got derailed against Team Liquid.
The greening of the world refers to the observed increase in global vegetation, particularly leaf area, over the past several decades.
And here we go, we're into it.
Yeah. These are two teams that are looking to make history. Looking to go that much further here at Masters Toronto.
We have increased our green leaf area by 5%, which is equivalent to an area the size of the Amazon rainforest. All right, hold on, we're getting into game time.
This is going to be a key focal area to pay attention to, B-Main, because if PRX get it for free, they can do big pops, and they will find it very difficult, Sentinels, to stop that from happening.
You're watching on YouTube, right?
Yes.
Early days.
Because I got the 1440, Twitch has only got the 1080. I can't really tell a difference, but I just imagine there is one.
For now. Slowly getting down to that minute mark, and this is what I was talking about earlier, the tempering that you see. It's not the PRX of old.
But also, making sure that Sentinels didn't do a re-clear of B-Main. So, no breach util, no sky util, and now the pressure's on Bang.
Walking up and exploding out onto the side. Bang is under that tremendous pressure, but his util out on either side as well. The handshake going in.
Oh!
Assisting second, trying to come
All right, what are we, 2v2? Yep. That was wild, that was wild.
To float all the way back in. Left down into 2v2.
John without any flashes to work with.
Yo, we're planted, yo, we're planted.
Dog, re-clearing. Sentinels very aware of the fact that PRX is going to try to get aggressive into areas like that spawn push.
Something just trying to go for the reposition, just missed the timing onto it, but bullets are flying forward, smoke propped up. Viper Orb blooms, blossoms, time is ticking, and you can feel it, there's tension in the air. First round is everything. It's how you set the pace.
You almost won.
Something not accounted for.
Wait, is Twitch ahead of me?
I mean, probably. I'm watching FNS.
And already getting a glimpse
FNS is that far ahead of me?
These moments.
Yeah, FNS is watching YouTube.
Choosing to try to take that timing with the Viper Orb up.
I'm gonna refresh this.
Forward, looking for it. Everything went wrong at the very
You should
start.
2x the thing. Just 2x the thing so it goes to the.
I'm already at live. Like it won't let me do live.
No, just 2x. Like click on 2x. Like the playback speed.
I don't even see how to do that.
Do you feel like
in settings where the settings symbol is just
in a way that I'm not sure you
click on settings and then playback speed.
Has matured into something the PRX desperately needed.
Speaking of something's already taken the first blood.
Okay, this is kind of wild.
Yeah, now you're gonna be like, oh, you were like pretty far behind.
What is this?
PRX hoping to sniff out any signs of life.
They're just leading with something.
Okay, that's crazy.
For the contact, usually, if there is going to be a defensive stack, there's going to be a crossfire set up or somebody looking to take contact.
All the way through main. Still, that fault line's going to be a big connection.
Mo! Oh, he got it.
Okay, up close and personal. Forsaken. It's going to be dropped and it calls for the pivot. Instant rotation now straight through mid, and there's danger here. They don't know if there's player lurking, but still going to be leading the charge. That's for something, I should say. Putting his body on the line to make sure that they can get that easy access over towards B.
Bang with a classic. Doesn't choose to take the fight early. Waits for reinforcements.
Just trying to take that peek as well when he hears that timing. There's a lot of damage done. Sentinels could still be a problem with his pistols in hand.
That was a great reposition.
Really root them out, but control of the site and the plant down the PRX is a good spot to be in.
Pretty fast flank here going on as well through B main. John took a deep timing down mid.
Fault line, good connection. Satchel backwards. Jing trying to play for a bit of safety here. John has been spotted. Found out initially here. Damage being done over tunnel water. Top, but in the end.
All right, they made it expensive.
Dismissal from PRX looked a little bit scary.
A 3K, yeah.
A decent amount of damage done as well. They've got a rifle and a bulldog that they're saving into the next round here, PRX, and they'll still have some other weaponry to be able to supplement this. You know, something only going for a Marshall in that round, so he's still going to have some. But overall, this is where things really start to heat up. Sentinels are going to have a good game plan to stop these pops.
There.
Finally getting into the gun round here. Weapons online here for Sentinels, and fast as they ghost this time. Yeah, that judge is not going to be getting the value. We've seen Jing just wrecking havoc.
That's
on prior opponents.
Really smart.
Not
for a second,
taking
though, as well.
damage
He
is
gets
good.
himself deep inside there and just starts spamming because he knows what's coming towards him.
Familiar play for them. Still mid is going to be the goal, and okay, quick little lurk up there. Quickly put down and trade inside there from the right.
I think that favors the defenders actually because you've taken down that A-ramp lurk player.
Yeah, and Sen are out in the open right now. John with the reposition quickly. Zekken might just be tucked to the side, and indeed that is a bit of a punish. Something he sent into that
soft to
TP.
get in here,
He's
bro.
going to be taken
What
out
is he doing?
half of the clearance.
Ah, Zek.
Managed to just rank
Yeah,
it
let's
right
go
for the
soft.
time. Snaps it straight to Zekken's head. This is a 2v3 scenario, but still very much winnable. Just depends if they can take out John. He's near-sighted, blinded, bit of spam as well. Trepidatious trying to be assisted with that util as well from afar. Doesn't help him out though just yet. 2v2 now for PRX. Getting that plant down. No fast play, I should say, from Sentinels here. Making sure to slow it down for now. Grouping up. Still, it's Patman inserted into the smoke. He wants to try and dominate this angle here. How does it get cleared? Traded into the 1v1. Bang versus Forsaken. Time is ticking on the spike. Making footsteps, making noise. Util as well. Expended. That is a bit of a catch. Smoke in the back pocket.
He didn't hear it.
Going to be covering, obfuscating, forces the issue from Forsaken, but he's biding his time. It's goes forward for the challenge.
It was funny. He probably could have gotten half for free because he was blinded. He couldn't hear it, right? You can't hear that?
As he went through into sight.
No, I'm pretty sure you can.
Probably Forsaken was going for a wrap around the pillar. Instead, hadn't quite factored in.
It's just like muted.
With the paranoia,
or not muted, but yeah, faded.
I could read wrong.
Both excellent players, but it's Forsaken who comes out on top. And that's PRX winning the bonus as well. Sen are going to pull out stingers here to try to get a little bit of equalizing factor. Can they swarm? Can they find the reads early? Well, Zekken instantly detected. He's always got a gate crash to try to bail out of there. But the game plan for Sen this round is going to be to try to gamble, to try to find...
And a lot of half armor for something to just pluck them out of the picture.
Yeah, that's tough.
Flash forwards, it's going to be that refight attempted with the stingers still. Just a 1-for-1. John backs himself away.
Not giving away his position. But also nobody from PRX looking to explore that either. They're going towards bang and just missed the timing.
Oof.
Instant reposition. He's okay, just going to be running around here. And Divide just making sure to get containment going on in mid.
These are the kind of rounds, though, where you've got to give credit to PRX for baiting the play out of Sentinels rather than doing something quick and early themselves. I think in previous tournaments where we've watched PRX, these are sometimes the rounds that are just gutting to watch because you know they need to play with discipline on the anti-eco and yet they rush things. Now you're seeing patience.
Yeah, Bang can feel it coming now. Turning up the heat onto the side, doesn't really stand a chance there. Too many angles to watch for. Round to the corner, stinger in hand.
Flawless,
it is.
Essentially.
Yeah, only one player going down here for PRX, but all that momentum behind them now.
And this is the kind of start that they would desperately be looking for. Something's going to drop the Outlaw in this round. They've got an opportunity to combo some nasty ultimates together. This is the round to invest them too, because if SEN lose this, they're going to get knocked down onto
Yeah, this is about to be rough.
And in fact, Kaplan's already called a timeout.
Oh.
We're going into attacking pause here. And I think this is a really tough one to call, because Kaplan can't particularly give them advice beyond the next round. The horizon is round 5 that you're about to step into, because listen, you could be going into Dimensional Drift, where something gets information and sets up a Fade ultimate. Maybe Jing's going to do something aggressive with a showstopper at the
You got to hop into VC
You're
soft.
always having to react to what PRX are doing, because they've set up this ult snowball.
I hate how they play defense on a few maps.
So maybe Kaplan's
They
gonna
always
go
seem to get
aggressive,
smoked on
perhaps,
defense
off the
and
rip,
then
try to rip tempo
do
away
well
from
on
Southeast
attack.
Asian team.
Try and get proactive maybe onto the extremities.
Very difficult to do that though against a Yoru ult. Yoru ult speeds stuff up massively on the attack side. Essentially lets you dodge whatever Sentinels are going to do and scout it out for free.
And that's part of the trouble we're trying to come
Sock
up with.
lover, hello.
On the other side of this timeout, because it has been slow going for PRX so far, but listen, in this timeout, they can just turn up the tempo immediately with the Dimensional Drift. They've got the ults to do it, and we know that is how they like to play.
I do like this level of a gamble though. Narrate has his ultimate to work with, and so Sentinels are looking to stack 3 players over towards the B side and play A, essentially for full retake with that Breach ultimate.
See how well it works out, okay. Plan was scored for. Aggro for Zekken. He set up nice and early with the fault line.
Yeah, and look, fault line, paranoia, aftershock flashes.
Second wave.
There's so much stuff that can support Zekken here from Bang and from Narrate.
It's TP to get out as well. He's not going to be shy. Breaking the util.
But that tells you that Jing is here with his showstopper just around the corner. Zekken, though,
He's
is a
gonna have to
difficult
get out.
target with that teleport.
And here it is, Dimensional Drift now. Right as the gate crash was really about to fade, yeah, so Zekken forced to try and take this one out. A lot of players being spotted out here with a Nightfall now. Scatters away, the rocket into the back. To no avail.
Oh, bro.
No. My God, he's doing them dirty, Zekken. Crouched down, pounds on the chance to trade that one out, but it's an instant pivot again, PRX.
Yeah,
They can lose
dang.
across the map.
Devi is like
Lurk from Devi got himself all the
Oh,
way
yeah.
to A,
Free.
pulled every rotate over towards B. With double ultimates, they found themselves in a 4v4 where they have the A site completely for free, and Narrate is dead, so no Breach ult to be able to go for the retake, though Zekken has earned his Dimensional Drift, which will allow them to scout out defensive positions. But I mean, look how many threats are around the map. You've got Jing in a deep spot, Devi in
Man,
a deep
Am
spot.
planted for
These
heaven.
are all things that Sentinels need to deal with before they can even get close.
Danger lurking around every corner. Smoke in your face. Viper Molly laid down on top of it. Sending the ult flying forwards though. Zekken, as you mentioned, he wants to scout out these positions, but how do you route these players out? They're in every conceivable spot. That's a good start. Devi's going to be dropped. Sees rebounding and flash into the face of Patman, but still he wants to hold his ground in through the back of the site. Support, reinforcements is going to be arriving finally, just in time. Patman is going to be falling in through it, but Forsaken is already there to just fill in the gaps of the play, and his hold is just
Oof.
rock solid. It's watertight at the end of the day.
Oof.
This is
That's
PRX.
how slow
They're
start,
feeling themselves
bro.
at this point. It's
Real
5-0.
slow.
None of the signature fast plays that we really seen from them. It's cautious all the way throughout, but with no mistakes being made.
It's an absolutely immaculate round. I mean, finding Narrate when he's setting up for the Breach ultimate, catching it, and then also lurking Devi into A is just masterful. The call there to cancel that presumably comes from Devi on the opposite side of the map. Guys, don't commit, don't commit. If it looks difficult, if it looks like they've got a stack, let's go back into A. Absolutely gorgeous play.
And the slow play continues. Something tremendous value that he's been getting out of this Outlaw.
Yo.
Attack side op has been a bit
What up,
hit or miss
yo?
over the course of this tournament, but when he knows he's up against a half armor, a lot of confidence.
Damn, bro, you sound tired.
Sentinel's taking a gamble stab.
What's up, Yuli?
And this is where we were giving credit to PRX before. They were leading with Something's Outlaw and never
Are you
walking
gonna crash
into the
out,
stack.
bro?
Oh, this is going to be explosive! Swinging. They're just trying to chop these players down to the knees. Vulnerable up.
Wait. Oh, no way. No way.
I don't think I've ever seen anything
Another moment of hesitation, and perhaps Sentinels would have won just based on time. Stuck inside the snake bite, ticking down, vulnerable.
And it's Devi snaps that final kill. If he got that a second later, Sentinels end up winning a round.
A little bit more touch and go, but PRX still in control. And this is another round to look to try to invest.
Yeah, like you feel lucky to get 4 here, no?
Weaponry in the hands of these Sentinels players, though. This time they want to try and get that hold over towards A Heaven. Heavy stack with the bodies, a lot of util.
Good based on what's going on here.
Be expended here by PRX. They want to make sure that they gain control of ramp. The tap, seeing if they can bait out a response. Now giving up that space as well, going walkabouts, re-exploring in through mid, just in case. Again, they weren't playing a slow spread default. They do have to re-clear these areas. A lot of unknowns. In through B main, in through mid. Jing multitasking.
Sen looking to re-clear over towards A ramp, and Forsaken's heard that. He heard the dog, realized that they've got bad information. They think that nobody from PRX is over towards A, so he's calling for the rest of the team to regroup on him. And they're leaving something as a lurk, which was so crucial in their win over G2 on Lotus.
They've waited so much time out. I mean, the gate crash is going to be fading soon enough. Zekken, it's the last one available to him. He's tucked into the corner for now, though, in through hell.
The Zeekers are massive.
Pointing away. Just wrangles.
No.
Gets onto it anyway. Good trade. All the way through, and now sight needs to be taken. The rate's holding it primed. Rolling Thunder is going to be getting ready to go as soon as they hear this one. Pac-Man going for it. As a flash into the corner. And
no plan.
Scattered up into the air. PRX, how the hell do you hold on to this one? Stunned up and taken out. Bang. He's already regained a bit of that control. And ground Pac-Man swinging from the side. And time is running short. PRX got to get a bit of a move on here. They need to claim these kills, but it's all Sentinels.
All right, we're on the board. I'm going to do some push-ups for getting on the board.
Those Seekers from Chong QT could not have been better timed. 3 of them all flying towards the A side, giving away exactly where Forsaken had called the team to regroup. Finally, we get to see Narrate's ultimate with the value. With time running short and good information about where they were going to pop. They get that Sky Flash at the same time as the Breach ult, and they're there for the fast flood before the spike can even go down. But it's going to be a long road back to an even half, if that's even possible for Sentinels.
Also going to make it a bit more easier, though.
First match.
PRX grouped up outside A, looking to try to dodge the Sky Flash.
The 2-0 Genji.
Used that first one. No information. Now he's just a Trailblazer. Can they dodge that? They look to just break it with a couple.
Yeah, bro. He is the GOAT.
That's a fake TP. Obfuscating the intent a little bit, and this Viper's Pit is causing problems. PRX.
Yo, what's up, Yulis? These guys missed some context. The Wolves came back from 9-3 down and 8-4 down.
Still full breach utility, bang with a paranoia.
Wow.
They've got tools to
and just smoked him in the second half.
Have to be that playmaker. A lot of util. Nightfall coming out. Sticks himself into the back of the site. Gonna look to try and
they won 8 rounds in a row against Genji, like one of Genji's best matches.
That flash from the Raid, not anticipating it. Forsaken, he just scatters himself into the back. There's an ult from him on top of the Nightfall, cuts away the sound cues. They were not expecting him to stab them in that direction.
They're playing so good.
Again, PRX asserting themselves fully locked down and rooted in spot onto this site. It's going to be a very difficult task for Sentinels to try and retake.
They need to clear hell first.
All the way forwards here. The clone is going to be taking.
Oh, no way, dude.
What is that?
Ugh.
I didn't even see them. I don't know how Jing did.
Snaps 180 and 2 players deleted.
That's an immaculate round again from PRX. I said that Sentinels had the right players in the right position to stop that. But Jing flies to new box, something flies into the back of sight, and Forsaken ults deep into spawn, making use of the fact that they had that Fade ultimate that takes away all of the sound cues. How has he got the read whilst flashed up that there's 2 players right behind him? Crazy round from Jing. Just beautifully executed. Players flying into all different areas. Jing, something, Forsaken, they all take a Bermuda Triangle and surround the defenders on the B side. I want to take us back, though, to what we were talking about historically. These teams have only played each other once in VCT. We talked about it, the desk talked about it, it was the lower bracket final of Masters Madrid. And there they played on split. Now this is an amazing map for Sentinels, always has been. It's also an incredible map for PRX. When they played, it was the only map that PRX won, and they won 13-5. They destroyed Sentinels on Split, when arguably Sentinels were the best team in the tournament at that time in Madrid on Split. So, you know, PRX have just got a style that works phenomenally well, and it's really difficult to deal with right here, and especially on the attack side. So this is tough. This is going to require something ridiculous to try to come back from. But this is a great start for PRX on their map pick, and exactly how they would have visualized it going.
Looking to rewrite the history books as well from that last fated matchup. This time around, it's PRX who want to be gone even deeper into the tournament here. Deep Flash connects to almost absolutely everyone here, just trying to step up towards it. But again, Sentinels don't really have the weapons to be fighting too hard. It's been slow going from PRX. They've never been overcommitting so far. It's always just been dipping your feet in the pool almost, just seeing what the temperature's like every single time. Slow walking up. Not using too much util now, all grouped up, really testing their own fundamentals and trusting in them that that's going to carry them through. Raw aim. For Jing, maybe if a better weapon was in the hands of Array, he could have handled it still. Zekin's there, there's walls on walls, obfuscating a lot of the fight. It's yet to be taking place, but now, moving around, wrapping around, you can see that dimensional drift. It's ripped off. Something was to clear most of the sight out. A bit of peace of mind here for PRX, so the plant going down on top of it.
I think it's really important that PRX don't put their players in one-and-done positions now. They need to be playing off each other.
Zekin's so eager to take that fight.
Yeah, this is maybe a bit over-eager, but he's played the situation. He's played it perfectly.
It's impeccable! There was no cue for John to play off. He had no idea that it was going to be that deep onto the line. Bang around here, bang.
He made the long pilgrimage through mid, through sewer, and he's rewarded with a gun.
Needs a few more.
2v3 with a gun?
Something's going to be dropped. There's another one on the table. Maybe there's a chance. Second.
I got bang.
Yo.
Happy feet. Leaves it just down to Divide. At the blink of an eye.
Yo!
Oh my god, what?
There is no way they just won that. Holy cow.
What a throw. Yo, that's a PRX throw if I've seen one. That's a PRX throw. That's a throw.
Looked like a scramble from PRX. I think they thought they'd already won the round.
I love watching FNS when he's watching a PRX throw. I feel like it's the most entertaining thing to watch about.
PRX have guns and Sentinels have nothing.
Bro, he crashes.
Why are you playing this way? What are we doing?
He's like, okay, we know we don't have to push, bro. We know we can show. So that's his line like the entire.
There it is.
We get sunset
so
map
put
too.
together for a moment, but
That can be a
falls
banger.
apart in the end.
Yeah.
PRX looking
He's
to put
like
it back
the two
together
best
once more.
sunset teams.
Players got to be ready that. Okay, Zekin was dealt with. Getting cheeky.
Oh my god, I almost got
Every
two.
round, it feels like PRX are bunched up as 4 or 5.
Yeah.
So Sen, they know that they can take space on the opposite side.
Ult's expended now with the showstopper into the hands of Jing and just snaps it to the side. Catches John in time. Satchel forwards. Regaining site control for them. It's not going to be a heaven plan. They've lost control of that entirely. It's Sentinels that are in a decent spot to try and play this retake, despite the player disadvantage.
Bang's in a decent position for a paranoia as well, but it's choosing to challenge elbow early.
Shock into the corner. It's all on this kill here. Something claims it. Celsius gone. Something going okay. Just swinging around to the side there. Hands himself to the raids. Leaves it into this spot. Good flash round towards it, but it did blind up.
Okay, he was so blind. He just stood there. He's like, well,
PRX continue to
I'm dead.
improve and add rounds to the tally.
Meetings are the best use of time ever, Wiz.
Extremely powerful half.
After every meeting I've ever been in, I said, man, that was a good 30 to 60 minutes I spent. I wish I could do that more often.
3 or 4 players if they try to early fight. You know, when Zekin takes a challenge there, maybe you could get out if there was only 1 or 2 PRX players starting towards A, but look at it again. 5 of them towards A ramp. Makes it tough to stop. This train's got massive momentum, but Zekin, he takes down the tip of it. Forsaken dealt with, no smokes now.
Second wave of util as well. Flash with no connection, a bit of spam though. Bullets exchanged. Through top ramp. Both teams going to be conceding that space up, honestly. Drawing new battle line.
Yeah, Rump with the sauna. He couldn't handle.
PRX make the call
Couldn't
to
handle
try
it.
to go up through B heaven here. They're going to be running into a Bucky. Zelsis, with money in the bank actually, still 2K, has opted into the Bucky this round.
Money's a bit skew with all over the place here for Sentinels, but he might be able to do work with it. All depends on the discipline, and he just bides his time, holds it down. Second shot, pellets into the wall, saves the life of Jing. He's able to get that trade off and online. Fault line, even better. It's going to be slowing this one down, allowing Sen to try and get some bodies into the mix. Can they try and help them out? Bang, he's just drifting in and outside to side. Still, one player tucked towards the corner, trying to take that swing to
2v2, Narrate and Zek again. Let's go.
A 2v2 though, and Guardian retrieve for Narrate. Very winnable, especially with Zek's
I
information,
feel like
but Narrate's got to make sure he doesn't take a 1v2.
Ulting every like round.
Spots them out. Two players alerted to the presence, and it's not planted forward, and PRX know that they have to refight for this space all the way forwards again, out wide. Narrate was high up onto the perch. Defensive angle and a swing through. Blackman!
Yeah.
It's a monster in the clutch, isn't he? 1v3 against G2 was part of the biggest reasons that PRX are where they are right now. And here, a 1v2 against G2's America's rivals deletes Narrate and Zekken. Mini said it. He's got the talent. He just needs the belief. And the more clutches he gets, the more belief he's going to have.
Yeah, Alex just can't quite believe that this is his life, but here it is, the final round of this first half. No switch-ups. PRX, but it broke. I try to fix it.
They still have this combo, Fadol with the Omenal.
Bang, has the exit, at least with the TP. Horn's going to be spawning him double TP.
Yo.
Satchel to just try and catch him round to the side. Now this is Sen getting into these anchor positions. Heal online, Nightfall's going to be connecting though, and that's going to be cutting away the sound cues. This is fast, hot and heavy. It's what we're used to here with PRX, but they insert a bit of a pause. Looking for the response, and now they're going to see it. Side
Oh, bang.
Bang. The dog is missing.
No. Oh, dude.
It's lighten up the feed. Oh, 3 kills.
Wait.
One left to find. Spike going to be retrieved. Forsaken can get access to that one, but in a 1v3, Zekken is going to have to pull off a miracle.
The Spike is kind of committed.
Forsaken committed alongside it. Matters not with any.
Well, this is not how I was hoping this game would begin.
For the first half of this matchup. Now I was expecting explosive, I was expecting pace, but honestly, it was a slow crawl from PRX. They were playing their own game.
I was also expecting a bit more competition coming out here in this first half. Sen looking slow to begin in a map where I think they should have been able to set up some nice retake scenarios. PRX are just too sharp. Look at Jing here.
Absolutely unreal form from PRX, and they're looking to try and take away this map nice and early. We're going to be finding out the conclusion of it on the other side.
There's going to be a new Valorant map soon.
Yeah.
.53-year-old billionaire Sanjay Kapoor has died after a bee stung him in the mouth during a polo match, triggering a heart attack. All of that is messed up.
Alright.
two players who've been leading the scoreboard in terms of their just output as well, but it's Jing and Patman, honestly. Jing has been putting up phenomenal
Another
numbers
useless
this
piece
entire
of
time.
news.
But Patman as well as another player that, you know, the desk has been highlighting it, we've been highlighting
It's by
it.
somebody
He's
called
added this extra
Dexerto or
element that's been sorely
Dexerto.
needed for PRX for the longest of times, and he's delivering now on the biggest stage.
Yeah, you see it reflected here in the Coinbase Econ report, but I think Jing on their attack side, especially in this tournament, has just been ripping people apart. I think some of it is looking towards their defense side, getting a bit more value from their big players. Jing, something on that half, but when it comes to attack, the pathing, the feel of the timings and entering, it's all been wonderful. And frankly, 10-2, you shouldn't have too many doubts about them closing it out. Now, okay, it's PRX. We've seen the game against Liquid. We all know what happened there and what nearly ended up losing their entire tournament run. I mean, they were, you know, an overtime away from not even being here. But generally speaking, this should be absolute dominance.
It's definitely going to be at the back of the PRX players' heads, I think, thinking about making sure they don't lose grip of opportunities, especially when they put themselves in a good spots like this. But Sentinels trying to turn that around entirely here with a pistol round win. Easy access to the A site, there's no resistance. Full retake going to be played here by PRX, but they have given up A heaven. Screens control, a lot of it. They're going to have to start to re-clear it now. We can see moves being made. Second holding the flash, a refight is going to be called for, and there it is. Paranoia forwards. Did not catch onto something though. He was the only player that could stand up to that.
Yoru diff.
And indeed he does. Wins it out. Celsius just trying to buy this time as well, wrapping from behind.
Oh my God.
He's that backup policy. PRX are not slowing down. They're not going to give you a moment to breathe. They've swarmed the site. Parman with the defuse already, and they're just trying to hunt down his last remaining players. Bodyguards.
Yeah, happy to go.
Oh, you won't find
Oh.
out from something. That is sick. He's playing anti-flash in heaven, completely shuts down Sentinel's refight, and then he rips a teleport, a gate crash into backside to follow up on the Paranoia. Look at that.
That's beautiful.
That is gorgeous.
The difference between
Team
this
play,
PRX
coordination, and all
the
set up
previous
so
PRX
fast.
is they would just do crazy stuff, but now they actually do crazy. They still do crazy stuff, but they actually like back you
That
with
is
it.
brilliant.
Yeah.
And Sen are going to pull
Yeah.
out
They
those
weren't really
America's
doing that.
Stingers to see if they can
Like,
turn
that
this
TP
around.
wrestling is
But
crazy, but yeah,
my
no,
God, the damage has been done already, surely.
It has. It's the last resort at this point. Easily dealing with Zekken. Chopping him down on the knees with a Guardian in hand. Full group up from Sentinels. They're looking to really just try and take this one with bodies and by storm. But again, something is holding it down. Jing's by his side. Going to be calling for a refight of their own. Flash forwards, no connection. Nobody blinded, but okay, Defy. Trying to turn him into mincemeat with that Judge in hand. There's a 2v3. PRX can't get too ahead of themselves, but so much damage done. Won't take much to bring down Celsius in the rate.
And incredible confidence from something. Throws down the teleport into Mail, and then he's getting around all the way behind.
See him just through the X-ray. Paranoia's good. Blind's going to be slowing down the approach once more. Smoke in their faces. They're just trying to push them into something.
They're
just
trapped.
in case they are. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. You're going to try and fight your way out. But against Forsaken, good luck.
Well.
That force buy of the Stingers may well be the last hurrah for Sentinels here on Split.
This comeback would go hard.
Last time they played against each other, 13-5
Yes.
was the scoreline.
It would also
For
hurt if they
PRX,
somehow got it to 10 and then lost.
I think this looks even more dominant today. Now, having said that,
Yeah,
Sentinels did
true.
end up winning that match 3-1. In fact, final match was Sunset, which is where we're going next, but it's going to have to be a huge turnaround for this series not to just look massively one-sided. Stingers again.
Has to be. PRX up to 12 now. Lot of damage
Sorry,
done.
Maniac. We wait.
Jing Decay down, going to be regenning all the way back up, at least partially. And this is a spread approach from Sentinels. We're actually exploring other areas of the map, not just A main for once. It's mainly PRX though that we're doing that on their own attack side. Still, it's nice to see that the rest of Split does exist.
Using double initiator utility to try to get up mid, put pressure on Divide. But these players with light armor, most of them. Oh no,
Forwards.
full armor, but still, they will go down like
Fight
mulch.
on multiple fronts. Sentinels, they run over to B main, they run over to Heaven as well. That's going to unlock the site for their taking. Heal online as well, make sure to shore up the weaknesses, and PRX are going to try and play this one now. Patman and Jing, side by side in a 2v4.
First time it feels
going for it.
Yeah, it's first time it feels like we've had PRX in a spot where they aren't ready to go for that flood defend. They aren't up players. SEN completely in their proper spots for the post plan. But also not really that much of an opportunity to upgrade to.
Are they really not going for this?
Still 3 on Sentinels that are running the Stinger and bang with a Guardian.
I guess Patman, whatever, but
Jing was hoping, I think, to maybe get an exit or two. Don't think you're going to want to keep the judge.
I mean, you don't necessarily need the exit kills here. Look, SEN are still saving 0 proper rifles.
Yeah.
And there's also 9 opportunities for PRX to close this out. Something tapping away on the keyboard. I mean, the spirits are so high for PRX.
And they can feel it. It's about as good as a beginning as you could hope for. 12 to 3. We're all just wondering at this point, what's going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back? Re-clearance there with a fault line, trying to take a bit of B main control. Sentinels, they earn it, but they back themselves away.
It's a flurry of utility on both sides towards B main, but it's PRX who are more bold.
Drop Jing, he's just got walkabouts, hunting for a kill, but he's handed a freebie. Straight over here to Sentinels. Vi trying to re-clear some of that space and regain that gun. Does so successfully.
This control, though, that Forsaken's got in B main is really important.
Yeah. He's going to be painting out a pretty picture now to PRX, and look at Devi, his position. He's moving over towards A to reinforce it. Just from that B main control, they've got the read that this is going to be ending over towards A. Up through Heaven, flash. No connection, dodge for now!
Oh, he gets both.
He's got the horseshoe out, don't know where it is, not going to ask for the location, but he's claimed 2 anyway. In a 4v3, something is close, and no one is watching!
Yikes.
Pure domination
That is
for PRX.
And Sentinels get obliterated. Wiped away there on split. Not in any way what we were expecting coming in. I thought we'd have a much more even game, but they were immaculate here today, PRX. Something and Jing couldn't do any wrong.
Immaculate gameplay, and what a beginning here for PRX. A team is looking to go that much further at this tournament here. There's all those questions here, but they've answered many of them by just absolutely dismantling Sentinels. And we're going to be stepping away, of course. GB and the analyst desk going to be breaking it all down for map number 1. Do not go anywhere.
Man, scary, yeah? I almost lost that round, boys. It's okay, man, it's okay, man.
Right? Now that SEN's not playing China, they're like, ah, whatever.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Push up and pull up time. Be right back.
Let me show you how the fuck done. Oh man, I was just getting warmed up. Spike defused.
have one hell of a roster here on the floor. I am joined by the Lorax. The Lorax, how's it going so far in Toronto? Enough trees?
Enough trees.
And I'm also joined by Brenchel. Josh, I thought we were casting a game so far.
I need to take a break to come down here. Play a little Rochambeau.
A little bit of a Rochambeau, and we're also blessed by the Pope once again. Sorry, Your Holiness. I need you to bless this game and also call the rock, paper, scissors for me. Are you ready?
Yes, I am.
So let's start with the blessing first. What words do you have to say?
Blessed to the game, blessed to the winners, blessed to all the people at this wonderful event, and let's go.
All right, so we're going to do this on shoot. Are you ready, Your Holiness?
Yes.
Call the rules.
3, 2, 1, shoot.
The Lorax.
Okay, a little bit of a draw.
3, 2, 1, shoot. Tied again.
It's going to go for a while. Go ahead.
All right. 3, 2, 1, shoot.
Okay, so that's 1 for Brencho.
1 for Brencho. Ready for our next round? 3, 2, 1, shoot. 3, 2, 1, shoot.
Oh, okay, it's a 1-1, but at the same time, you get to sub out. All right, so I got brothers. Let's do this, Your Holiness.
It's a completely different person.
Who is this guy?
In a 2v1, I don't think this is fair. 3, 2, 1,
Wait, Dave, I had a dream about my work.
2, 1, shoot.
Damn, you're missing your work now.
2, 1, shoot.
And I know that, like, at the end of my shift, there was, like, more free shit that they were giving away.
Thank you so much, and let's head back to the game.
And I was just, like, carrying it to my car, and then I woke up.
Damn.
Yeah.
What'd you get?
I don't remember everything, but it was, like, 2 of them were, like, these, like, baking dishes. And then, yeah, I don't know. I don't remember the other stuff, but I remember it being like good, a good haul.
Sentinel's playstyle was meticulous and clean, but you guys were actually the ones that was almost flawless. So, was this your game plan all along? Have they executed your vision?
Yeah, I mean, we really didn't want to rush them because we knew that they would be like super prepared for it. So we tried to make sure that we slowed everything down for this particular game. Yeah, I think they did a great job.
Thank you very much, Alex. Hopefully you bring this home.
Wow, what a game we just witnessed there. This is Sideshow. Well,
you don't sound like him in the slightest.
Can you do it?
No, I can't do it. I won't pretend to do it.
10 out of 10.
Wait,
welcome back, everyone.
did Porkchop actually go in Luke's chat?
That was a quick one. How long was that? I went to the bathroom, came back, it was over.
He
Crazy.
did.
What did he say?
Kind of like a Verizon high-speed moment. This one is going to go to Jing because Jing just doing Jing things again.
Ross told me you banned me.
You heard Coach Allen talk
Why?
about his team playing slower, but yet you see them do things like this and you're like, slow
That
is a
was
different definition for you.
Yeah, that was pretty much it.
Why he got banned.
And I said, I didn't ban anybody. I don't know what you're talking about. And he was like, oh. So he's probably going to message Frost here in a minute.
I thought Luke was going to say one for the team, but he just said he ignored him.
Uh-oh, Tyler's expecting a DM.
Yeah, that was a crazy song from PRX. It was interesting because I think they did slow things down compared to the last time that they played on Split, where they were also
You should just blame Ty. You shouldn't have said Ty doesn't have terms to ban. You should have just said Ty banned him.
rounds calling some crazy macro idea.
Yeah, you're right. Let that guy go message Ty.
But for the most part, it was just kind of walking around, finding
Let them battle it out.
picks, and then converting with really strong post plans.
And if you could see in
I'd be down to see Riz battle it out.
for the side of Sentinels, they only won
Or
and in fact, in many of the rounds, we saw Zekken trying to go on A, trying to find the first one, and actually finding it. But PRX bringing in the chaos round after round. Also, most of the rounds, well, 90% of the rounds.
Yeah, these segments are kind of weird, Maniac. I was just listening to that in my headphones.
That's what you're doing in this game.
Like, who had a sub for Paper Rock Scissors? Like, what was happening?
Rounds that Sentinels won from their defense was that one round from Narrate with the ultimate, very well executed, but it's not something that you're going to have all the time. And Bank going completely crazy.
it does really feel like a redo of the G2 game on Split, because while that one ended up being really close, it was mostly close because of G2's attacking side. On defense, or on the attack side for PRX, they were almost perfect in that game. Same here again, and it's a similar thread, right? When they're getting into these post plans, their players are so willing to play up, to fight off each other, and they are so fast at getting these multi-kills. Look at the amount of rounds where one PRX player is getting 2-3 kills and nearly single-handedly closing out.
And you see Forsaken, those paranoias, the effect that he was having. I am not going to lie, this morning I woke up, I went on Twitter, and I saw a tweet that he posted right after the gym, and I should have known.
Very possibly,
that Forsaken was winning today.
He got those gains in the gym, now he's getting those gains in the server.
And this is now a really scary position for SEN. You look back to their failure in Bangkok, going out early in that tournament, and a lot of what the team talked about after that was troubles with the mental, right? Going down in games, struggling to get back into it, players feeling a little bit tilted, a little bit off, and that is a hell of a game to lose. A map you're historically excellent at, crushed in that way.
Yeah, and probably if we look at here, we see JunQT at the bottom, and it's something that we do not see all the time, and maybe we have to bring in the conversation, this changes, and bring it in the sky, and how effective it must be in any map. Like in some instances, you could even see him try and pop flash something that is just not going to work. And as I'm saying, with the team that wants to fight all the time, how quick everyone from PRX is going to go. They do not care. They're very quick in their reacts. You will not flash them.
Yeah, it's been really difficult for Sentinels to have to deal with that. What is Coach Kaplan thinking as he gets ready for map 2? We have Yinsu standing by.
Ahead of Sunset, I'm joined by Sentinels coach Kaplan. Now, Device Sage is such a hallmark of their identity with their Sunset comps. You've actually faced that before last year. How do you deal with his Sage?
Yeah, they only have a few losses on this map. One of them is to us when they're playing that kind of comp. I don't want to give anything away before we play, but hopefully people can stay tuned and we can teach everyone how to do it.
You heard him. Stay tuned. Thank you very much.
Coach Kaplan saying, hey, they're going to teach people how to beat this team on Sunset. But, hey, you look at that 13-3 on Split. I got to feel pretty damn good about PRX going into map 2.
Yeah, speaking of 13-3s and speaking of Sunset, the last map that these two played against each other before today in that lower bracket in Madrid that we were referencing earlier was Sunset.
Yep,
and that is what Kaplan is speaking about. If they are to show the same composition, which I do not think, I think that they will stick to what they're doing right now, not going back to the Gecko and the KO. PRX could have had a different fate, but now they should be scared because the momentum is all in the side of PRX.
Yeah, squarely on their side. PRX really just taking these corners and taking these fights like they know they're not going to lose, like they have the spoiler available to them. But here comes the agents, they're locking things in here, and yeah, I mean, basically getting the same thing for PRX.
Yeah, we are running it back for PRX, this Sage comp that they have been running in some variation for a very long time. That's what Coach Kaplan was alluding to. If you're looking at a Sentinels bounce back, you have to look to Zekin. He was unbelievable in their last map of Sunset against XLG. He's the guy who can bring the momentum, bring the energy to try and get them back into this game.
Yeah, and especially with them starting on the defense again, given the chance of for PRX now having the chance of setting up the pace just like they did on Split.
The Sage is weird though, it throws off your timings on your retakes. You have to break the wall, fight through slows.
Walls?
No one in NA plays a comp like this, so ever since that last time they played PRX last year, this is only going to be the second time they're seeing this kind of composition.
Pressure's on.
I hope so, man.
They got to keep the drive alive here. This is the opportunity.
They're rubbing each other's legs, Wiz, not each other's backs.
Against PRX, as we've noted multiple times now. This feels like a different PRX. It feels like a PRX that plays.
Does that feel nice? All right.
With an understanding of exactly what they want to execute on, maybe.
And they're so confident after that win. JunQT got a trophy in his first ever Masters with this squad in his rookie year. Now, with new players on the roster, with pressure,
I know, I thought it was going to be like
a
the
chance to try
entire series is going to be banger. He just got wiped first map.
They do not want to go to that lower bracket. Fnatic, G2, down there waiting. That's a terrifying fate.
It's a shark pit without a doubt, Mimi. But let's see if we're going to be going to a third map and send it over to your casters. Here's Bren and Sideshow.
If you're a Sentinels fan, I think your spirits have to be lifted seeing Kaplan smile. Their understanding that they've got a way to try and break this PRX map of Sunset. They've looked dominant on it. They've looked quirky. They've had some interesting ideas at that, but they have been really good. And a lot of momentum behind them after winning that first map of Split. looking to carry it all the way to knock Sentinels into that lower bracket, as the desk was alluding to. That's a dangerous pit of opponents. You do not want to step into that.
Yeah.
Fnatic, G2,
that is
Gen
tough.
G.
But as we come in here, you mentioned that Kaplan's still feeling fairly confident, right? That he's got a game plan. Well, they had a bit of a game plan on Split, but Alex changed up everything, started playing more slowly, threw them off their game, and absolutely demolished Sentinels 13-3. What have PRX got cooking here?
We'll see if SEN have any bite back. Footsteps going to be heard, presence noted. Orb going to be vacuumed up there. Jing as well just sends out that boombot. Now steadily walking their way out. Re-exploration over towards A. Nothing crazy.
But they've hit the perfect timing. Just as
Why are they retreating?
John and Narrate have gone off of A to go and re-explore mid. Now, defensive re-clearing. Sentinels were not doing very much of that on Split, so I like the idea of them getting active. And they might have found the timing to just get back into A in time.
3 players ready to receive. The slow orb kind of...
Sage is kind of wild here.
50 seconds on the mark. Plenty of time to PRX to work with now, and they're full steam ahead.
Again, those Sentinels allowing them to get the plant. 10 out of 12 rounds PRX were able to plant on Split.
Devi's got an abundance of util here. That's a nightmare scenario to be facing. All in through the back, cuts out that avenue, especially against the pistols. How the hell do you break this in time?
At least they didn't send the retake utility before meeting the wall.
There it is. Smoke to replace it though. Gap into the wall, now you're seeing it. Gonna be used pound for pound. It's another slow orb.
Goodness, dude.
Down. Retaking control. Zelsis might be a pivotal player. Swinging around to the side here to seize everything being used up towards the top. Pac-Man gonna be gone. Second! He's lights out! 2 players immediately fall.
Okay. That was not looking like a flawless at the beginning.
To be honest, Sen might have the best A retake on Sunset. Like, no joke, I think they have the best A retake.
They needed to break that Sage
wall. Like, they're so good at retaking A on this map, bro.
I'm a believer now.
From the paranoia, from all of the pieces of utility that were necessary.
These are by far the best.
But once they pulled the trigger, they completely collapsed onto PRX from every angle.
1 sec.
And that's where you might actually argue that the Sage Wall could have hurt PRX, because in those kind of spots, sometimes PRX are going to want to try to catch Sentinels as they go for the retake.
Deep smoke. Judge into the hands of Zelsis. He's about to farm! Put him into the blender. Side by side though, Bang having a reload. He couldn't quite back him up in time, so they have handed over a gun still. Close quarters is what it's going to be favoring, and a slight swing out to Vi. It's going to be dropped.
And a very
as clean as you can get.
Yeah, very clean round. Sentinels giving a lot of respect to PRX though, making sure that they fully buy. You know, nobody just coming in there with a pistol looking to buy up a better gun for the bonus round. So they are going to be working with some lighter weaponry here for the bonus.
Enemy remaining.
But overall, it's a much better start here on Sunset, on Sentinel's map pick, than what we were looking at on Split, where PRX just dominated right from the beginning.
Move.
Jing trying to pull a little bit of attention by the look of things towards B main. And then instantly going for the group up on A. Now this one way is dangerous. You've often got to burn this Overdrone to get past it, through it. You're expecting Bang to be holding it.
Do have the Viper Wall though. So
even then,
still going to be used.
You can step in front of this Viper Wall. You can't perfectly rely on it.
Tepid, tiptoeing up to the mark, just spotting the shoulder, Bang.
Baiting for Narrate.
Bit of damage, yeah. There's that bait and switch setup. We'll see if there's U2 going to be used to clear the corner. Still Forsaken, wants to send it forwards here. TP of his own. Trip, gone. Taken out, but no control towards elbow, and Bang finally reveals his hand once more from that angle. Paranoia swings forward, sidestepping. It's John QT still something there to receive. Open arms with the rifle in the hand, the rate only just accounted for, and he has picked up Pac-Man, and that means main control is theirs. PRX, they commit to the plant.
It's a weird situation. the retakers are going to find it difficult to come back through A-Link because Devi's put his wall down there, and Devi kind of solo fighting towards spawn. PRX know they need to make a play.
SEN and 3J says, let's go.
Well from SEN, and they are slow, aiming to be meticulous.
Setting up for a retake.
I'll take the first fight. Second, oh my goodness, barely there. Stinger in hand, something. Give it a half hour over the shoulder.
Yo!
Not anticipating bang.
Nice bang.
Let's go!
An injection of energy for Sentinels here.
As dominant
Yes,
as Split
the
began
util is
for
insane.
PRX, it feels like the same the other way around here for Sentinels. They are really
Look at that Bulldog doing work.
funneling PRX into these A site hits. And then being really cautious as they keep up for retakes. Any kind of push out is getting controlled. And already Alex is hitting that big red button. Tactical timeout being called after only 3 rounds here. And there are so many other things that PRX could be doing. They don't have to be ending every round over towards A. And even if they are ending rounds towards A, maybe they need to get coordinated with some plays. You know, bait out Sentinels to go and take some position and then refight them as they're setting up. You think about it, there's got to be a time where Bang is holding Paranoia and John's holding Stun where you might be able to catch them. But it's a narrow window. Alternatively, you know, you don't have to opt into the A post-plant fight.
Sure.
That's where Sentinels want to take you.
A different direction. As you said, trying to find that gap in the timing where retake util is primed in the hands of the Sentinels players and it's not the guns being played. PRX are good at that. They love to increase the tempo.
But today it has been slower.
It has been slow, yeah.
And honestly, even that post-plant aggression has not been as explosive as we've seen from PRX in some of their other games. I think they really on Split were trying to play counter to their normal style to throw Sentinels off. This round they're coming in with only 2 stingers.
Yeah.
So really this tack timeout is going to be based on the next round, for round 5.
Based on the next round and used to settle the nerves perhaps a little bit.
Yeah. Jing, if he takes Orb here, if he gets a kill or dies, he's going to have Showstopper back for that rifle round. You're also looking towards something. We'll have the Sova ult online. So big tools for them to be able to work with next time around. But once more, a little bit of B main and back into A. It's the same game plan in all 4 of these rounds.
A high-low set up to receive. Drones there. Stun going to be used. Both stuns, in fact, overlaid. Aftershock into the corner. Everybody gets out in time. No damage onto the PRX boys. But a one-way, quickly replaced. So good luck trying to get past that when you don't have a drone anymore.
Exactly. As soon as you burn the drone, that's one of the primary ways, arguably the only way that PRX can safely take A main. So even though that util battle feels like it favored PRX, in reality, I don't think it did.
So up through mid they go. Risky, haphazard, but here we go. It's a one-way setup. Jing! Beautiful movement! Still going to be isolated and taken out, but a glide into the slow. Zekken not to be denied his own.
Second.
Into a 2v3 here. Spikes drop down, but it is smoked off, so Forsaken can reclaim it. Safely for now. 24 seconds left. Plenty of time to get the plant down.
And look how passively Sentinels are. They're not going to cross this line until they're sure that the plant is down. They're never going to give an opportunity for Patman to walk up and get a free kill. Very disciplined from Sen. It's going to be tough for Forsaken to pick up a part.
The TP, almost unexpected. The stun's going to be clearing them out, though. B-hop into safety. Checks himself away. Smoke going to be blossoming now.
It feels like John is really good with util on Breach.
The world in a 1v3. You can hear it jumping around. Zekken willing to put his life on the line.
Like every time I'm like, oh no, he's like, don't worry, here's a stun coming through.
Really
You're okay.
I think that's the first word you've got to go towards when you're giving credit to Sentinels and how they're playing this. They are really far away, never taking a risk once it comes to a retake scenario. In the mid-round, look, Zekken's happy to challenge, happy to fight. And they're looking for those defensive re-clears, but once their player advantage up and the spike's committed, it's all about playing together. Now this is the round where Alex took the timeout to try to get PRX back onto the right track. See if they could get the train going again. Jing and Something's ultimates have got to be what you're looking towards. And normally, this B main noise is a fake. Every round
They've been putting a bit of noise B main, throw down the boombot, and then they group up A. It's not a fake this time.
See if that conditioning sticks. Right now, there's plenty of bodies, and Sentinel's reinforcing, gathering. Rocket finds its mark and more. Jing can't be stopped all the way through, and he wants a little bit more. 3 on the board for him. And there's 2 left alive. He's going to go hunting. Paranoid, blind as anything. 1 left to stand.
Meet Mer.
The crowd wants it. You can feel it. A rumble on the stage.
And Bang does not want to give it to him. He's hiding towards Pillar. 4 and 1. Still plenty of money. He definitely could go for it. He should go for it to try to limit the economy of PRX.
Bang drifting in. I know where he is now. Closing the door straight on him.
And Jing is going to hunt.
Running him down. Pac-Man to receive. It's a bit whippy. We'll call it intentional. He's just trying to give him the kill.
But I don't think Jing's got the timing.
Yeah,
Bang's,
the time's ticking.
Bang's, I think, gonna live this one. Ridiculous. He's somehow managed to escape Jing.
He's hunting. He's
Jing's
trying
going
to get
for
it. He's trying to get it, man.
He's not got the time.
Good.
I mean, he ruined the clip anyway, didn't he?
Yeah, that's not getting into 60 seconds.
He's a coward, Bang, a coward. Incredible entry. What a rocket. Perfect, precise, catches Zelsis around the corner. Immediately on top of Zekken, who was also running away in case the showstopper was going towards Market. That's the kind of entry.
What a rocket.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, credit given.
Yo.
But they are not going to have that same tool again.
So a bit of a reset here for round 6. Zekken. Ooh, jiggling out. Shoulder spotted. Sees the bullets. He knows he's getting some sort and form of response. Holding close now.
At this point, I think Sentinels have to read that this is real B main again.
Surely.
Yeah.
The Hunter's Fury is going to be in that back pocket still, Dark. Going into the back.
Bro.
He's amazing on the entries.
He's straight in there. Beautiful movement. TP though, reinforcements
Jing has
arriving
the
back.
best
He's trying to
matchup
get
in
into
the
the action and the fray, and from behind.
He could learn a thing or two from me.
Just to pieces still. Needs to play his life a little bit better here. He's being chunked down. Chunked down. QT scrambling for a chance to reclaim
Or you might be
some
on
kills.
something.
Any semblance of control over to the round, but he's given up entirely at this point.
Sen looking so good. And
So
then,
PRX spent those
man.
first 4 rounds with a little bit of pressure towards B main and then instantly regrouping A. In this round, Sentinels knew that they were about to pop towards B. They'd thrown a haunt, they got Bang on the deep A line. Bang was controlling all of this space right at the start. And Sentinels started moving the defensive rotations over, but they still weren't ready for it. Zeken's job was to try to control that push, the entry from Jing, and he just couldn't deny it.
Critical 1v1.
And again, it's Jing coming out on top. He's been immaculate. Here, this might be a gun going down.
Oh, okay.
Actually, Bang ended up getting that kill, so holds on to the rifle. That's going to be fairly critical, actually, for the Sentinels' economy.
Yeah,
we're still going to have a rifle round.
Exactly.
But this, I mean, Zekken starts shooting while Jing is still moving, and because the first bullet doesn't land, no bullet tag doesn't slow him down. He's in the kind of random spray component by the time he's taking a fair fight. If you miss your first shots, Jing's all over you. Give him an inch, he takes a mile. He's 7 and 4. And his team's only got 2 rounds.
Different look for PRX.
What is this trip over towards upper mid? They spammed to try to break the normal trip, but this one's wonky.
Leaves a gap, but it's safe from the random spam. Both of the trips are in fact intact, but it does leave a window of opportunity for Patman. If he's slow,
yeah, but it doesn't. He can only lurk on the left side. He can't lurk on the right.
I think as soon as he breaks this, and still from their side, it's bang! Can't get out in time. He overstayed his welcome.
Here's the gap.
Just the one, and there's the gap. Hold on, creeping straight past. All that noise pressure being made. Rez, save for a rainy day. Jing straight up and down once more. The raid is hard committed into the fight. Paranoia.
Here comes Patman.
Holds into the back. Patman's right there with him. It's an ult that's ended up being cancelled, just faking them out. Trying to make Sentinels think that they're in the walls themselves. Still it's a 2v4. Kills need to be earned at this point. Speed needs to be built up, but it's just not happening. PRX have them surrounded. I'm not even down.
Meet Mert.
What? I mean, everybody decided to follow Pac-Man into spawn there. A really bizarre round set up by that trip. And you can see why Celsius is going for the trip. It avoids the spam that you would do usually to break that common trip that gets placed at top mid. And it also would dodge a shock dart if something threw one in. But actually it opened an avenue that Sentinels weren't looking at properly. They need to be monitoring that timing. And Pac-Man found the avenue to be able to get behind and win the round. And these slower paced rounds where they're not just sending it A have been working for PRX. So hey, why not change it up?
Fast take now. Fight to be taken. Jing. Anybody want to offer themselves up to challenge him? Spang's still there. It's just a bit of spam actually meant for that. Actually, deep push in through mid and a big blind.
Yeah, that's a crazy push.
Caught.
Just off rip, Bang walks down tiles. Catches Pac-Man very early, and that's the main guy that's been doing the lurking for PRX. So now I think SEN are going to be feeling pretty fine about this. They've got Cam watching over towards B main.
He said, enough of this garbage.
A small gap in market, but Celsius is going to be happy to cover that, and a high, low, and lower setup. But again, the discipline that I was talking about, there's a fine line between being disciplined and passive.
Oh, this is wild.
But Sentinels are giving so much space to PRX.
A lot of respect and a lot of trust, I think, in their retakes.
Very heavy trust in the retakes. Now, that did not work on Split. They won 9 out of 10 post plants, PRX.
Let's go.
Gave Jing the plan. He would have a showstopper, but he wants to keep the gun out for now. And taking a fight towards the back net. It's a good stun, does connect. And even at the follow-up, rolling thunder through and out. Hunter's Fury. Classic juking, skipping and hopping. Second has access now. Flagpole going to be planted into the site. This defuse is stuck to half.
I mean, something is just looking to save.
Something's gonna do nothing.
Trying to win the round. He knows it is unwinnable. That's another perfect retake from SEN.
This is what?
The game plan is crystal clear. PRX know exactly what SEN are looking for, and yet they can't do anything about it. If you try to push into spawn there and catch them as they're trying to retake, you're going into a triple stack facing you. And then if you try to play disciplined post plants, they're just running at you with every piece of utility. PRX at this point need to be saving big pieces of util. You need to be saving if you can.
Oh, looks like that's all he's gonna say.
You know,
Jay's already done.
We'll see you next week, bro.
2 words is already
See you next week, bro.
It wasn't just what.
What?
How did he whip that?
He's still overstaying, still tucked to the side. Shorty in hand.
Everyone's mood is improved now that SEN is
We got a little bit of a lead, so we're not cranky.
Gaps in a defensive player.
Yeah.
Pac-Man could be anywhere, and he's been good at slinking into them. Bang. It's all slow. It's all steady.
Now I'm cranky again.
What a contact play through the smoke.
Left wondering as well where Narrate could be, but it's a beautiful play for PRX.
Yeah, Narrate got it.
From Pac-Man and the off angle. A lot of damage done. Drops Narrate down to 52 health, and even the horn missing. Getting a bit flustered perhaps into the moment. PRX not leaving anything for chance. They're doubled up here. Backside control. Someone with a dart to get their acknowledgement. That's what they were looking for, and Narrate is just left wondering, stewing. Wondering how to win this possible chance.
Oh, he saw you. He saw you.
Time is running dry. It's ticking now.
Jump on him.
Narrator's got to get a move on. But if he makes noise, it won't.
Oh, nice try, nice try.
What a recovery of that. PRX in the 3v3 make the play that they need to. Wandering out through that smoke. Because what was going on here? Not anticipating how close Second was holding. Forsaken anticipating that everybody was going to be playing backside. A cute little wall as well to be able to take down John, but it's this walkout here that you're watching. Something and Divide together through the smoke, and Divide wins a 1v1. PRX are getting themselves back into this game. It's a 1-point lead right now.
Wrangling control back. Trying to make it even.
It's a trip and a cam watching for the mid lurk this time. So Celsius is trying to ensure that there is no opportunity for Pac-Man to go on a wild lurk play. But to some degree, why would he want to do that? He's got the Viper ultimate to work with here. He's still going to go towards mid, though, with the rest of PRX grouping up in B.
Yeah. Late backstab by Pac-Man, perhaps, but PRX are going to be hitting the go button here. Util's going to be used, though. As soon as that nade flies forwards, up and over, orchestrates pretty well that PRX are going for this.
They're a big fan of using high ground angles like this. You haven't heard the wall, so you might not be thinking about it, because it's normally Divine that's going to be looking for these kind of angles.
All grouped up. Bang's holding the paranoia. That's going to be off the contact of Zelsis. He's tucked himself into a forward position.
And if you wait too long, John will have the fault line back up.
Look at the race position as well. They all know this is going to be going towards B. There's a smoke. Paranoia does connect. It's going to go pound for pound, but Jing is straight past it and out. Kill's going to be claimed and collected here for Sen. And the res.
He was about to get his teammate killed.
Backstab we were talking about, there was no clearance in sight, and now he's just keeping them collected, corralled into a corner. C's not going to be connecting, but he's got the spike down with 15 seconds left. There's nowhere to go at this point.
Very nice defensive utility from Sentinels. They've got the right read now. I think they're really in control of the information game. You know, there was one round where they let Pac-Man completely slip through top mid, but most of the rest of the time, they know where PRX is going. It's just a matter of actually stopping them. And this time, Fault Line denies the first phase of the exec, then Paranoia is great at denying phase 2. And here, Jing just tries to get through anyway, hoping that everyone would be blind. He's just gambling on the fact that everyone is going to be hit by the Paranoia on both sides. This does seem like a good round, though, to go for a bit of fake B and try to catch somebody alone on the A side of the map. You know the Sentinels have been kind of cheating the rotations over to B and leaving
it's a Maniac.
What up, the hater? It's the hater.
So, bit of pressure towards mid.
I'm going for it now. Hot shots taken. Zekin is quick to it.
He already said his 2 words.
And Eraser's holding it down. That A-lurk shut down. No more threat of the wall going up. Res in sight, though. Divine might be looking for a play towards this. In fact, the whole team grouping up to take this space.
Why is it so quiet here?
That gets broken, but okay, Satchel forged. Jing doesn't hard commit to try and take out Bang. They want to try and deal with his body, and Sentinel's not willing to see the space. He's still trying to go for this. What a bit of raw spamming through the box to try and defend it up through mid. It's Forsaken who's the one who's going to be going down.
Now, Device ultimate make sure that this is only a 4v5.
I don't know if they know about this. Must have heard the Satchel, but do they expect Jing to be up on top of the box?
That Prowler's not going to tell him anything.
And he's going to take that timing and take it well! Jing!
What do you think he's winning?
He's cracked it open! The A side should be theirs, but there's still 2 players left unaccounted out towards the back of the side. Of PRX getting cold feet on that idea. They have lurks on lurks.
This is where PRX need to be regrouping, I think. You can't afford to have Pac-Man and Jing be playing off on their own like this. Just group together, use the Viper ultimate, try to close out the round.
30 seconds left.
Pac-Man should have a safe avenue to the rest of the team.
Very important fight.
Second isn't playing well.
So danger probably averted at this point.
5 bullets. Commits to the reload, though. Plenty more to work with now, but he has to drop into the corner.
And he gets one anyway, bro.
That is absurd. Filthy.
No.
What is that?
That is truly ridiculous. And it's left Zekin in a 1v3.
That is awesome, for sure.
Which he's not even going to go for. 13 and 5, having a great game. But it's all Jing all day. 2 rounds out of the 5 that PRX have won coming straight from Jing. I mean, one of them set up really heavily by the rest of his team too. Flies in with a showstopper, beautiful snipe onto Zelsis, takes down Zekin as well in market. This one was much more about his intelligence rather than his mechanics. Up inside the
Imagine he
one
got
and then
both
utilizing
and
the fact that he knew Narrate had missed him with the Prowler.
That would have been
And then he just tucks himself into a wonky
So
spot.
that's when I uninstalled Valorant.
I mean, you're only going to hit him if you go for them.
Yeah.
I respect it.
Gotta respect it. Stuns up. Nowhere to run.
There's no way he hits that. That's garbage.
Yeah. Have we got any developers in the building?
It looked even worse in the replay than when I saw it in real time.
Shock and awe.
I agree.
Yeah, I mean, there's winning up hero plays right now.
Astounding stuff, man. It's 6-5. We've got 1 more round left to go in this half.
Got any developers in the building?
Double swing. Bottom section of mid. This is PRX trying to take control of it. Bit of Util send flying forwards to A. It's keeping Sentinel's players anchored for now.
they've just got such a nice ult combo to win this round. You know, Showstop has been amazing at opening these places up. And Jing's got that over towards B main.
Bang going to be tested, assuming they just pull the trigger on it.
Well, I think it's also Bang to try to get out and live.
Does it now. As soon as you hear that one voice line, everybody's going to be scurrying away, evacuating.
He has no idea where he went. What a good.
Trapped up. Oh my goodness.
Chip damage, but no more. And here's that Viper ult.
Here it is. Yeah, this is going to be a blight on the map now for Sentinels to try and deal with. Nightfall should be clearing this one up ever so slightly. Does he clear back at a
That always seems kind of weird because they're not ready to follow up on that.
Hold up to a degree, random spam praying for a connection. Wall needs to be dealt with, finally broken.
Like, wouldn't it make more sense to use it now?
Into the corner still, caught.
Yeah.
To the side,
The fatal?
Fatal to they fatal to the Omen Flash and then didn't do anything.
Nice. Alright, 7. We take that.
And every round that Sentinels got, this final one, a theme that lasted right from the beginning, setting up for the retake and executing it perfectly.
Yeah, that whole retake was
Look at
so
the movement.
weird.
It's just brilliant. And then the Viper even
What a
falling as
slide,
well.
man. What the fuck?
Absolutely unbelievable stuff here. The momentum and kind of fight back, I think, that we wanted to see from Sentinels to give us that competitive series.
Esports is a $2 billion industry now, but it all started in dingy basements and cramped living rooms.
It's the Pope.
Dingy basements and cramped living rooms. I was a part of that generation. Yep. Out of 13 of us sitting in a living room together on picnic tables.
Competitive gaming. Ready to learn the game behind the game? Stay tuned for what's next. You won't want to miss it.
And then when you got tired of playing your computer, you'd hop on Super Smash Brothers. Yes.
Yes.
Alright, push-up time. Be right back.
Damn, only 372k viewers? That's kind of low.
Yeah.
Taking a bit of a granular focus, I think, on some individuals in this game so far. Namely, Second is really the first player I think I want to touch
what
on.
segment are we going to have this time?
Lights out. Maybe after that game earlier
No
today,
segment?
the only
Oh, it's half.
There's no segment after.
Yes!
Going into this match
Thank goodness.
But he's got top
Segments have been so
I did not want
boring.
to watch another segment.
Yeah, again, you can see it reflected here in the Coinbase econ
There
report.
was one where
especially
they
on
were
Second's
just
side.
drinking
Going
water or like
15 and
something
6,
out
but
of
Oh, yeah,
a
like
drink out of something.
impressed with what Jing has been able to put forward on the
was
attack
that?
side.
We're drinking
the
water
question
now.
for me is, can Jing keep it going on defense? Because I think so much of Jing's
Taste
impact is
testing
based
Toronto
on
water.
how he's able to find the
Drinking
timings
water
as an entry
segment.
player. And Zekken on the Neon is going to be really heavily
They are
supported
not
by
trying at all.
the double initiators and the style of Sentinels often puts Second as not just the tip of the spear, but the guy who's asked to do a lot and always does. I think
What
he's
was a
gonna
good
be
segment
helpful
for that
PRX
time?
to deal
That
with in this
time,
half.
like tic-tac-toe or
I
something.
mean, he's 15 and 6 so far.
And going for
maybe.
the light
You could
armor
have
line,
tic-tac-toe with like the players that just played. That'd be
This
kind
is
of
going to be
funny.
a brawl and a clash, a potential
Mhm.
bloodbath.
the pistols are a lot better for long-range fights on PRX.
Yeah, it's Jing. Just waiting it out. He sees that cage. Sailing sky high, and it is walking contact plays, but a jump spot might have just.
Wait, Zekken
all.
is
Oh,
hot.
the
He's
surprise that Sen were going for.
15-6.
Maybe not. Gonna see it now. 3, 2, 1, and a
Yes,
swing.
Aye.
With Paranoia to support from the side. This is PRX are the ones ready to collapse. Still jumping around, just making sure that they can bait and play their teammates in PRX. Blinder of a pistol.
Blinder of a pistol.
An ambush that completely caught the rest of Sen. And Celsius is getting bullied out of his position towards mid, pushed further and further away from the spike. And with only 45 health left, even a single body shot from Jing would take him down.
Just trying to shoot someone.
Everybody on PRX grouped up as
Looking
well.
like me out there.
Going for a little bit of information.
Sniffing them out.
But then goes for the wide swing of Jing. It is that body shot that delivers. A nice pistol round idea and good weaponry to be buying for it as well. Mainly opting into the Sheriffs and Ghosts that are super effective at this kind of range.
Nice sector, don't they?
Now that's...
See the cage going overhead.
That's a gross beginning.
Wait, what is that?
I'm a little behind.
Didn't quite realize that he got that kill through the cage.
Can't tell.
But yeah, they couldn't have landed any better. Both teams going for mid and a massive...
What is that shot?
Yeah.
The spider waits.
I'm at 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7.
I'm still at the replay.
Pistol round win can be the PRX brought up to even.
Wait, what are you watching
And
on?
I think it bears
Twitch.
talking about that we saw
Yeah,
Sentinels
Twitch
really dominant at the beginning of this map.
Streams don't work.
And that's
You just watch my
dissipated
stream,
quite
but
a
I'm
lot.
watching FNS.
It's now looking like absolutely anybody's game.
Dare step into the cage. What? Trying to face up. Potentially set Forsaken up there with the judge. You're right, it is still anyone's game.
This round, though, I mean, massively favoured towards PRX. An opportunity to build up towards some of these big ults.
Sentinels putting their bodies on the line here. There's no trade, obviously, with the slow place down. You can hear it. And a good reposition by Pac-Man. He's even getting the accidental kills. Devi's ready to help him by his side. Spikes in the middle of nowhere. Not retrievable here, so Zelsis. Again, it's the easy way or the hard way?
Well, who on PRX wants to try to build up their
Why
ult?
doesn't my
I think that's
Spectre do
one of
that?
the key things that they should be
That
thinking
kills
about.
so many people through smokes.
Looking towards giving it
You
to
know,
Pac-Man,
I've
I
seen
would imagine.
so many of these
That
bullshit ass
defensive
kills.
30 seconds left.
Viper ult can change the course of the
Even
round.
on split.
Allow you access to defensive setups that you wouldn't normally be able to run. I think it's worth paying attention as well to Pac-Man as to where he puts his Viper wall. You see this one at the moment, but there's also a pretty common one that we're seeing teams run that goes through mid.
Celsius is...
He survives for a moment. Oh, and they're looking to try to keep him alive.
He gets the plant down, he's still going to get value, so
Yeah.
you do have to kill him. There we go.
And you can still plant even if it's in the post round as well to get your money. So they did definitely have to deal with him there. In the end, they don't actually maximize the ults, I don't think. But
0v5 is
not too
crazy,
shabby.
someone just said.
One enemy remaining.
Bro, I swear, these Twitch chatters are always trying to rage bait, bro.
I've got a pretty good idea of what they want to be doing on the defense side.
Yeah, that's what someone said.
A lot of it as well. You come down to the retakes, this Sage Wall, really useful for that if you play offside post plants. So Sentinels
All I
think
ask
about
is
how they
for
wanna
Sen
serve the
to
rounds in the
lower
first
their
place, and
ego
then
after
also
today.
how they want to play the posts.
Washed without
John
10.
holding this stun, ready for some kind of mid.
Yo, I'm telling you, bro, these guys are like, these guys are
on their bonus round, a trap
just
play,
Silvers
some
is
aggression.
rage baiting, bro.
Oh, wow, just in case. Slow orbs already going to be used. Why? Just making sure that they can slow down the inevitable approach, really. Sentinels are going at a bit of a glacial pace, but...
All this for PRX to get third again.
No connection, Pac-Man. Don't slow down.
Because that's such a fun.
What was that?
Can't get it. Then the wedging was placed.
That's rough.
Sleep.
Narado has found a bit of an
Yo!
opportunity and more. It's grasped it with both hands now. Full control of market.
Nice,
And the
Narado.
front of the site now. Access for Sentinels.
I just don't understand what Zekin and Bang were doing there.
Might have another.
Yeah, could be.
I think he missed this slide.
Even better with a cross-head placement.
Oh,
It's
okay.
bait for Bang, but Bang was late on the swing.
Deep Seas flashing your
Cut
face.
Bang.
Gonna be blinded up, but
That's
he
why
has
he just kept jumping
complete
around.
control, and it just makes this hold that much easier here for Sentinals.
Player
Out
standing.
wide, facing into many of them. Last one spotted something. There's not much you can do from this
Win,
spot.
donk, and
Gotta
simple
scurry and save.
playing.
Yeah, it's important that he saves here because Devi actually forced into the round. Only 700 credits on Devi. So keeping this rifle really helps the economy.
Ew.
A massive round from Narrate there. Looked like Sentinels had squandered this one. Slightly better eco. Came in. They ran a slow mid-take trying to feel out, I think, what
Who
the
won
defensive
the
setup
first
actually
map?
looked like. And as they committed
Is that Twitch
through,
chat?
Yeah.
They went for like a market pinch
Rage
where you
baiting.
tried to pull the mid player towards market, and then you pop through top mid. And it looked messy.
Change the
Very
PRX
messy
coach.
from second and back.
He's not ready for Jing at all.
I mean, Bang is walking into that angle backwards because he's worried about the other side of mid. He's worried about
What's the
somebody pushing his own
Oh, I
side.
think Zakin just thought that Bang was like right behind him.
One enemy
Turns around in
Yeah.
Sen's favor.
He doesn't do all that. Wind is out of the sails for Sentinels.
Yeah.
Bonus conversion for PRX.
I think
It's
Bang
kinda
just like
easy
looked
to-
back.
Yeah, probably. It's also like, it's kind of weird, like it's
Again,
kind of
all
easy
eyes
to
on
forget
outside here,
that
down towards mid.
you're just so
Smoked
much
off an
faster
Albert
on
calling
you.
for 3-2-1 and a swing.
Oh,
That's
I
good
know.
move by Narrace.
It happens to me all the
Still,
time.
The
Yeah,
PRX
yeah,
had
yeah.
more than just singular body trying to take that fight. Do it together. They end up on the better side of it.
Wait, Ken's only cheering for who's
with a
winning?
bulldog. Second swinging,
I mean, technically
nobody
he
else
doesn't have
to
to
try to
support
support
Sam,
Narrate.
but
So a little bit out of
He had the
sync there,
PRX
Sentinels.
jersey on
We've seen that
earlier.
across 2 rounds now, despite the fact that Narrate was able to save
I
the
think he's
previous
just
one.
trying to
Now
jinx.
he's
Pretty
gone,
sure.
he's dead. 3v4, somebody else needs to step up now for Sen. Good stun.
Line. Yeah, it's good to push. Taking off that line, but immediately the paranoia is going to be used to try and get him straight back in. Smoke fades though. It's still opportunities are granted for these kills, and it's decent movement enough. Zeltas actually does manage to take out something, so putting a bit of a wraparound here. Forsaken is the one that's been put in a pinch.
Okay, I like this.
Hasn't been able to find too many kills so far this map, Forsaken.
Just steps out
Huge.
wide enough for Zeltas to capitalize. This is now a 2v2, very winnable for Sentinels.
Nice.
Seconds left.
PRX not quite aware of the gaps in defensive play that they're putting up.
But they do know where both players are roughly. They know that John's on the plant, Zeltas is defending somewhere.
Walking up now, steps up. That's a jump spot now. Spotting these players out. Slow walk.
Woo!
Zelsis takes matters into his own
Jordan,
hands.
bro, Celsius, bro.
Beautiful round there from the emotional leader on Sentinels. Gets himself into a lurk through top mid, and they needed
Stand
a hero
up,
after
King.
this first play.
Stand up, King.
The 2 young guns from Sen got chopped down early. And Zelsis decided to get his way in, play off John, and shut the round down.
Played that perfectly.
This is now 2 rounds.
Every
in a row.
pro
Son of a
using
sloppy
this
beginning.
military phantom. What is the
Energy is back
glitch?
up.
Hey,
So
is-
that it's
someone
managed to
said-
capitalize.
Ilya
I
is
think
a
that's gonna be
spy.
especially tilting for PRX, 'cause
Yes.
you're doing some
Russian
right at the start.
spy.
You know, your game plan off barrier
His
is
knees
good.
finally
You're getting
woke
into
up.
an advantage. And then, I mean,
Pork Chop requested to be my
personally,
friend on
round
Discord.
15, I think that's just Narrate hitting
Bro,
nice
don't
shots.
add him, bro.
I don't think that's a
Please,
mistake
please.
from
He's
PRX
gonna
too
just.
much. This round, though, they did leave
I mean,
the
he's
ball
not my
out.
friend. That's awkward for your guys' stuff, not me.
So
I don't
you're
care.
seeing the tactical timeout called and
Bro,
delayed
none of
in.
us know
A lot of
him.
talking
He's
there.
from like Michelle or Tato's chat.
I'm sure Alex is
Yeah.
got enough to
And
say
he's like,
as
yo, what's
well.
up? I'm gonna hang out.
But
That's a
PaperX
friendly
economy
dude.
is now
Yeah.
crumbling a little.
You guys are over.
You should add
Only
him.
one
I want to
rifle able
see.
to be afforded.
Like, I know he has the kid energy, but like low key, like
Timeout
chill.
was fading
bro.
away there as
Yeah.
Alex is just venting.
Yeah, I don't think
Out
that
of
was.
situation.
I don't think that was to the players, was it? I think that was to Mindfree.
Yeah.
Clear up the misconceptions that
Yay, I'm
arise.
finally alone in chat with you, Lee. Oh my
he's
god,
normally very
sorry.
calm when he communicates with the players, and then
Yeah,
he takes it
that
out
was
of
a
his
that
desk.
was a weird message.
Yeah, that's a bit
Oh,
weird.
that. Yeah.
Fairly calm when he comes to his players.
Man,
Basically.
I really like to give people the benefit of the doubt, but I'm not sure what benefit you give there.
Round lead though for Sentinels, and they
Yeah.
that-
Like, oh, you were excited to be alone with me in chat, huh?
rolling into a
Okay.
round
It's-
win, so
It's like
We
he's
actually saw
15.
Bang
It's
take a
his
really
first
fast timing when
interaction
they
with
were
a
on
girl,
defense.
and he's
It's
like, yeah.
Forsaken doing something similar.
Yuli said hi!
range gun is just a bucky. To see if he can punish here. Plenty of players stepping up to that mark. Back.
Oh.
Hold down. Jinx up
Julia's
onto the high
that
ground
much
angle, and okay, there's 2 players
Yeah.
ready to receive him. Takes
Bro,
some
the
time.
got the
Russians
little
Goes
kid
to the
wrist.
round
Oh
now.
my god.
Ew, stop.
If Sage gets a kill here,
Yeah, no
she has
sponsor.
res.
And Forsaken's on the flank with a bucky.
Even
I
with
thought.
TP forward.
Better go up.
Why you
Oh!
your
Lunch
camera
break.
on, dude?
Beautiful play.
Hey,
Your
I'm
camera
fine.
always on.
Sure.
Wait, flex
What's
for us.
happening?
Flex real quick. Flex real quick.
Ew.
Look at the receiver couple
No.
bodies. Other end of his outlaw.
Nice.
sideline
Not bad,
is
not bad,
open.
not bad.
Better go see this new movie.
Steps up John for it to
Okay.
Woo!
Should I call you guys with Britain?
Hey Ty, could your shorts be any shorter, bro, or what? The 80s called. They want their shorts back.
Should I call when I'm with Bryn, guys? Say hi.
Taj, she doesn't like your thighs that much, bro.
You know what? I like that. That's a new advertising thing. Ty's thighs in the building. Let's go.
Ty's thighs.
Ty's thighs are in the building.
This round, though, almost everybody on
Am I looking
paper
back
has
or
their
what?
ultimate to be able to work.
Great idea, Wiz.
That's a good cut. That's a good cut.
It's instinctual from him. Cage goes up.
I should introduce pork chop to Ty's lady.
Babe, should I get the same cut too? Wait, should I get the same cut too?
Do not introduce this girl to pork chop if you want a shot, brother.
Well, you haven't forced out any ultimates here from PRX.
He's like almost taking me away from Frost.
Scattered into the spawn just in case.
He was so excited when he finally got her alone.
Alright, later, Ty, later, Ty.
Later.
It feels like PRX are trying to go for the same level of discipline that we saw from SEN.
How do you even figure out if you can stand up there?
Paranoia forwards.
What?
I don't
I'm just reading chat.
I don't even read chat.
Mistakes to be played into.
Oh.
It is quite a committed position from
He
something.
peak and all bullets in body.
I don't want to get too worried here. They still have the player advantage. It should be massive for them as long as they play with that discipline here.
I hope Sen wins here.
Could look to expend it. Still as a
Yeah,
slow.
breach all
And
two.
an aid in through
If
the
he gets
bottom.
one,
Easily
he's like breach
dealt
all.
with Safe pair of hands.
That's what I get for having hopes.
And still no ultimate forced out from PRX. That slow nade combo was brilliant there.
Sentinels looking like the
And
Guang
PRX
Dong
cut this one
Sentinels.
down to an only 2-round lead.
It's so funny.
With so many ultimates all around the map.
Focus, don't let this first game go into your head. Who is he talking to?
Having said that, I just set up a really explosive round. Didn't realize that Sentinel's economy, despite winning 3 in a row.
John QT retiring soon.
Yeah, the economy was kept honest.
It's not real people, right?
These are robots.
Where's Tens?
And honestly,
Bro, the best one is where is Tens.
Bro, I swear. No, I swear the combined IQ of a Twitch chat is like negative, bro. It's like.
Trouble, but it was a big one to find. Zekken is gone. Celsius could be going to follow suit, and he's just missed the timing. Stinger in hand, not exactly the weapon for the job. Crazy play to make against a half buy.
But with Forsaken,
Bro, everyone is asking why
what's now going through Sentinel's head is
they're all using like the
usually
Recon Phantom.
it is Forsaken with a one-way on A.
It's so good.
And that's
It's
allowed
so
Jordan
good.
Celsius to just walk up.
Like,
A
this
is
is
being
definitely
played
like
pretty heavy for
gold
retake
and
right
flat
now.
chat. No.
And the fake is beautiful.
Nah, it's definitely gold. The plats are insane.
They're so worried about A.
Thank
the
you.
bang and narrate, the other part of the
My
duo,
chrono should
Wow,
save
look at
me.
this.
just wander in.
They've got it now. The B-side
They
is
literally
nice.
just have
Brings
luck
the one
and
to spike,
nothing
though.
else.
Can't overstep too much, but
They really want to pick. They really want to equalize.
Put me in
numbers,
this
but
lobby,
they
I'm
want to do
getting
so
an
much work.
ace.
they need something. But it's been spotted out here. Stinger in your hand, bang, just about.
Bro, no.
Sorry,
You don't have to take us on your day. You don't have to take
Bring us to the movie theater as well.
So Bank's gonna be fast.
Let's go, guys.
Forced to just get back a little bit.
I don't think this isn't even third wheeling. It's like third, fifth,
This is worse.
eighth, and like
This is
20th
like 9
wheeling.
feeling, bro.
Deal task for him.
He's like, in case every single one of you have wondered what it's like going on a date with me.
Nah, he just
Ty
secretly
this is
wants
bad
off
for you,
the
bro.
grid.
Sentinel doing too much.
Let me rest my case. I have a 30-minute drive to get there.
No. If he gets a kill there.
Yeah, time. Don't worry.
Wait, she lives 30 minutes away, Ty?
No, she lives 45 minutes away, but we're going to the theater by her house.
And yet PRX come away without having to use a single
Damn.
one of them.
You're not picking her up and taking her to the theater?
For the defenders.
Huh?
Ever closer to an even game. You can
Wow.
see what
You're not picking her up?
They thought if
She didn't want me to.
after having killed
Oh,
She'd
man.
like-
Of course she did, bro. Of course she did.
Hey, listen, there's reasons. I'm not cooked.
She
Don't worry.
also didn't want you to pay for dinner.
He's going to look for his own input into this game. Sentinels take a tactical time out to discuss what the next game plan should be.
He's not gonna beat the allegations.
You've got to realize at this point, the PRX has been playing.
Yeah, we're gonna beat the allegations today.
Really passive retake setup. It's not even like they have a cipher that's going to be giving them some information.
It's so hot. Why is it 112?
Bro, his hair
You're in
has
Arizona.
not changed like one strand, bro, and he's just been like trying to fix it.
Kaplan's got a bit of a read that's going to.
It's like
So
polluted
straight. Bro,
Why is it? Okay, answer me this. Riddle me this. Why is it 112 outside?
Because it's summer in Arizona.
In elimination territory, of course.
Oh, why are you dodging where I live, bro?
Into the lowers if Sen cannot get a grip back. I know that sounds odd. They're sitting at
Oh no, not Arizona.
He's cooked, bro.
Come over there and get you.
We've got him now, boys.
We're currently traveling to Arizona to take him out.
yeah, he's in a small state of Arizona, bro. It's like so easy to get.
We also know he's going to a movie theater.
Yeah.
Wait,
let me get what's his name?
Wait, is anyone streaming? Is anyone live on Twitch right now?
Yes.
Ty about to drop the hard R, bro.
No, I was trying to say where she lived, but.
Bruh.
Yeah, you know, wait, can we get her address as well?
No, not the address, like the city, but.
You got her soch?
I got her soch and her credit card information and the 3 numbers on the back.
Wait,
Ty, give me her
Senna's doing a
address.
PRX impression.
Give me her address. I'll send her some flowers and say it was from you, alright?
I bet, thanks.
Bro, Senna's doing their best PRX cosplay, bro. They're showing.
Uh-oh. By seizing control and tempo of the round with that fast
Maybe 6 feet ain't so
Alright,
far.
this guy, mute him. Get him out of here.
91st Ave.
How did Ty get himself turned back up to 100%? No wonder he was so bad.
They will
the economy as well. Ain't so far down.
Oh, that's right. It's because he whispers at night.
It's like
During the day, we got full blast Ty.
That's a sick license plate, bro. No shot.
Ty, I'm also going to send her a note for her to stop paying for dinner.
Thanks.
Nah, you keep that up, Ty. I've never been more proud of you, brother.
Bro, they texted me today.
Leave you off a girl's wallet.
She goes, no, she texted me today. She goes, hey, let me know what time you want to go to the movies so I can buy the ticket. I was like, you're not buying the ticket. She was like, yeah, I feel bad. I don't want you to have to pay for everything. I said, I don't have to. I want to. Is that real?
W.
No, you
said, oh, you're my little brother.
Is that oral? Is that oral or what?
No, I feel like she was about to follow with you're my little brother, bro. Now you pay for it. No, isn't that something? Isn't it something you'd say? No, like, oh, you're my little brother. I could never let you pay. You know?
Dude, do you see what I'm talking about with the stun? Oh, jeez. He just saved Zelsis' life. John just saved Zelsis' life with that stun.
I don't like you were saying something bad.
Oh no,
Yeah,
sorry.
it sounded like you were like, bro, they're killing with the stun again or something.
Cosmetic.
Yeah.
You guys like my sunglasses?
I feel like I'm in an SNL
Look at the
skit.
road. Look at the road, gang. Look at the road.
Dude. I have Tesla FSD, okay?
Not just Jing sending it in tiles, but Devi also following up.
Yeah, guys, I can fit 7 people in here. Know what I've done?
Tens has his PRX jersey on now, and they just lost.
Uh-oh.
This is negative risk, guys. Guys, my car's so dirty.
Thanks, Ty. Anything else you're doing today? Anything else you want to let us know about?
Usually Jing's already
Yeah, I'm actually driving to go see the new movie. Why?
Hated his toenails.
Are you also at a red light right now?
Yeah, I am.
Tension in the air. You can cut it with a knife at this point.
You have to wait for like 3 hours again.
He's looking at, is he going to try to wall up?
I will spit my muscle milk everywhere, bro.
Hey Ty, let me know how good the movie is. I loved the original.
I will. Guys, what's gas right now for you guys? For me, it's 349.
349. I'm doing Arizona.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, California's about to go to $8 a gallon, bro.
It's like $4.
I mean, the pace of the
No, it's like $5. It's pretty bad, but it's not like.
But there are so
Isn't
many
it like
around the map that PayPal
520 right now?
It was like a week ago. It's like fluctuating from 450 to like 510.
Yeah.
Man, they don't have smoke or nothing here.
Necessarily something you want to do when you're going up against an operator, but
there's also no smokes, so no matter what, they're going to be taking.
Are we gonna
risks.
plant the bomb,
There are
or
always going to be openings for Divide to take.
They're gonna have to use util to get space.
Posted, second guess is it.
This office gonna have
There's a one-way propped up on top of it. That's going to be the
Oh,
problem. Cleared away.
Alright.
These guys know it's some situations. Further than drive yourself.
No, get out!
Narrate's going to try and slow this one down.
50. No, narrate, no!
The seas and Narrate just beat straight into it.
One enemy remaining.
The pincer
Why does
maneuver
Zach only
is
have
almost
12
complete. It's
bullets?
just second left alone to try and
Ew, narrate!
There's absolutely no chance he can win that one. 11-11.
There's a great call in this round from PayPRX where they decide to double up and push mid really late in the round. They had no retake utility. And they had a snake bite.
PRX cosplay against PRX.
And yet they still
at this gas station, it's $2.99.
Just locking down angles with his off. Managed to.
Alright, I'm driving to you, Ty.
And the economy's not looking good again
at that one,
for the Americas team.
I need a drop.
Fudge knuckle.
Last minute decisions to be made here, but again, all in
I would solo both teams.
11-11.
Yeah.
The upper bracket on the line.
That guy.
Everything is going egg.
That guy knows what he's talking about.
Forsaken, going to be retreating.
I would retire Zelsus.
Watching his back in through the elbow angle.
Yeah.
Someone said Alex's desk is on 10 HP.
I love those. Put the fries in the bag.
Too real.
Chat, can we agree that I am a Sigma?
I suppose so.
Sentinels are watching this map
Yeah.
slip away from them. They had such a great start. Looked like they'd rebounded.
Yeah, my iPhone's cooking right now. I gotta go, guys. Bye.
But they can't
Later, bro.
put it together here on the attack side. PayPRX were playing a retake. They cleared mid, looking for Zelsis in the mid round. They know exactly where he is now.
Doubled up, leaving nothing to chance. Time played, but yeah, with discipline like that. 12-11 now. And it's match point for PayPRX.
This is a gorgeous angle. I mean, it's as far back as you could possibly get while still playing.
No way.
And again,
By the way, the loser of this place
Divide's always got these tricky little spots
Yeah, it's
to
kind
work
of
with.
fun. The lower bracket itself is so fun to play.
In quite a few of these attack rounds.
Then fans will jump to other teams after this.
Money's just dead.
Sure, you gotta go through Fnatic, then you gotta go through either G2 or Gen G.
The last opportunity for SEN to stay in the upper bracket. And they're going to be working with odds and ends. A bargain bin.
Why didn't he stand up and scream?
Trying to cobble it together like Tony Stark in a cave. They got nothing. The recovery in this half has been amazing from PayPRX. They made the right adjustment. Playing full retake A for a lot of these rounds, and yet still catching SEN as they hit the site. Playing just the right amount of pressure to grab a kill onto Zeka, for example, and then have a player advantage.
SEN equals nearest airport.
The competition is heating up heavily.
That's so original by that guy.
Fnatic, any sort of manner of opponent you want
Heard
to
that
avoid
one
for as
like
long as
5 years
possible.
ago.
Hens missing is really showing here.
Second with a sticker, narrate as well.
Easy win with 10s.
And only a sheriff out here for John. The best weapon, bang with a bulldog. This one, it looks done, it looks chalked. How are SEN going to be able to get this into overtime?
Heavy group up once more. This is all in from Sentinels, and it could just crumble at a moment's notice. Flash avoided. Jing is there, but he's going to be taken out. No one to deal
All
with
right, one gun. Let's go.
Nice. This is their first loss in Masters.
Rolling Thunder now, it's available.
Not yet.
Lay siege now to the other side of
yet.
things.
Dude.
They'll catch up to the buy.
Not over.
Oh, I guess they lost the match.
Bro,
I think
He
this
gets
is the
another-
fourth round in a row. They just run it down, to be fair.
South in the process, can't really overstep.
Bang's paranoia here is amazing when the retake begins.
Bro, they've been doing this for like a year.
Occurring, Forsaken.
I know.
Walkabouts are something himself. Smokes are going to be dropped down here. Patience is called for from PRX.
I think it's only like the same three walls. I don't think they've done a
Bait
different
out these
one.
shots potentially for them. The range is going to do a lot. Right now, with the stinger in hand, finally deals with it.
I mean, to be
again.
fair, like,
The trap is triggered.
Nice.
All the way to the
They're
side.
really good.
PRX there, he's stopping this train. It's looking so damn unlikely.
Where's
They're
10s?
taking the captain, it's
I
over.
love 10s.
Stinger in hand. Flash. He's got a bullet. The supplement. He's going to run him down. It's a full
PRX gimmicks rise up.
Golly, no way.
No. Get no bullets, bro.
What an incredible way to see.
He had an aftershock. Why didn't you use the aftershock? Would not reach.
Good and Forsaken was just twirling around. What a end.
That's so unlucky.
Jeez.
Oh my god.
A much closer map, but PRX
Cinema.
deserve all the credit there for being able to recover it towards the end and steal it away. A beautiful game from Jing,
Cinema.
especially, who was amazing in their attack half, but I gotta give a lot of credit to Defy and how
Damn, bro.
creative he was
2-0.
getting with his operator, popping on top of those sage walls. Really nice stuff from PRX here today, and they go forwards.
Oh. Wait, what's funny, Michelle?
They're gonna be meeting up with Wolves, two third-seed teams
Oh.
that we're seeing here
Zelsis is
in
crushed.
the upper bracket final.
No, that was so sad. If he would have, like, I don't know, what if he would have taken his time, aimed for the head, but I guess he was spinning around, so that made it difficult.
Yeah.
It was actually a really good play. It makes me
Spinning
sad.
around and like moving your head up and down is like sometimes it's just like.
I'm just gonna start moving around like that. Moving around the
That's
map
what I
like
do.
that.
Just spinning in circles.
Yeah. Moving my head up and down. Look up, look down. Look up, look down. No one's gonna be able to shoot me then.
You gotta up your sense for that.
This really is
Yeah.
a different look for PRX.
You won't be able to shoot them, but they won't be able to shoot you.
Boom. And then I just need you to swing out and take them out for me. I'm essentially just gonna be bait.
We're going to be sending it down to Yinsu. She's out on the stage for that Verizon post-match interview. Take it away.
All aboard the PRX train here. What a win
Where's
from
that
now.
bomb
I've
planted?
never had the opportunity to interview Patman before, so I'm going to quickly distract you for a second. Thank you. You've got me. Jason's got me. Patman, very quickly. Now, your teammates, they're very used to this. They're used to being the fan favorite. This is your first time. How are you dealing with all this craziness?
Sorry?
How are you dealing with the craziness of all these fans being the fan favorite?
It's just new to me, but I need to get used to it.
Are you having a nice time? Do you like this?
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, it's like I'm part of the family. Like everyone here is family, you know. I can see a lot of pink jersey wearing, so yeah, so fun.
Like, it's so hard to
here.
tell who the
yeah,
best
they're all
and sub
supporting
team
you
is.
here
This
now.
now I could
One
have
more
gone
question before
anyone.
I let you go.
Either ways.
Well, take a quick selfie. That's going to be worth a lot of money. So, you know, the Patman selfie in here in the arena. But while you do that, Patman.
Oh yeah, that aftershock.
When it comes to your confidence on stage, a couple days ago, Jason was telling you, stand up, join me. And you said, I'm shy, I don't want to do it. But you did it today. What gave you that confidence?
Where's the bomb planted? It was against the
I
wall,
think it's,
right?
very helpful for the team as well. Like if we like hype ourselves, so I need to do it for the boys, not
guessing it
just
was against the wall.
for just hyping. You know, I need to be confident and feel confident with the boys, so everyone will feel confident as well.
Well, you're not just doing it for the boys, you're doing it for them as well. Follow me. I want to get a quick word with Forsaken.
I think from where he was,
you got your
it was just,
revenge
like, a bit
against
short.
Sentinels. How did that feel?
Frost, are you going to stream?
How good? Give me more of a emotion.
I don't think so.
All right.
What?
Amazing.
I was gonna raid you if you were.
Forsaken, it seems like now you're
Yeah, no,
one
I'm
of the
gonna sleep
leaders
soon.
of your team. Do you enjoy being a leader of this PRX train?
Enjoy, of course,
Yuli wakes
because
up and Frost goes to sleep.
I mean, of course, it's gonna be hard for me to IGL
Pretty
and
much,
like,
yeah.
like maybe at the same time, but I'll always trust my teams, you know. So even though I don't need frack, I just have to be a good leader, you know.
Yeah, we trust you as well. One last question. Can you say something to the passengers of the PRX train?
Track by track, guys. Just keep supporting us. We gotta go far, okay? Let's go.
Track by track, baby.
All right. So what does this look like now?
Not good.
Fnatic and Sentinels. I mean, that's a banger, but yikes! And then G2 or Gen G.
That's how good. What do you mean? Were you not seeing that?
Only to take on it. Well,
Was facing other side.
well.
Dude, it
Anyway.
was
spinning.
It was mad.
it was basically like
It's a very hard road to race.
How were the comps in
Yeah.
that moment when you were
Yeah.
so
I feel like
close? We were
whoever
speaking about the victory
wins
moment,
like
right?
the
Like
lower
views, because
bracket
people
is
cannot
gonna
see
be
it.
the
It's in
winner.
Yeah.
screen that we have down there.
Hello, everyone.
I kind of agree with that. Yeah.
we have Dubai here on the desk. Give it up for Dubai if you guys don't mind. The legend himself.
Thank you.
Those Sage
Yeah,
off kills were.
I'm gonna hop off stream. I'll be back in a few minutes. So family's here.
First things first.